In the sacred realm of Taichu, today is adorned with vibrant lanterns resembling the brightness of day. Countless banners flutter in the breeze, emblazoned with the emblems of various factions, signifying the status of the esteemed guests. The assembly of attendees is a ceaseless stream, converging here solely to witness the grand wedding of Xiao Chen, the holy son of Taichu. Yet, beneath the jubilant atmosphere lurks a stifling sense of oppression. The source of this tension is the figure seated prominently at the head of the hall. Xiao Chen, the holy son of Taichu, stands tall and handsome, yet he resembles a volcano on the verge of eruption, exuding an intimidating pressure that chills the soul. Clad in a crimson wedding robe, his expression betrays no hint of joy. His deep-set eyes burn with a cold fury. His gaze, sharp as twin swords, fixates unyieldingly on the head of the Liu family. The Liu family head feels an oppressive weight upon his back, cold sweat trickling down as his garments become drenched. Ruyan, what on earth is going on? He inwardly curses, pallor draining from his complexion. We are so close to an alliance with the holy son of Taichu. The entire Liu family could ascend to greatness, yet can't even endure this brief delay. Today marks the holy son's wedding, yet the bride has yet to appear in utter humiliation. Little does he know that his beloved daughter is currently reveling with Lin Fan, wandering the world in carefree delight. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising fear, the Liu family head stands trembling. Holy, holy son, he bows respectfully, his voice quaking. My daughter, she must have been delayed on her way. I implore the holy son. Grant me half a stick of incense this time. I will surely bring her back. Xiao Chen scoffs coldly. His voice is frigid as ancient ice. Half a stick of incense? Liu family head, are you mocking me? Dare not, dare not. The Liu family head, terrified to his core, hastily kneels. I would never. I only seek the holy son's mercy. Mercy. A glint of cold light flashes in Xiao Chen's eyes. Liu Ruyan has fled her wedding, treating the holy land of Taichu with disdain. And you think a plea for mercy can sweep this under the rug? The atmosphere in the grand hall instantly thickens with tension. All guests hold their breath, fearful of provoking this capricious holy son. They surmise that calamity is about to befall the Liu family. Xiao Chen rises slowly, casting a disdainful gaze upon the kneeling Liu family head, his tone as sharp as a blade. The Liu family has gone too far in their insolence toward the holy land of Taichu. Some in the guards reduce the Liu family to ashes. At this proclamation, an uproar ensues. Everyone is taken aback. None anticipated Xiao Chen's decisive command to annihilate the Liu family. The Liu family head appears struck by lightning, his face draining of color, collapsing to the ground as he mutters, "No, it cannot be." He lies there, ashen-faced, knowing it is over. The Liu family stands no chance against the holy land of Taichu. Annihilation is merely a matter of time. His eyes grow vacant, lips trembling like a dying fish. Holy, holy son, the Liu family head summons the last vestiges of his strength, his voice hoarse. What? Seeking to plead for mercy. Xiao Chen looks down from his elevated position, his gaze chilling, and oh no, the Liu family head shakes his head with great difficulty. I merely wish to remind the holy son your father once owed a favor to the Liu family at this revelation. A profound silence envelopes the grand hall. All eyes turn towards the Liu family head, including Xiao Chen, who cannot help but frown slightly. A favor. Xiao Chen scoffs sarcastically. Liu family head, are you jesting? I would not dare. The Liu family head grits his teeth. Had it not been for the Liu family's assistance back, then your esteemed father would surely he refrains from finishing. Yet the implication of threat is unmistakable to all present. That a glimmer of icy light flickers in Xiao Chen's eyes. So, you intend to use this so-called favor to threaten me? The Liu family head remains silent, tacitly affirming the accusation. This is his final card, the Liu family's only hope. Foolish, Xiao Chen, in a fit of rage, laughs derisively. That favor has long been repaid. Repaid? The Liu family head is momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Chen's voice is cold. Allowing Liu Ruyan to marry into the Xiao family is the greatest boon to your clan. Now, her fleeing the wedding is nothing short of ingratitude. What right do you have to mention favors before me? These words render the Liu family head speechless. Indeed, Marrying Liu Ruyan to Xiao Chen was an immense privilege. Yet now Holy Son, the Liu family had attempts to speak, but is abruptly interrupted by Xiao Chen. Enough! Xiao Chen waves his hand impatiently. I am not devoid of compassion. He pauses, softening his tone slightly. I grant you one final opportunity. A single cup of tea's time. Xiao Chen raises a finger. Let Liu Ruyan appear before me at once. Otherwise, his tone suddenly turns icy. The Liu family will be wiped from existence. Once more, the atmosphere in the grand hall grows taut. All eyes are fixed on the Liu family head. A cup of tea's time, what can be accomplished in that span? Yet for the Liu family, it is a matter of life and death. The Liu family head inhales deeply, determination flashing in his eyes. Very well. He rises abruptly, bowing deeply to Xiao Chen. I shall depart at once. Without another word, he rushes from the grand hall. He understands that time is of the essence. The fate of the Liu family hinges upon this moment. As he watches the Liu family head depart, a cold smile creeps upon Xiao Chen's lips. A cup of tea's time, merely an opportunity for a futile struggle. His resolve is already solidified. Regardless of whether Liu Ruyan appears, today, the Liu family shall meet its end. Seated upon his lofty dais, Xiao Chen's eyes gleam with a chilling light, gazing down at the empty hall entrance as if surveying mere ants. A cup of tea's time is but a fleeting moment for him. A derisive laugh escapes his lips, low and mocking. Liu Ruyan truly is one who will not shed tears until faced with the coffin. The original plot flashes through his mind like a revolving lantern, revealing Liu Ruyan's chance encounter with the so-called fated protagonist Lin Fan, their mutual affection leading them to forget all about this marriage. Meanwhile, the original protagonist, this thoroughly submissive villainous Holy Son, remained foolishly waiting, even humbly inquiring if Liu Ruyan felt weary upon her return with Lin Fan. The original protagonist, the former Xiao Chen, was nothing short of a complete sycophant. For Liu Ruyan, he was willing to forsake everything, even to stand against the entire world. What a hopeless sycophant! Xiao Chen curses inwardly, a deep-seated aversion swelling within him. He has always despised sycophants, fully aware that in the end, they are left with nothing. As time ticks by, the atmosphere in the grand hall grows increasingly tense. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. The guests dare not breathe, fearful of inciting the wrath of this capricious Holy Son. Meanwhile, the Liu family head, upon exiting the grand hall, swiftly retrieves a communication stone, channeling his spiritual energy to contact Liu Ruyan, who is miles away. In a picturesque valley, adorned with flowing streams and fragrant blossoms, Liu Ruyan reclines lazily in an exquisite pavilion, enjoying a massage from Lin Fan, occasionally emitting soft, contented sighs. Fan, your technique is truly exceptional. Liu Ruyan coos, a sweet smile gracing her face. Lin Fan responds with a gentle smile, as long as Sister Ruyan enjoys it. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan's brows furrow slightly as the communication stone at her waist flickers with a faint light. It is her father's call. She picks up the communication stone and confirms the connection. In the next moment, her father's furious roar erupts from the stone, reverberating painfully in her ears. Liu Ruyan, do you have any idea what day it is? Where have you been? Chapter 3 Foolishness. Liu Ruyan, do you have any idea what day it is today? Where have you been? Upon hearing these words, Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows slightly, taken aback by her father's furious outburst. Father, I am well aware that today marks the day of my grand wedding with Xiao Chen. Liu Ruyan's tone was calm, as if she were discussing a matter of little consequence. You know? You still dare to frolic outside. The voice of the Liu family head was nearly squeezed out between clenched teeth. You must return at once. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Liu Ruyan felt a tinge of impatience. Father, the marriage with Xiao Chen was arranged by the family. I have no affection for him. Why must I wed him? Furthermore, I have been traveling the world with Lin Fan. What does this trivial marriage amount to? Enough. When I return, I shall say some sweet words to placate Xiao Chen, and all will be well. Father, there is nothing to worry about. Let it be. Outside the pavilion, Lin Fan listened to Liu Ruyan's words. A warm surge filling his heart that he grasped Liu Ruyan's hand and spoke softly. Ruyan, do not worry. I will protect you and ensure you suffer no grievances. Liu Ruyan reciprocated his grip, and they exchanged a tender smile. their eyes brimming with affection. Meanwhile, on the other end of the communication stone, the Liu family head nearly choked on his breath upon hearing Liu Ruyan's words. "You ungrateful wretch. You are utterly lawless." The Liu family head was infer "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Chun Tianxiong, akin to a severed kite, was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, teetering on the precipice between life and death. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. Chapter 8. Any objections? The atmosphere remained hushed, as if the very air held its breath, lest the next misfortune befall them. Xiao Chen's gaze swept over the crowd. Is there anyone else who dares to voice dissent? His voice was frigid, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. At his words, the crowd cast their eyes downward, unable to meet his piercing gaze. What a jest! If even Chun Tianxiong was sent flying by a single punch, who among them would dare to voice an opinion? Their only desire was to cling to their lives. The grand hall once again succumbed to an oppressive silence. Only Xiao Chen remained seated upon the throne, resembling a deity surveying those below, trembling in fear. His eyes were cold and merciless. The Liu family today would surely meet its demise. Xiao Chen's icy glare swept through the gathered assembly like a razor's edge. Inside the hall, a deathly stillness prevailed. Every person held their breath, too fearful to exhale. The recent spectacle had profoundly shaken their spirits. Chun Tianxiong, the patriarch of the Chen family, had been ruthlessly struck down by Fu Bo. His fate was uncertain. This was the head of the Chen family. To be so easily vanquished before Xiao Chen was utterly incomprehensible. In that moment, all comprehended that Xiao Chen had genuinely set his heart on slaughter. The Liu family was irrevocably doomed. Among the guests, some turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. They were families closely tied to the Liu clan. They understood that the Liu family's fate was theirs as well. Regret flooded their hearts, lamenting their proximity to the Liu family. Yet, it was too late for regret. They could only hope that Xiao Chen might extend them mercy, sparing their lives. Conversely, some harbored a glimmer of schadenfreude. They belonged to families hostile to the Liu clan, having long perceived them with disdain. Witnessing the Liu family's downfall brought them immense satisfaction. The Liu family, truly deserving of their fate. One murmured. Who were they to associate with Xiao family, unaware of their own insignificance? Indeed, previously, the Xiao family had humbly sought a marital alliance with the Liu family for years. Who would have thought that Liu Ruyan, that woman, would be so ungrateful as to flee on her wedding day? Now, the Liu family was utterly finished. Ha ha! Some could not suppress their laughter. Others began to stealthily retreat, eager to distance themselves from this maelstrom of chaos. They wished to avoid being ensnared in this tempest. Halt! Fu Bo's voice resonated like thunder throughout the hall. Those attempting to slip away were instantly paralyzed with fear, too terrified to make a single move, until the young master Xiao has spoken. Who granted you permission to leave? Fu Bo's voice dripped with cold authority. Upon hearing this, the crowd's pallor deepened. They realized they had become trapped. Unable to escape, Xiao Chen remained seated upon the throne. His expression indifferent, he gazed down at the quaking assembly, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. What is this? Do you all yearn to flee? Xiao Chen's voice echoed, chilling as if from the depths of the netherworld. At his words, the crowd fell to their knees, prostrating themselves in desperate supplication. Young Master Xiao, spare us. We shall never defy you again. We implore you for mercy. Xiao Chen regarded them, devoid of any compassion. These individuals were nothing more than opportunists, swaying with the winds of fortune. Such people were hardly worthy of pity. Fu Bo Xiao Chen spoke in a measured tone. Old servant at your service. Fu Bo bowed respectfully. Confine all of them, Xiao Chen commanded. No one is to leave without my explicit orders. Understood. Fu Bo responded with deference. Turning to depart, he knew that Xiao Chen intended to settle the score later. Once again, the hall descended into an eerie silence. With a resounding boom, like the crack of divine thunder, the grand hall trembled, as if on the verge of collapse. A visible wave of energy surged from the direction of the Liu family, rustling the garments of those present. Soon, earth-shattering sounds emanated from the Liu family's vicinity. The hearts of all in the hall quaked. The Liu family had been eradicated with ruthless decisiveness. Everyone understood that the Liu family had been irrevocably erased from history. They couldn't help but ponder how Liu Ruyan would feel upon returning to witness her family's obliteration. cursing her for her sheer foolishness. In that moment, silence reigned in the grand hall, no one daring to utter a word. My heavens, is this truly happening? Someone gasped, their voice trembling in disbelief. The Liu family has genuinely been reduced to rubble. Another voice echoed, laced with fear and trepidation. This Xiao Chen is unforgiving. A collective gasp arose, faces drained of color. Oomph! They had it coming. Another scoffed, eyes gleaming with malice. Those foolish enough to provoke young Master Xiao, truly courting disaster. Beside him, another concurred. Indeed, they failed to recognize their own standing, daring to flee from marriage. Now, they have lost everything. Hush, keep your voice down, another warned, fearful of provoking Xiao Chen's wrath. What do I have to fear? I speak the truth, the bold individual retorted defiantly. Indeed, the Liu family deserved their fate long ago. Others chimed in, stoking the flames of malice. They had abused their power, oppressing the innocent, committing unspeakable acts. Now, justice has arrived. Chapter 9. Preparing for the wedding, the crowd buzzed with chatter, opinions divided. Some lamented the Liu family's fate. Others reveled in their misfortune, while some were apprehensive about their own futures. They realized that Xiao Chen's ruthless methods had instilled fear in everyone. From this moment forth, no one would dare challenge the authority of the Xiao family or the Taichu sacred land. Inside the grand hall, silence reigned. Every head was bowed, breaths held in trepidation. They feared that Xiao Chen's wrath might turn upon them. Seated upon the throne, Xiao Chen appeared unperturbed. His gaze swept over the assembly. Sharp as an eagle's talon, instilling dread in all, Xiao Chen's eyes gradually traversed the hall, landing upon an inconspicuous young woman in green attire seated in the corner. The woman was tall and voluptuous, her shapely figure evident even beneath the loose garments. Her beauty was unparalleled, captivating even Xiao Chen, who was accustomed to stunning women. Flawless, perhaps the only fitting description for her visage, she was Lin Yuhan, the daughter of the Lin family. However, at this moment, her complexion was pallid, bearing an air of fragility, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Despite this, she exuded an enchanting charm that evoked a sense of pity. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled within Xiao Chen, an urge to embrace her tenderly. Just then, a mechanical electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection of a special constitution near the host. 9-turn in Saint body. Xiao Chen was taken aback. A system, the hallmark of a transmigrator, the 9-turn in Saint body, a rare extreme in constitution, bestows its possessor with abundant spiritual power and an unparalleled cultivation speed. The system's voice continued, elaborating on the details of the 9-turn in Saint body. Furthermore, should the host cultivate alongside the 9-turn in Saint body, they would gain double the cultivation speed, with a chance to comprehend unique divine abilities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's breath quickened. Double cultivation speed, special divine abilities. This was nothing short of a miraculous boon. He recalled the original text, noting that Lin Yuhan was merely a minor supporting character, scarcely mentioned. Who would have predicted that she possessed such a formidable constitution? This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Xiao Chen's gaze returned to Lin Yuhan, his eyes now ablaze with intensity. Liu Ruyan? A woman who fled from marriage dares to stand in his esteemed presence. Since she failed to recognize his worth, she should not blame him for his lack of courtesy at this moment. Xiao Chen rose, his robes billowing dramatically. He spoke calmly. The wedding shall proceed. Upon his declaration, the hall erupted in commotion. Young master, but the bride is absent, a guest timidly inquired. Indeed, how can the wedding continue? Another echoed. The assembly murmured amongst themselves, confusion evident. Xiao Chen disregarded their bewilderment, his gaze piercing as it landed upon the green-clad woman in the corner. Lin Yuhan, Xiao Chen's voice was cold yet imbued with undeniable authority. Do you wish to become my partner in life? Lin Yuhan trembled slightly, as if struck by lightning. She lifted her gaze, incredulous as she stared at Xiao Chen, her expression rife with confusion. Why would the young master suddenly take an interest in her? She was merely an inconspicuous daughter of the Lin family, frail and unremarkable, not held in high regard by her clan. And Xiao Chen, the scion of the Taichu sacred land, a paragon of excellence, admired by countless maidens. Why would such a distinguished figure choose her? She simply could not comprehend. The Lin family members were equally stunned, as if a pie from the sky had knocked them senseless. After a brief moment of shock, exuberance surged forth. This was a windfall beyond measure. Although the Lin family was also a cultivator clan, they paled in comparison to the Taichu sacred land, akin to fireflies competing with the brilliance of the moon. If Lin Yuhan were to become young Master Zhao's partner, the Lin family would soar to new heights. The head of the Lin family trembled with excitement, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a single word. He signaled to Lin Yuhan with his eyes, urging her to accept. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one not to be missed. Lin Yuhan certainly understood the stakes involved. She was acutely aware that she had no right to refuse. Moreover, she did not harbor any aversion toward Xiao Chen. In fact, there lingered a subtle affection nestled within her heart. Xiao Chen was so radiant, so powerful, akin to a brilliant star illuminating the shadows of her existence. The prospect of becoming his partner in life was something she had never dared to dream of. Yet now, astonishingly, this dream was materializing. Lin Yuhan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of excitement within, and stepped forward. She bowed gracefully to Xiao Chen, her voice soft yet resolute. Yuhan is willing that a barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips. What he desired was not merely Lin Yuhan's beauty, but rather her exceptionally rare 9 transformation in sacred body, the double cultivation speed, the unique divine abilities. These were the true treasures he valued. As for Liu Ruyan, the woman who had fled from her wedding, he had completely cast her aside. A woman who failed to appreciate his worth was unworthy of his love. Very well, Xiao Chen proclaimed, his voice resonating with joy and anticipation. Prepare for the wedding. Chapter 10. Lin Yuhan. Very well, Xiao Chen declared once more, his voice brimming with delight. Not for Lin Yuhan, but for the imminent acquisition of the 9 transformation in sacred body and the extraordinary path of cultivation that awaited him. The crowd within the grand hall gradually regained their composure, offering their congratulations to Xiao Chen and Lin Yuhan. Although they were puzzled by Xiao Chen's sudden change of heart, they recognized this to be a momentous event that would resound throughout the northern domain. The holy son of Taichu was to wed the daughter of the Lin family. This news would undoubtedly spread like wildfire across the entire northern domain. Meanwhile, the architect of this unfolding drama, Liu Ruyan, remained blissfully unaware of what she had missed and what was yet to come, as she leisurely enjoyed the scenery with Lin Fan. Congratulations to the head of the Lin family. You have gained a dragon among men. A guest in splendid robes beamed, cupping his hands in salute. Ha ha, congratulations indeed. The head of the Lin family grinned widely, his face brimming with joy. What great fortune for you. Lin family head, the holy son has chosen your daughter. Another guest chimed in hurriedly with flattery. Indeed, indeed, the Lin family is destined to soar. The compliments surged like a tide, surrounding the Lin family head. Leaving him overwhelmed and his head buzzing, he felt a flush of excitement, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. Such overwhelming wealth had unexpectedly descended upon the Lin family. He pinched himself discreetly. Ouch, that hurt. This was no dream. He was so elated that words escaped him, repeating pleasantries like congratulations and wherever absent-mindedly, while internally he was overjoyed, feeling this happiness was sweeter than honey. He couldn't help but steal a glance at the imposing figure of Xiao Chen seated at the head table, feeling both thrilled and perplexed. Why would the holy son have set his sights on his daughter? After all, Lin Yuhan had been frail and sickly since childhood, her talent for cultivation woefully inadequate, rendering her nearly inconsequential within the Lin family. The only trait she possessed was her breathtaking beauty and an enviable figure. Could it be that the holy son was captivated by her looks? The head of the Lin family speculated quietly, but what did it matter, as long as they could connect to the towering tree of the Taichu Holy Land? The Lin family would ascend to greatness. He certainly wouldn't be foolish like the head of the Liu family, who had forsaken such immense fortune. Thinking of the Liu family, he could not help but smirk. Liu Ruyan, you ungrateful girl, rejecting the holy son, you chose to elope with a mysterious stranger, and now look, the Liu family has been razed to the ground. What do you have left? Serves you right. He gently shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. What mattered now was to seize this hard-won happiness. As for why the holy son had chosen Lin Yuhan, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the Lin family was destined for prosperity. With this in mind, the head of the Lin family beamed even brighter. He raised his cup, addressing the crowd. Today, my daughter has joyfully wed the holy son. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all for attending this celebration. I toast to you all. Cheers. The guests responded in unison, the hall alive with jubilation. The auspicious hour had arrived. Let the bride make her entrance. The commanding voice echoed throughout the grand hall, reverberating in the ears of all present. This voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At the entrance of the hall, a figure clad in crimson slowly emerged. The fiery red wedding gown resembled flames, dazzling in its brilliance. Golden threads intricately embroidered lifelike phoenixes on the gown, poised for flight, exuding unparalleled opulence. Countless pearls and gems adorned it, shimmering brilliantly under the light. Her tall, slender frame, with an exquisitely graceful silhouette, was reminiscent of an otherworldly goddess descending to the mortal realm. The red veil concealed her visage, adding an air of mystery. Supported by a few maidens, she glided forward, her steps light and ethereal, akin to a celestial crane. Each stride felt like a gentle caress upon the hearts of the onlookers, quickening their pulses to, oh my heavens, what a stunning figure, this form, this aura. She is truly a celestial being. What breathtaking beauty lies beneath that veil. Chapter 11. The supporting character is truly enchanting, to, oh my heavens. What a stunning figure, this form, this aura. She is truly a celestial being. What breathtaking beauty lies beneath that veil. The guests gaped in awe, craning their necks, fearing they might miss a single detail. Their breaths grew shallow. Their gazes filled with infatuation. In their minds, they began to imagine the exquisite countenance hidden beneath the veil. Was it the luscious peony, the ethereal lotus, or the seductive rose? Various speculations swirled in their thoughts. Xiao Chen, seated at the high table, observed the approaching crimson figure, and he couldn't help but nod slightly. This supporting character is truly captivating, he mused inwardly. Compared to Liu Ruyan's icy beauty, Lin Yuhan's allure and vivacity stirred his heart even more. Moreover, her figure was nothing short of extraordinary. A slight smile graced his lips, barely perceptible. Liu Ruyan, you have missed out. This is your loss. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yuhan gradually approached Xiao Chen. Beneath the veil, her heart raced like a drum, her palms clammy with nerves. Throughout her life, she had been the most inconspicuous member of the Lin family, frail, plagued by illness, and devoid of any notable talent for cultivation. She held little significance within her family. She had never imagined that she would marry the holy son of Taichu, becoming the center of everyone's attention. All of this felt surreal, as if she were ensnared in a dream. Don't be nervous. Xiao Chen's voice, warm and magnetic, reached her ears. Taichu possessed a certain charm, gradually calming her previously anxious heart. She nodded gently, shyly lowering her gaze. I can't believe I am truly getting married. She thought silently. Bow to the high hall. The officiant's voice rang out, echoing within the resplendent hall. Lin Yuhan trembled slightly, supported by her maidens. As she bowed deeply to the empty high hall, Xiao Chen followed suit. Yet his heart remained unperturbed. Bow to heaven and earth. The two turned, facing the vast sky beyond the hall, and bowed once more. Xiao Chen's gaze seemed to pierce through the void, glimpsing a distant realm. Bow to each other as husband and wife. They stood facing one another, gradually bending their bodies. Lin Yuhan's cheeks, concealed beneath the veil, had long since turned crimson. She could feel Xiao Chen's intense gaze, fiery and penetrating, igniting both trepidation and an inexplicable anticipation within her heart. Ceremony complete. Escort the bride to the bridal chamber. The officiant's voice resounded once more. Lin Yuhan, with the assistance of the maidens, was guided to the bridal chamber. The red figure vanished from the guest's sight, yet left an indelible impression of astonishment in their hearts. Within the hall, guests flocked to Xiao Chen, offering their congratulations. Congratulations, Holy Son. Best wishes, Holy Son. The union of the Holy Son and Miss Lin is truly a match made in heaven. A pairing of talent and beauty. May the Holy Son and Miss Lin share everlasting harmony and joy. A torrent of compliments flooded in, nearly overwhelming Xiao Chen. With a gentle smile, he reciprocated each greeting. He raised his cup, addressing the crowd. I am deeply grateful for your presence today to witness this momentous occasion. The Holy Son is too modest. It is our honor. To witness the Holy Son's wedding is our fortune. The guests raised their cups, drinking in unison with Xiao Chen. He welcomed each toast, downing cup after cup, as if pouring all his emotions into the wine. In the midst of it all, he shared laughter and drinks with several elders. His demeanor calm and composed, betraying none of the storm brewing within. After several cups, Xiao Chen felt a pleasant buzz. He stood, addressing the crowd. "Everyone, my bride awaits me in the bridal chamber. I shall take my leave." "Indeed, the bride is of utmost importance. Go quickly, don't neglect your bride." The crowd understood, chuckling as they encouraged him. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and turned towards the bridal chamber. His steps were steady and powerful, exuding an irresistible momentum. Upon arriving at his quarters, the surrounding guards knelt, proclaiming in unison, "We welcome the Holy Sun." Xiao Chen nodded nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over them, and no matter the commotion that ensues tonight. He paused, his tone laden with meaning. None wished to be disturbed. That a few guards, upon hearing this, exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting a playful mirth. The subordinates understood. They clasped their fists in acknowledgement, their voices barely above a whisper. As if fearful of disrupting something delicate, with a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen signaled for them to depart. "You may all leave." The guards, as if granted a reprieve, silently exited the courtyard. Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon the closed door. He inhaled deeply, seemingly to quell a tumult of emotions within. This night was destined to be one of unrest. Gently, he pushed open the door. Inside, the flickering red candles cast a warm glow, illuminating the festive atmosphere. Lin Yuhan, draped in a crimson veil, sat motionless at the edge of the bed, resembling a finely crafted statue. Xiao Chen approached her slowly. His gaze pierced through the sheer veil, as if he could discern Lin Yuhan's bashful visage. He extended his hand, delicately lifting the veil. Lin Yuhan's face was instantly unveiled under the candlelight. It was a countenance of exquisite beauty, her skin fair as snow, her features as if painted, now adorned with a delicate blush that enhanced her allure. She averted her gaze, too shy to meet Xiao Chen's eyes. Her long lashes trembled slightly. Chapter 12. A unique physique. Xiao Chen's eyes lingered on her face for a moment. "You are truly beautiful," he murmured, his tone imbued with a subtle tenderness. His words. Lin Yuhan trembled slightly. She dared to glance at Xiao Chen, then quickly lowered her gaze again. "Thank you, Holy Sun." Her voice was barely a whisper, almost inaudible. Xiao Chen smiled softly and drew her into his embrace. Lin Yuhan's body stiffened momentarily. She neither resisted nor rejected him. Xiao Chen released her slender waist and moved to the table. Retrieving a wine jug, the fragrant wine within exuded an intoxicating aroma that he poured 2 cups, offering one to Lin Yuhan. "Drink this," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "Then we shall be husband and wife." His gaze burned with intensity as it fixed upon Lin Yuhan. Her heart raced unexpectedly, a strange sensation flooding her being. She lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Chen's, and in the candlelight, his face appeared remarkably handsome, his eyes deep and captivating. Lin Yuhan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She nodded gently to him. She reached out her delicate hand to accept the cup Xiao Chen offered. The cool touch of the cup startled her momentarily. She looked up again at Xiao Chen, who wore a faint smile. "Drink." Lin Yuhan took a deep breath and slowly brought the cup to her lips. That a rich fragrance wafted up to her, and she took a gentle sip. The wine was smooth and sweet, and she closed her eyes slightly, savoring the delightful taste. Xiao Chen watched her with a gaze filled with affection that he raised his own cup. "Cheers." His voice was low and magnetic. Lin Yuhan opened her eyes, looking at him with a hint of shyness in her expression. "Cheers." Her voice was as delicate as a whisper. Then, she downed the contents of her cup in one swift motion. The wine flowed down her throat like a warm current, spreading warmth throughout her body. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she lowered her head, unable to meet Xiao Chen's eyes. He set down his cup and approached her. "From this moment on," he said, his voice deep, "you are my wife." He reached out, gently caressing Lin Yuhan's cheek. She shivered slightly, lifting her gaze to meet his. Her eyes brimming with tenderness. She replied, her voice barely audible. Lin Yuhan lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her garment. "Holy Sun." After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage to speak. I know why you chose me in the hall." Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her words. "Oh, do tell." His voice was low, laced with playful mockery. Lin Yuhan bit her lip, as if steeling herself. Because I am not worthy of you." Her voice was so soft it was almost imperceptible. "In my family, I have always been seen as a waste. My talents, my physique, everything is lacking. They all say I am merely a decorative vase, destined to be married off by the family. just like a piece of merchandise. You chose me only to humiliate Liu Ruyan, did you not? The air grew suddenly still, the only sound being the soft crackle of the candle flames. Xiao Chen regarded her, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He reached out, gently pinching her cheek. Delicate, smooth, supple, the sensation surpassed his expectations. He chuckled softly, his tone imbued with an unnoticeable warmth. Who says you are a waste? Lin Yuhan was taken aback, looking up at him with confusion. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and moved to the window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping him in a silvery glow. You are not some innate waste, he declared, his voice deep and powerful. You possess a formidable physique that even you are unaware of, the 9 turns in sacred body. Lin Yuhan was utterly bewildered. 9 turns in sacred body. What is that? She had never heard of such a physique. The elders in her family had never mentioned it to her. Could it be? Xiao Chen turned to her, noticing her astonished expression, and a faint smile graced his lips. I know you have many questions. He approached her, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Now, I will gradually explain everything to you. His gaze was deep and enchanting, as if holding endless secrets. Lin Yuhan's heart raced uncontrollably. Xiao Chen stood with his hands clasped, the moonlight casting a tall shadow behind him, but he nodded with nonchalance. The 9 turns in sacred body is a legendary extreme in physique. It is innately attuned to in attribute spiritual energy, with a cultivation speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. More importantly, with each cycle, your strength will undergo earth-shattering transformations. Upon completing the 9 turns, one can attain sanctity. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Lin Yuhan listened, her mouth agape in disbelief. Attained sanctity through 9 turns? This is too extraordinary. She had been regarded as a waste her entire life. Yet now she was told she possessed such a powerful physique. The stark contrast was almost too much for her to bear. Xiao Chen paused before continuing. However, the 9 turns in sacred body has a condition for activation. His tone became significant. Lin Yuhan instinctively tensed. What condition? She held her breath, awaiting his answer. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. That it requires dual cultivation with AMANTO harmonize the extreme yin energy of the sacred body with pure yang energy. Only then can the sacred body be activated, embarking on the path of cultivation. Lin Yuhan froze. Dual cultivation? Her cheeks flushed instantly, overwhelmed by the implications. This was too. She was at a loss for words. Xiao Chen observed her bashful demeanor, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Of course, the partner for dual cultivation must possess a special physique, capable of complementing the 9 turns in sacred body. Otherwise, not only will the sacred body fail to activate, but it may also yield adverse effects. He explained. Lin Yuhan nodded gently, signifying her understanding. So, she hesitated before voicing her thoughts. Holy Son, you chose me because of my 9 turns in sacred body. Did you not? Xiao Chen did not deny it, responding candidly. Yes. What of it? Does it discomfort you? Lin Yuhan shook her head lightly, a gentle smile gracing her features. There is no need for you to worry. Holy Son, I am no longer a waste in my family. I can assist you in activating my 9 turns in sacred body, aiding you in your endeavors. Her voice was soft yet filled with unwavering conviction. Xiao Chen regarded her, a warm current surging within him. This seemingly fragile woman possessed a remarkably strong spirit. Perhaps choosing her was not solely based on the 9 turns in sacred body. He mused quietly. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Follow me, and you shall not be treated poorly. His tone exuded unshakable confidence. Lin Yuhan gently shook her head. That I do not require anything else. She raised her gaze, her eyes clear as she looked at Xiao Chen. As long as I can remain by your side, Holy Son, it is enough. Contribute my modest efforts to you. Xiao Chen was somewhat taken aback. In the original narrative, Lin Yuhan was unequivocally a love-struck character. Yet now, she seemed to be different. He contemplated quietly. Lin Yuhan appeared to sense Xiao Chen's thoughts, her cheeks flushing as she shyly lowered her head. Holy Son, she said softly, if it were not for you, I might have lived my life in a daze, regarded as a waste by my family and ridiculed by others. You have given me a new lease on life. So she lifted her head, her gaze resolute. Repay your kindness, Holy Son, is what I ought to do. Xiao Chen regarded her, a sense of emotion welling within him. This supporting character was indeed rather intriguing. A faint smile graced his lips. Imbued with deeper meaning. In that case, let us diligently cultivate together. He extended his hand, gently patting Lin Yuhan's shoulder. I shall assist you in awakening the nine turns in sacred body, enabling you to achieve great accomplishments. Lin Yuhan nodded earnestly. Yuhan is determined not to disappoint His Highness, the Holy Sun. Her eyes brimmed with gratitude and resolve. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow upon him. Enveloping him in a radiant luminescence, he gazed out at the night, his mind swirling with thoughts. Liu Ruyan, Lin Fan, you think that escaping marriage will grant you freedom? How naive. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. The game has only just begun. Just wait, and I shall make you pay the price. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Lin Yuhan called softly, gazing at Xiao Chen's silhouette. Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Chen slowly turned around. The moonlight framed the girl's graceful figure, her red bridal gown blazing like fire, accentuating her snow-white skin. A blush crept onto Lin Yuhan's cheeks, betraying her composure. She understood the conditions for awakening the nine turns in sacred body. Mutual cultivation. For an innocent maiden, the notion of mutual cultivation was undoubtedly a source of shyness. Yet, despite her flushed face, Lin Yuhan felt little embarrassment. Rather, her heart was filled with gratitude and affection for Xiao Chen. To dedicate herself to him was her greatest wish at that moment. Her delicate hand fell to her sash, gently tugging it. The vibrant red wedding robe slipped away, blooming like a radiant red lotus, revealing her exquisite, snow-white skin and enchanting curves. She appeared like a meticulously carved work of art. Xiao Chen could not help but feel a stirring within him. Even having lived 2 lives, he was awestruck by the sight before him. Lin Yuhan's beauty was pure and untainted, akin to a mountain spring that cleanses the soul. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Lin Yuhan's voice was as faint as a whisper. Nearly inaudible, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Xiao Chen's eyes. The shyness engulfed her, spreading a warm blush to her ears, even tinting her neck with a delicate hue. Yuhan, although it is the first time. She took a deep breath, mustering her courage. But Yuhan will strive to bring joy to the Holy Sun. Chapter 14. Activating the physique. Her voice trembled, laced with a mix of tension and anticipation. Xiao Chen stared at the girl before him, a peculiar emotion swelling within him. She was starkly different from the love-struck Lin Yuhan of the original narrative. Now, she appeared more genuine, more deserving of compassion. He approached Lin Yuhan, gently lifting her chin. There is no need to feel anxious. Xiao Chen's voice was tender yet resolute, imbued with a comforting strength. That I will take good care of you. His gaze was deep and gentle, as if he could see into Lin Yuhan's heart. She lifted her head, meeting his eyes, filled with gratitude and affection. In that moment, she felt as though she had found her true home. Your Highness. The Holy Sun. She called softly. Xiao Chen reached out, wrapping his arm around Lin Yuhan's slender waist. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Lin Yuhan let out a soft gasp, her body quivering slightly. On her strikingly beautiful face, there was now a bloom of color, reminiscent of plum blossoms in the snow, vibrant and alluring. Xiao Chen gently pressed her onto the richly adorned bed, his gaze intense. He chuckled softly. Yuhan, now, I shall help you activate the 9 turns in sacred body. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan bit her lip, her pearl-like teeth parting slightly. She nodded gently, fully aware of the implications. Shyness, anticipation, and tension intertwined within her, causing her heart to race and breath to quicken. Xiao Chen smiled gently and leaned down, planting a tender kiss on her forehead, then her eyelids, and finally landing on her luscious red lips. Lin Yuhan closed her eyes, her long lashes quivering. In that moment, Xiao Chen, having lived 2 lives, experienced an unprecedented fluttering of the heart. He was no longer the cold-hearted villain nor the jaded traveler. He was simply an ordinary man. Outside, the bright moon hung high, casting a cool silver glow. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant with spring, filled with infinite allure. The red candles flickered, illuminating their entwined forms. Time seemed to freeze, with only the sound of their heartbeats and soft breaths weaving a poignant melody. Uncertain of how long it had been, Lin Yuhan lay nearly limp on the bed, her ample bosom rising and falling rapidly as she gasped for air. How do you feel? Lin Yuhan opened her dreamy eyes, gazing at the proximity of Xiao Chen. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Her voice was hoarse and feeble, tinged with satisfaction and dependence. I feel. Yuhan, you seem so different now. It feels so strange. Lin Yuhan's sultry gaze and soft voice nearly melted into the air, her fair skin glowing with a faint pink hue, reminiscent of spring blossoms. Xiao Chen observed her state, a secret smile forming. Indeed, the nine turns in sacred body was formidable, with their first mutual cultivation resulting in such a significant transformation. What is strange about it? Xiao Chen feigned ignorance, his fingers gliding over her smooth skin. Lin Yuhan's eyes were hazy as she sensed a previously unknown power surging within her, instinctively attempting to harness it. I seem to. Lin Yuhan's voice trembled with disbelief that a faint stream of spiritual energy began to flow through her body, responding to her thoughts that I can cultivate. Lin Yuhan's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with shock. She had always known she possessed the nine turns in sacred body, yet had never truly experienced its might. Only now did she realize it was not merely about cultivation, as the spiritual energy circulated. Lin Yuhan felt as though her body was being reborn, a powerful force surging forth from within her. Boom! A soft sound echoed as Lin Yuhan sensed something within her breaking free. An overwhelming aura erupted from her. She had directly entered the realm of refinement, achieving the first level of the refinement stage. How is this possible? Lin Yuhan stared at her hands in disbelief, feeling the abundant spiritual energy coursing through her. A storm of emotions swelling within her. Is this the power of the nine turns in sacred body? To have broken through to the first level of the refinement stage after merely one mutual cultivation? This is truly astonishing. It is known that even the most gifted disciples require months or even years to reach this level. Yet, she had accomplished it through a single session with Xiao Chen. Lin Yuhan was overwhelmed with excitement. She finally understood why Xiao Chen had said he would assist her. Xiao Chen spoke gently, his tone filled with encouragement. Yes, Lin Yuhan nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with determination and gratitude. She clutched the scroll tightly, her heart brimming with anticipation and hope. She realized that from this moment forth, her destiny would be irrevocably altered. She would no longer be the weak girl at the mercy of others. She would become a true powerhouse, one who could stand by Xiao Chen's side and fight alongside him. Xiao Chen observed the unwavering resolve in Lin Yuhan's gaze, the corners of his mouth curving upward. He believed that Lin Yuhan would not disappoint him, and he would spare no effort in helping her become a true powerhouse. Chapter 15. No need for such. Xiao Chen watched Lin Yuhan intently studying the scroll, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. There is no need to exert yourself so. I will help you refine the first layer right now. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Lin Yuhan's eyes sparkled with surprise upon hearing this, and she obediently nodded. She held an almost blind trust and reliance on Xiao Chen. Relax your mind, loosen your body, and close your eyes. Xiao Chen's voice was deep and magnetic, akin to an incantation that compelled Lin Yuhan to comply effortlessly. For her, her husband's command was paramount. Everything she was belonged to him. Xiao Chen nodded with satisfaction, pleased that the young girl was so obedient. He extended his finger, gently tapping Lin Yuhan's smooth forehead. A pure stream of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Yuhan's body like a gentle brook. Lin Yuhan trembled at the sensation, involuntarily letting out a soft moan. This energy, imbued with a gentle warmth, enveloped her in unparalleled comfort, as though she were immersed in a hot spring. She could feel the energy nourishing her body, cleansing her meridians, making her stronger. Xiao Chen meticulously guided the flow of energy, directing it along the path of the nine turns in heart technique. The first layer of the heart method was not overly complex, yet it still posed a challenge for beginners. Fortunately, Lin Yuhan's unique physique allowed for a perfect synergy with the nine sacred body, making her cultivation remarkably efficient. As the energy continued to surge in, Lin Yuhan's body began to undergo a monumental transformation. Her previously dormant meridians awakened like slumbering dragons, gradually coalescing a powerful force within her. Xiao Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed a chilling energy within Lin Yuhan, obstructing the flow of spiritual energy. This was a characteristic of the nine sacred body, as well as its formidable source. However, if this chilling energy could not be controlled, it would hinder her cultivation. With a thought, Xiao Chen intensified the output of spiritual energy, simultaneously activating the divine demon chaos body. infusing a force of utmost yang and rigidity into the energy. The fusion of yin and yang, the harmony of hardness and softness. This power gradually dispelled the chilling energy within Lin Yuhan, akin to the sun melting snow. Lin Yuhan emitted another soft moan, this time tinged with a hint of pain. The dispersal of the chilling energy left her feeling a piercing cold, as though she were in a frozen wasteland. Observing this, Xiao Chen promptly transformed the energy into a gentle warm current. Enveloping Lin Yuhan's body, the warmth dispelled the cold, bringing comfort and gradually easing the tension in Lin Yuhan's furrowed brow. She felt as though her body was undergoing a profound transformation. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through her veins, igniting an exhilarating thrill within her. Time passed, second by second. Assisting others in refining their martial arts techniques consumed far more of her mental and spiritual energy than her own cultivation. Yet, she hesitated not for a moment. At last, the first layer of the heart technique was successfully refined. Lin Yuhan slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. She felt her body brimming with strength, as if she could shatter a mountain with a single punch. "How do you feel?" Xiao Chen inquired. "Impressive, truly impressive," Lin Yuhan exclaimed, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. She clenched her fist, relishing the surging power within her, her heart overflowing with gratitude and joy. This is merely the beginning." Xiao Chen chuckled, his eyes filled with confidence. Lin Yuhan gazed at him. Her expression grew increasingly dazed. She felt an intense heat enveloping her, a fervor radiating from deep within her dantian, as if it were consuming her entirely. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her breath quickened. Unconsciously, she bit her lower lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering with desire. The Nine's sacred body, characterized by its extreme coldness and softness, also possessed an irresistible allure when awakened. "Darling." Lin Yuhan suddenly wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen's neck, her voice soft and laced with an almost imperceptible quiver. "Please continue." She buried her head against his chest, absorbing the warmth radiating from him. The heat within her intensifying. Xiao Chen, upon hearing her words, regarded the enchanting yet cool Lin Yuhan with understanding. He recognized that this was the effect of her Nine body. The dual cultivation technique easily stirred romantic sentiments, especially considering it was Lin Yuhan's first experience with such intimacy. As he embraced her slender waist, feeling the silken smoothness of her skin, a ripple of excitement stirred within him. "Why, little enchantress, don't you dare beg for mercy later," he whispered teasingly in her ear. Lin Yuhan's face turned even redder, and she nodded gently. "I'll accept whatever you throw my way." Xiao Chen's voice was laced with playful mockery as he leaned closer. Lin Yuhan's response was a soft, tremulous murmur, imbued with an alluring temptation. Observing her vulnerable demeanor, Xiao Chen felt his own desires blazed. He swept her into his arms and made his way towards the bed. The bed was adorned with soft silks, exuding a faint, enchanting fragrance. He gently laid Lin Yuhan upon it. "Prepare yourself," he said, his voice low and husky, tinged with barely restrained longing. Lin Yuhan closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly. A mixture of anticipation and nervousness swirled within her. Uncertain of what was to come, she nonetheless understood that she had entirely surrendered herself to this man. Xiao Chen watched her shy demeanor, his warm fingers gliding over Lin Yuhan's jade-like skin, gradually trailing upwards. Wherever his fingertips grazed, waves of delicate shivers erupted. Lin Yuhan emitted a soft gasp, her body arching slightly, akin to a startled fawn. Xiao Chen's hand lingered over her bosom, feeling the astonishing fullness and elasticity beneath his palm. "Goodness," he inhaled sharply, realizing that one hand alone could not encompass her entirely. To his surprise, this seemingly slender girl possessed such remarkable allure. Embarrassed by his astonishment, Lin Yuhan buried her face into the silken covers, a soft huff escaping her lips as the heat within her surged. The blush on her cheeks resembled blooming peach blossoms, vibrant and dripping with allure. The fragrance of her breath wafted through the air. Xiao Chen found himself irresistibly drawn to her tender visage. He leaned down, gently blowing a breath against her ear. "My little enchantress, can't you wait any longer?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's teasing tone, Lin Yuhan felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. She reached out her delicate hand, lightly pushing against his chest. "Darling, hurry." Her voice was soft and feeble, imbued with a hint of desperation. Xiao Chen, amused by her eagerness, couldn't help but chuckle internally. This little minx truly knew how to entice. Very well, I shall indulge you, he replied, taking a deep breath to suppress his own impulses. He aimed to bestow upon her an unprecedented joy. To prove that choosing him was the wisest decision she could make, he lowered his head and kissed her lips, a gentle and lingering kiss. The temperature in the room rose steadily, the atmosphere thickening with intimacy. Beneath the silken covers, their bodies entwined tightly, the sounds of gasps and moans intertwined, composing a captivating symphony. Meanwhile, in Ning'an City, the bustling streets thronged with people. The air filled with the cacophony of vendors' shouts. Yet, the lively scene did little to uplift Liu Ruyan's spirits. After a day of sightseeing with Lin Fan, they returned to the inn. Liu Ruyan sat on the bed, her brows furrowed, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her. What could be the matter? My father hasn't contacted me in days, she murmured, her slender fingers clenching the edge of her garment. Ever since their last explosive argument regarding Xiao Chen, her father had ceased all communication. Initially, Liu Ruyan believed her father was merely upset, hoping she would return to apologize. However, as time passed, she found it increasingly odd. Her father was not one to hold grudges for long. The more she pondered, the more she sensed something was amiss in the past. Even after her most egregious mistakes, her father would only distance himself for a few days before reaching out. But this time, the silence was unnerving. Was something wrong? A foreboding premonition crept into Liu Ruyan's heart. Suddenly, she recalled her last conversation with her father. Wretched girl, how dare you contact me? Her father's furious voice echoed in her mind. You must return at once. Otherwise, Xiao Chen will order the annihilation of our Liu family. When she had heard those words, Liu Ruyan had scoffed. Annihilate the Liu family? Father, you must be exaggerating. How could Xiao Chen, that devoted fool, possibly destroy our family over a trivial matter? At that time, she had dismissed her father's concerns entirely. In her memory, Xiao Chen had always been compliant, willing to do anything for her. He would stand against the world for her sake. How could he possibly annihilate her family over something so trivial? It was nothing short of a ludicrous joke. Humph, you don't understand Xiao Chen's character at all. He would go to any lengths for you. Her father's tone had been laced with worry and fear. Father, you worry too much. Xiao Chen wouldn't dare. Liu Ruyan had brushed off her father's words. She firmly believed that Xiao Chen would wait for her return, and all would revert to normal once she soothed him with a few kind words. Yet now, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. Her father's silence was out of character. This strange situation compelled her to reconsider. Could it be true? Could Xiao Chen really intend to annihilate the Liu family because of her? No, it couldn't be. Liu Ruyan shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the horrifying thought from her mind. Yet, her father's furious voice echoed repeatedly in her ears. Wretched girl, you must return at once. Otherwise, Xiao Chen will order the annihilation of our Liu family. Liu Ruyan's complexion paled increasingly. Chapter 17. We will return tomorrow. Liu Ruyan's complexion grew ever paler, her body trembling slightly. An ominous premonition surged within her like a tidal wave. Lin Fan, we will return tomorrow, she announced abruptly. So soon? Lin Fan replied, surprised that weren't we supposed to stay for 10 days? Not anymore. Liu Ruyan replied firmly and decisively. I fear something may have happened at home. Very well, we shall depart at dawn. Lin Fan agreed, and Liu Ruyan turned to retreat into her room. She needed to rest well. Tomorrow, she would return to the Taichu sacred land. She needed to ascertain whether her father was safe and whether the Liu family still existed. Her heart brimmed with trepidation and anxiety. She was uncertain of what awaited her, but she knew she had to go back. Lin Fan nodded gently, then attempted to reassure her. Ruyan, nothing will happen. Xiao Chen loves you dearly. He would never let the Liu family meet its end. He's just saying that. His tone was gentle, his gaze sincere, reminiscent of a caring younger brother. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan felt a modicum of reassurance. Lin Fan's words made sense. Xiao Chen truly loved her. For her, he would do anything. Surely, he would not annihilate the Liu family. The more she considered it, the more she felt this might be a ruse orchestrated by her father and Xiao Chen. Designed to prompt her return, the thought ignited a flicker of annoyance within her. Xiao Chen had certainly gone to great lengths to bring her back. Nevertheless, after Lin Fan's comforting words, her heart finally settled. She believed that Xiao Chen would indeed wait for her return. When that time came, she would merely need to soothe him with a few kind words, and everything would return to normal. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ruyan endeavored to calm herself. She began to pack her belongings, preparing to set out early the next morning. Lin Fan observed the busy figure of Liu Ruyan, a subtle and barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Deep down, he yearned to return to the Taichu sacred land as soon as possible. For these past days, he had been accompanying Liu Ruyan on her leisurely excursions. Feigning a considerate demeanor, in truth, he had long since grown weary of it. Liu Ruyan acted like a pampered heiress, prone to fits of temper at the slightest provocation, expecting everything to be handed to her on a silver platter. Only Xiao Chen, that sycophant, could tolerate her whims. Lin Fan mused to himself. Once they returned to the Liu family, he would no longer have to cater to this spoiled princess that time. He would show Liu Ruyan who the true, chosen one really was. A flicker of ambition and greed flashed in his eyes. Liu Ruyan, oblivious to Lin Fan's thoughts, was lost in her own musings. She contemplated how she would have a serious conversation with Xiao Chen upon returning to the Taichu sacred land, urging him to refrain from such childish antics in the future. She wanted him to understand that she, Liu Ruyan, was not so easily controlled. She had her own aspirations and pursuits, and she would not forsake her freedom for anyone. With this thought, her gaze hardened with determination. She resolved to take charge of her own destiny from now on. No longer to be manipulated by anyone, including Xiao Chen. 3 days later, under the blazing sun, the city of Ning'an in the northern region buzzed with life and activity. Liu Ruyan and Lin Fan stood at the city gate. Gazing at the throngs of people, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. It seemed her father had deceived her. Liu Ruyan let out a sigh of relief, the weight on her heart finally lifting. She had initially feared that Xiao Chen would truly destroy the Liu family, but it now appeared to be mere bluster. Sister Ruyan, I told you, how could senior brother Xiao Chen, who loves you so dearly, ever bear to harm you? Lin Fan consoled her at the right moment, his tone gentle and his gaze sincere. Liu Ruyan nodded, her resentment toward Xiao Chen dissipating considerably. She decided that upon returning, she would have a good talk with him, urging him to avoid such childish behavior in the future. The two walked side by side into the city, taking in the sights along the streets. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan, with her keen eyes, noticed a group of young elites from various families gathered nearby, engaged in lively conversation. Typically, these young talents would vie for her attention, eager to curry favor. Yet today, they appeared transformed. Confusion filled Liu Ruyan's heart as she instinctively approached them. Hiss, what the hell? Isn't that the Liu family's eldest daughter? One of the young men was the first to spot Liu Ruyan, his tone laced with sarcasm. The others turned their heads, their expressions complex, as if they had seen a ghost. Liu Ruyan began to speak, but was taken aback as the group abruptly turned and fled. Their speed astonishing, as if fleeing a plague. Liu Ruyan stood frozen, her confusion deepening. What was happening? Had something occurred that she was unaware of? Watching their panicked retreat, as if she were a harbinger of misfortune, she felt a surge of anger. Normally, they would do anything to curry her favor, showering her with gifts and treasures. Now, they were avoiding her like the plague. Liu Ruyan's brows furrowed, her fury igniting. She swiftly intercepted one of the slower young men, gripping his collar tightly. Stop. Chapter 18. Why are you avoiding me? Liu Ruyan's brows were knitted, her anger palpable. She quickly stopped one of the young men who was lagging behind, seizing him by the collar. Stop. The young man stumbled, nearly falling to the ground from fright. Realizing he had been caught, he forced a cold laugh. Liu Ruyan, what do you want? What do I want? Liu Ruyan retorted coldly. I want to know why you are avoiding me. The young man's eyes flickered, unable to meet Liu Ruyan's gaze. We are not avoiding you. Don't be so self-important. Self-important? Liu Ruyan laughed in anger. I saw you running faster than a rabbit. Now you dare claim you are not avoiding me. The young man's face flushed, and he stammered for a long moment without finding his voice. Speak. What is going on? Liu Ruyan's voice intensified, her gaze sharp as a blade. The young man, intimidated by Liu Ruyan's presence, averted his eyes, stuttering. You are now a plague. Who would dare approach you? Who knows what calamity might befall them? A plague. Liu Ruyan frowned, her heart sinking. She understood that such a reaction could only stem from something significant happening. What on earth has occurred? You must tell me. The young man shot her a mocking glance. Do you not know what you have done? What have I done? Liu Ruyan was utterly bewildered. Humph. Do you even have the audacity to ask? The young man snorted coldly. You dared to elope, leaving the Holy Sun humiliated. Now, Who in the northern region does not know of your glorious deeds? Elope? Liu Ruyan was struck dumb. What? Do you think you can deny it? The young man's tone was increasingly scathing. You ran off with that Lin Fan, abandoning the holy son at the wedding. How can you dare to return? Liu Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning. Her mind reeling. Elope? When had she eloped with Lin Fan? She had merely gone out for a leisurely outing. You are talking nonsense. Liu Ruyan shouted angrily. I did not elope with Lin Fan. Whether you eloped or not, you know in your heart. The young man scoffed. Now the whole of Ning'an City knows you ran off with Lin Fan, and the Liu family has been razed to the ground because of you. Do you still wish to argue? The Liu family has been razed to the ground. How is that possible? Liu Ruyan felt as if the ground had vanished beneath her feet, her vision darkening as she nearly fainted. She staggered back a few steps, leaning against the wall to steady herself. The Liu family that had truly been destroyed because of her. The young man observed Liu Ruyan's faltering form, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing across his face. Now you understand fear. It is too late. He laughed mockingly. You better hurry and leave. Don't embarrass yourself here. Leave. Liu Ruyan trembled all over, her face as pale as death. In that moment, she felt her world collapse. She could not comprehend how things had come to this. She only wished to pursue her own happiness. Why must she pay such a dire price? She was unwilling to accept it. She needed to return. She had to uncover the truth behind it all. The Liu family could not possibly be destroyed. It had to be that Xiao Chen and her father had deceived her. Liu Ruyan's complexion was ashen, her spirit seemingly drained. She leaned against the wall, struggling to remain upright. Impossible, that she murmured, her eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Chen, that Xiao Chen who would do anything for her, who would pluck the stars from the sky for her. How could he possibly destroy her family just because she spent a few days out with Lin Fan? It was absurd. There must be some mistake. Liu Ruyan suddenly raised her head, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. She had to go back. She needed to see for herself what had become of the Liu family. She had to confront Xiao Chen and demand to know why he had done this. Liu Ruyan's gaze fell upon Lin Fan. Lin Fan, we must go. Her tone was urgent, tinged with authority. Lin Fan, upon hearing her, coughed lightly. Sister Ruyan. His eyes flickered, his tone hesitant. What is it? Liu Ruyan frowned. I thought I have something to attend to. Lin Fan stammered. I might not be able to accompany you. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. What matter? Her voice turned frosty, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Just some personal matters. Lin Fan averted his gaze, his eyes darting nervously. Is it important? Liu Ruyan pressed. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and nodded. Very important. His tone was firm, yet he seemed lacking in conviction. Liu Ruyan scrutinized Lin Fan's shifting gaze, her heart filled with more questions. She sensed that Lin Fan was hiding something from her, but now, she had no time to pursue those thoughts. The Liu family was her utmost priority. Very well. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath, suppressing her unease. Then you attend to your matters. I will return to the Liu family. Chapter 19. The unease within Lin Fan nodded. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, he watched Liu Ruyan's retreating figure, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. In fact, from the reactions of the young men earlier, he had surmised that the destruction of the Liu family was highly likely. Xiao Chen had abandoned Liu Ruyan, and the Liu family had been annihilated. This meant he would no longer gain any benefits. In that case, why should he continue to flatter Liu Ruyan? Rather than wasting time on someone who no longer held value, it would be better to seek new opportunities. Lin Fan turned and walked away, his silhouette quickly disappearing into the crowd. Liu Ruyan hurried onward, her heart ablaze with anxiety. She could not bear to imagine what she would do if the Liu family had truly been reduced to ashes. It was her home, the place where she had grown up. It held her family, her memories. If all of it were to vanish, Liu Ruyan dared not think further. She quickened her pace, racing toward the direction of the Liu family. The wind howled, tousling her hair and scattering the last remnants of hope in her heart. Liu Ruyan's steps grew ever more rapid, nearly breaking into a run. Her heart pounded violently within her chest, as if it would burst forth. She could not fathom what it would be like if the Liu family truly lay in ruins. Turning the final corner, Liu Ruyan suddenly halted. The sight before her struck her like a thunderbolt. The once magnificent and resplendent Liu family estate now lay in ruins, reduced to mere remnants of walls. Debris littered the ground, broken beams lay scattered, and chaos reigned. The air was thick with choking dust, and a faint metallic tang of blood. No, that it cannot be. Liu Ruyan staggered back, murmuring to herself. This is her home, once a bustling abode. The Liu family home now lay in ruins. Xiao Chen, that he truly did this. All because she spent a few days out with Lin Fan. Liu Ruyan felt as though the world was spinning around her. Darkness clouding her vision. Her legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath her. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of several figures moving nearby, busily transporting items. Upon closer inspection, her pupils constricted in shock. Those items were unmistakably the furniture and belongings of the Liu family. What were they doing? Rage surged within Liu Ruyan as she dashed forward without a thought. Stop! Who are you? How dare you touch the possessions of the Liu family? Her voice rang out. Hoarse with fury, the figures paused at her shout, turning their attention towards her. One of them wore a mocking grin. Oh, is this not the young lady of the Liu family? His tone was flippant, laced with derision. Liu Ruyan immediately recognized him. Lin Yuhan, the head of the Ning family. He had been a close friend of her father's for many years, and their families had always maintained a cordial relationship. Ning family head, what are you doing? Liu Ruyan stammered, pointing at the items being taken away, her voice trembling. What am I doing? I am simply assisting young Master Xiao in clearing out the trash. Lin Yuhan replied with a cold laugh. Your Liu family has committed a grave mistake and has been reduced to rubble. Thus, these items are now without an owner. Grave mistake? What grave mistake? Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief. What crime has my Liu family committed to deserve such a fate? Humph, you eloped on the day of your wedding, bringing shame upon young Master Xiao. Is that not a grave mistake? Ning Yuanshan's voice was icy. Young Master Xiao is merciful. He merely annihilated your entire family without implicating your 9 clans. That is already an extraordinary act of grace. Eloped? Liu Ruyan laughed bitterly in her anger. When did I elope? I merely went out with Lin Fan for a few days. A few days out? Huh? Are you trying to deceive me? Ning Yuanshan scoffed, dismissing her words with a wave of his hand. On the day of your wedding, the bride vanished without a trace. What else would you call that if not elopement? You. Liu Ruyan trembled with rage. Unable to fathom how events had spiraled to this point, she had simply gone out for a few days. How had it transformed into an accusation of elopement? Ning Yuanshan, you are kicking a person when they are down. Liu Ruyan pointed at him, gritting her teeth. My father treated you well, and yet you betray the Liu family like this, kicking a person when they are down. Humph, those who recognize the times are wise. Ning Yuanshan retorted, a sneer on his lips. Now that young Master Xiao is in his prime, my Ning family must cling tightly to this powerful ally. You are shameless, unable to contain herself any longer. Liu Ruyan spat out a mouthful of blood. Her vision darkened, and she swayed, nearly collapsing. Blood stained her clothing as she glared at Ning Yuanshan, her eyes filled with hatred. Where are my parents? She demanded, her voice hoarse and trembling. Ning Yuanshan's cold laughter grew more pronounced upon hearing her question. Your parents? Ha! Young Master Xiao has graciously sent them down to join you. His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Sent down to join me? Liu Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning, her mind going blank. What did you say? She stared at him in disbelief, her voice quaking. I said, your parents are dead. Ning Yuanshan enunciated each word with chilling detachment. Impossible. You are lying. Liu Ruyan shook her head violently, tears streaming down her face. She could not accept this grim reality. Her parents, that how could they be dead? Xiao Chen, that how dare he? Was this truly the same Xiao Chen from her memories? The one who had always catered to her whims, like a devoted servant. The one who had once been willing to sacrifice everything just to see her smile. The one who had once been so humble before her. How could he become so ruthless? Lying to you. Heh, believe it or not. Ning Yuanshan turned away, continuing to direct his subordinates to move the belongings. Liu Ruyan sat there, paralyzed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her world had collapsed. She had lost her home, her parents. She was now left with nothing. The pride and glory of her past had disintegrated, leaving behind only endless regret and despair. Why did she go out with Lin Fan? If she had not gone out with him, if she had obediently married Xiao Chen, would none of this have happened? Once the esteemed young lady of the Liu family, she now resembled a homeless beggar, curled up amidst the ruins. The wind blew, stirring up the dust around her, settling on her body and in her hair. But she was oblivious. She had become numb. Ning Yuanshan glanced at Liu Ruyan, now slumped on the ground, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Truly ungrateful. At the time, young Master Xiao had provided the Liu family with a singular opportunity for prosperity. Countless individuals had envied and resented them. Yet, who would have thought Liu Ruyan would be so foolish as to abandon her wedding day to frolic with Lin Fan? It was simply inconceivable. He muttered a curse under his breath, prompting his subordinates to continue hauling away the Liu family's possessions. Liu Ruyan sat there, numbly enduring the stinging winds and sands that lashed against her face. Suddenly, a familiar object caught her eye. It was a smooth jade pendant, intricately carved with a lifelike phoenix, radiating a gentle glow. It had been a gift from her father on her 16th birthday. A treasure she had cherished dearly. Stop! Liu Ruyan sprang to her feet, her hoarse voice piercing the heavy silence. She dashed toward the Ning family servant carrying the pendant, grabbing his arm. That is my possession. Put it down. The servant, startled by her sudden action, nearly dropped the pendant. Before he could reprimand her, a figure stepped in front of him. Ning Yuhan. Liu Ruyan, what do you think you are doing? His gaze was icy, his tone laced with mockery. That pendant now belongs to the Ning family. Liu Ruyan glared at Ning Yuhan, her eyes ablaze with fury. Have you forgotten how my father once helped your Ning family? She bit out, enunciating each word. Ning Yuhan merely scoffed at her words. We were merely using each other. Do you think the Liu family is some great benefactor? His tone dripped with scorn, as if mocking Liu Ruyan's naivety. If today it were the Ning family facing ruin, I assure you the Liu family would have acted even more ruthlessly. A chill coursed through Liu Ruyan, reaching the top of her head. She had never anticipated that Ning Yuhan, who had once benefited from her father's kindness, would utter such words. You. She trembled with rage, unable to articulate a response. Ning Yuhan watched her with growing satisfaction. What? Out of words. He raised an eyebrow, his tone becoming increasingly arrogant. Liu Ruyan, I advise you to accept your fate. You are nothing now. Ning Yuhan. May you suffer a dreadful fate. Liu Ruyan screamed, her eyes bloodshot with fury. She was unwilling to let go. That pendant was her father's last memento, and she could not allow it to fall into the hands of the Ning family. She lunged at Ning Yuhan, attempting to snatch the pendant back. Humph, you asked for it. Ning Yuhan sneered, swiftly delivering a slap. Smack. The sharp sound echoed throughout the courtyard. Liu Ruyan felt as though the world spun around her. Her cheek burned with pain as she fell to the ground like a broken kite, blood spilling from her mouth and staining the ground. She struggled to rise, but found herself utterly weakened. Her vision blurred. Her hair was disheveled, a pitiful sight. Ning Yuhan looked down at her from above, filled with disdain. Liu Ruyan, do you even see what state you are in? How dare you attempt to fight back? His voice was frigid, like an icicle piercing through the depths of winter, sending chills to her very core. The possessions of the Liu family now belong to the young master. What do you think you are? Trying to reclaim them? He pressed his foot down on her hand, applying force to. Liu Ruyan let out a pained groan, her nails digging deep into the earth. Ning Yuhan. You. She sought to curse him, but found she lacked the strength to even speak. Tsk, how pitiful. Ning Yuhan crouched down, gripping Liu Ruyan's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. You should be grateful that the young master has spared your life, allowing you to continue existing in this world. His eyes were filled with malice, and his tone dripped with mockery. If it weren't for the young master's mercy, do you think you'd still be standing here? He released her chin and stood, brushing off his clothes. Liu Ruyan, you had best recognize reality. You have nothing left. From a young age, she had been the favored daughter of heaven, basking in the adoration of many. When had she ever endured such humiliation? The pain in her cheeks and the sting on the back of her hands paled in comparison to the indignity festering in her heart. She clenched her teeth, determined not to let the tears flow. This moment must be etched in her memory, a reminder of the shame inflicted by Ning Yuhan. One day, she vowed, she would make Ning Yuhan pay 1,000-fold for his transgressions. Struggling to her feet, she stumbled forward, uncertain of her destination, yet resolute in her conviction that she could not fall. She had to survive. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan thought of Lin Fan. It was her escapade with him that had led to this ordeal. Liu Ruyan never anticipated that Xiao Chen would be so ruthless. Was it truly necessary to annihilate her entire family merely because she had gone out with Lin Fan? In an instant, her resolve crystallized. She would confront Xiao Chen at the Taichu sacred land, in the dimly lit-in room. Lin Fan grasped the recently received communication talisman, his expression shifting between anxiety and relief. Liu's family annihilated, he sprang to his feet, pacing restlessly, an indescribable exhilaration washing over him. Just as I suspected, Xiao Chen is indeed ruthless, he muttered to himself, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Fortunately, I was clever enough not to follow that foolish woman back. Lin Fan collapsed onto the bed, exhaling deeply, grateful to have escaped a calamity. He had initially hoped to leverage Liu's family's influence to establish his foothold, only to find that this woman was utterly worthless. He slammed his fist against the bedboard, frustration etched across his face. Now, it's all gone. The resources for cultivation, the support. Lin Fan raked his fingers through his hair, feeling adrift, the future stretching before him like an impenetrable fog. At that moment, the ancient ring on his finger glimmered faintly, and a venerable voice echoed in his mind, "Do not despair." The voice, imbued with a hint of authority yet suffused with warmth, continued, "The fall of the Liu family may not be a misfortune for you." Lin Fan was taken aback, quickly inquiring, "Senior, what do you mean? The Liu family was but a minor player. Your true fortune lies with the Lin family." The voice carried a note of mystery. The Lin family? Lin Fan's heart stirred. The Lin family was one of the most prestigious cultivation clans on the continent, renowned for its profound heritage and formidable strength. Indeed, you are of Lin blood. The time has come for your return to the family. The venerable voice persisted. Return to the family? Waves of shock surged within Lin Fan. He had been an orphan since childhood and had never heard of any family ties. You will come to understand your origins in due time. The voice paused before continuing. For now, you need only to go to the Lin family and seek out the clan head, Lin Tianxiong. He will reveal everything to you. Lin Tianxiong. Lin Fan silently etched the name into his mind. Filled with confusion and anticipation, go forth. Your destiny will change from this moment on. The ancient voice gradually faded, and the ring returned to its tranquil state. Lin Fan sat on the bed, lost in thought. The annihilation of the Liu family meant the loss of a support system, yet it also opened a door to a greater opportunity. Journeying to the Lin family might be his sole path to altering his fate. He inhaled deeply, his gaze solidifying with determination. Lin family, here I come. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Lin Fan frowned, his thoughts interrupted. Who is it? He queried irritably. The knocking persisted, more urgent than before. Lin Fan, now impatient, strode to the door and flung it open. The sight before him nearly startled him into retreat that a disheveled figure, clad in rags and emanating a foul odor, stood at the threshold. Had it not been for the faint glimmer of familiar eyes, Lin Fan would scarcely have recognized this beggar as Liu Ruyan. Lin Fan. Liu Ruyan's voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of tears. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she felt an overwhelming wave of grievance wash over her, her eyes immediately reddening. She staggered forward, yearning to seek solace in Lin Fan's embrace. Yet, Lin Fan sidestepped, evading her grasp. Liu Ruyan froze for a moment. Her outstretched hands suspended in midair. She gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief, her eyes brimming with hurt and confusion. Yuta, what do you mean? She trembled. Is it that even you have betrayed me? Lin Fan regarded Liu Ruyan's disheveled appearance with a tumult of emotions. He had intended to dismiss her outright, yet the sight of her in such a pitiful state stirred a reluctant compassion within him. Ahem. Lin Fan cleared his throat, masking his discomfort. You should wash up first. Liu Ruyan looked down at her filthy attire and then at Lin Fan's averted gaze, feeling even more aggrieved. However, she said nothing further and silently turned toward the inn's communal bathhouse, watching her despondent figure retreat. Lin Fan let out a sigh. He understood the heavy toll the Liu family's downfall had taken on her, but he was currently preoccupied with his own survival and lacked the capacity to care for her. Besides, he had resolved to embark on a new life with the Lin family. Liu Ruyan's presence would only hinder his fresh start. Lin Fan closed the door behind him and returned to his bedside. He gazed at the ancient ring he wore, his resolve hardening, and no matter what, he must go to the Lin family. As for Liu Ruyan, she would merely be a fleeting visitor in the story of his life. In the bathhouse, warm water cascaded over Liu Ruyan, cleansing the grime and weariness from her journey. After donning fresh attire, she gazed into the mirror, her reflection revealing a visage marked by fatigue and uncertainty. Memories of the harrowing days she had endured flooded her mind, resembling a waking nightmare, an arranged marriage, a clandestine escape, the shattering of her family, betrayal by kin. Once the exalted daughter of the Liu family, she had now sunk to such depths, and all of this was due to Xiao Chen. Liu Ruyan clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh as a torrent of hatred surged within her. She vowed to make Xiao Chen pay dearly, to ensure that all who had wronged her faced their just retribution. Chapter 22. The madwoman knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew more insistent, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Lin Fan, irritated, flung open the door, his tone sharp. What now? Standing outside was Liu Ruyan. Although she had cleaned herself, her face was bruised and swollen, resembling a pig's head, devoid of any trace of her former beauty. At this moment, the venomous glint in her eyes was far more disconcerting than the filth that had once clung to her. Lin Fan instinctively took a step back, his pulse quickening. This woman's gaze is rather unsettling. Lin Fan, Liu Ruyan's voice was hoarse, trembling with barely contained emotion. Walk with me, will you? Lin Fan's heart sank. Walk? What does she intend to do? He instinctively wanted to refuse. All he wished was to rid himself of the burden Liu Ruyan represented and pursue his new life with the Lin family. To him, she held no value anymore. Yet, the malice in Liu Ruyan's eyes sent a shiver down his spine. This woman was more powerful than he. If he angered her, it could lead to dire consequences. Where to? Lin Fan maintained a calm demeanor, his voice laced with caution. Just a stroll. Liu Ruyan's voice remained raspy, yet her tone conveyed an undeniable determination. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. After all, it was merely a walk. As long as he didn't become entangled with her, it would be fine. The two walked in silence down the street outside the inn, the atmosphere thick with tension. Liu Ruyan kept her gaze lowered, lost in thought, while Lin Fan remained vigilant, ready to flee at any moment. Lin Fan, do you remember the past? Liu Ruyan broke the silence, her voice slicing through the quiet. Lin Fan's heart raced. He cautiously replied, the past? What about it? In the past, whatever you desired, I would grant you. Liu Ruyan's voice was low, imbued with a poignant meaning. Lin Fan scoffed inwardly. How disingenuous, he had been a mere afterthought. When had she ever regarded him? Now, I need your help. Liu Ruyan lifted her gaze, her eyes blazing with intensity fixed on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, this woman sought something. Help you? With what? Lin Fan feigned ignorance. Help me deal with the Taichu sacred land. Help me exact my revenge. Liu Ruyan's teeth clenched, each word pronounced with an icy resolve. Lin Fan inwardly cursed. As expected, he had known this woman harbored ulterior motives. Go against the Taichu sacred land. Only a fool would provoke that colossal entity. Liu Ruyan, are you jesting? Lin Fan forced himself to remain calm, a hint of mockery in his tone. You want me to confront the Taichu sacred land? Who do you think I am? I know you can do it. Liu Ruyan's voice was unwavering, as if she held an unshakable faith in him. In the past, I would fulfill your every wish. Now, I only need your assistance this once. Lin Fan's heart sneered. In the past? What had Liu Ruyan ever given him? Nothing at all. Now, she sought to manipulate him, just as Lin Fan contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament. He suddenly recognized the surrounding scenery. Wait, this path to Isnt, it leading to the Taichu sacred land. He abruptly halted, turning to face Liu Ruyan, his eyes brimming with suspicion. Liu Ruyan, what are you bringing me here for? Liu Ruyan stopped, her gaze turning cold as she fixed her eyes on Lin Fan. To the Taichu sacred land. Of course. Lin Fan's heart raced, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. The Taichu sacred land. For what purpose? He forced himself to maintain composure, his voice quivering slightly. Confront Xiao Chen. Liu Ruyan's words were sharp and deliberate, demanding blood for blood. Lin Fan inwardly cursed once more. Madwoman. The woman has truly lost her mind. Chapter 23. Dog? Liu Ruyan, calm yourself. Lin Fan attempted to persuade her. What difference would it make to venture to the Taichu sacred land now than to court death? I don't care. Liu Ruyan screamed hysterically. I must make Xiao Chen pay the price. She fiercely grasped Lin Fan's arm, her eyes filled with madness. Lin Fan, you will accompany me. You once promised that you would do anything for me. Lin Fan felt a wave of nausea. This woman is still thinking of using him even now. Liu Ruyan, let go. He forcefully shook off her grip, his tone icy. I will not accompany you to your demise. You. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened, filled with resentment. How dare you refuse me? I merely wish to enjoy the scenery with you on the day of our wedding. Does that warrant the extermination of my entire clan by Xiao Chen? At this thought, Liu Ruyan's anger flared, her chest rising and falling violently. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression hardened, inwardly cursing. Foolish woman, she still does not grasp the gravity of the situation. Xiao Chen annihilated the Liu family because she fled her marriage. Because she eloped with him, the so-called destined child. Who does she think she is? Does she believe Xiao Chen would forsake everything for her? Truly laughable. Liu Ruyan, you are far too naive. Lin Fan's tone was frigid. Do you think Xiao Chen is someone you can manipulate? Liu Ruyan's expression shifted, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Yet she quickly regained her composure, resolutely stating, even if he is the son of the Taichu sacred land, I will still make him pay the price. Lin Fan gazed at her, feeling a sense of helplessness. This woman will not weep until she sees the coffin. He had already warned her, yet she insisted on courting death. If that is the case, let her be. Do as you wish. Lin Fan's tone was indifferent. However, I shall not accompany your madness. He turned to leave, unwilling to deal with this insane woman any longer. Yet, Liu Ruyan seized him once more, her voice pleading. Lin Fan, I beg you, accompany me. I am afraid. Lin Fan felt a wave of disgust. Now she knows fear. Where was this sentiment before? He forcefully shook off Liu Ruyan's hand. His tone icy. Let go. Liu Ruyan stumbled back a few steps, nearly falling to the ground. Humph, Lin Fan, if you do not follow me, I will destroy you right now. With those words, Lin Fan understood that going to the Taichu sacred land together with her would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Yet, as they neared the sacred land, he could only brace himself and follow Liu Ruyan, secretly planning to keep his distance should conflict arise. Preserving his life was paramount. Liu Ruyan walked step by step toward the Taichu sacred land. Her gaze venomous, resembling a viper poised to strike. She intended to make Xiao Chen pay, to demand blood for blood. However, before she could step through the mountain gates, several disciples stationed there barred her path. Halt! One disciple barked. Who goes there? Liu Ruyan paused momentarily, then coldly laughed. I am Liu Ruyan. The disciples scoffed at her declaration. Liu Ruyan, of course, we know you are Liu Ruyan. Another disciple sneered, the eldest daughter of the Liu family, now a stray dog. You. Liu Ruyan's complexion changed, rage boiling within her. What? Do you still wish to force your way in? The disciple scoffed, I tell you. Even if a dog were to enter, we would not allow you passage. Liu Ruyan trembled with fury. When had she, the esteemed daughter of the Liu family, ever endured such humiliation? They dared to insult her as less than a dog. Chapter 24. Unable to comprehend. They dared to insult her as less than a dog. Anger surged within her, and she raised her hand to strike that disciple. However, the disciple was prepared, returning her slap with one of his own. Slap. The sound of the crisp slap echoed through the mountain gate. Liu Ruyan was stunned, clutching her face in disbelief at the audacity of the disciple. He actually dared to strike her? Dazed and lightheaded, she stumbled back a few steps, nearly collapsing. Lin Fan stood to the side, watching coldly. He internally chuckled. Deservedly so. This woman has finally tasted the bitter fruit of her actions. You dare strike me? Liu Ruyan covered her face, gritting her teeth. So what if I do? The disciple replied arrogantly. You, a stray dog, think you are worthy of entering the Taichu sacred land? Liu Ruyan was left speechless with rage. Get lost. The disciple waved his hand impatiently. Don't obstruct my view here. Liu Ruyan trembled all over. Never before had she suffered such a disgrace. She hated Xiao Chen, hated the Taichu sacred land, hated these disciples who looked down upon her. At this moment, Lin Fan was acutely aware that going to the Taichu sacred land alone with her was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. He had warned her, yet she persisted in courting death. If so, let her be. All he needed was to preserve his own life. Silently, he followed Liu Ruyan, contemplating how to extricate himself. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath. Striving to suppress the fury within her, she cast a cold glance at the disciples, speaking each word with precision. Go. Inform Xiao Chen that I have arrived. The disciples burst into laughter at her words. Ha ha ha! You are killing me with laughter. Does this woman truly believe she is someone of significance? Inform the Holy Son. Who do you think you are? One disciple stepped forward, pointing a finger at Liu Ruyan's nose. Scolding, Don't you even look at yourself in the mirror. What a disgrace you are. Do you think you are still the daughter of the Liu family, the fiancée of the Holy Sun? Another disciple mocked. Stop dreaming. The Holy Sun has already wed the daughter of the Lin family. Miss Lin Yuhan, you? A discarded shoe. Do you think you are worthy to meet the Holy Sun? Liu Ruyan's expression shifted again upon hearing this. Xiao Chen did not marry her, but instead took another as his bride. The daughter of the Lin family? Lin Yuhan. Who is she? A flurry of thoughts raced through Liu Ruyan's mind. Was Xiao Chen purposely trying to provoke her? Knowing she would come today, did he marry another out of spite? Very well. How ruthless, Xiao Chen. The flames of anger surged even higher within Liu Ruyan, yet her face remained impassive. She fixed her gaze on the disciples, coldly stating, I will say this once more. Go, inform Xiao Chen. Tell him, Liu Ruyan wishes to see him. The disciples, growing impatient with Liu Ruyan's stubbornness, retorted, Can you not understand human words? We have told you. The Holy Sun has married Miss Lin. You, a discarded shoe. Do you think you are worthy to meet the Holy Sun? Get lost. Don't obstruct my view. Liu Ruyan could no longer contain herself that a group of lowly creatures, with a flick of her delicate hand. Her inner energy surged forth. The surrounding spiritual energy swirled like a maelstrom, rapidly converging toward her. The disciples were momentarily stunned, then erupted into even greater mockery. Do you want to make a move? With you? Do you even know where this is? The Taichu sacred land will not allow you to act recklessly. One disciple even drew his sword, pointing it at Liu Ruyan's nose, shouting, You are overestimating yourself. I think you are tired of living. Liu Ruyan's eyes turned frigid, her intent to kill palpable. Just as she was about to strike, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. The air around them seemed to congeal. Suffocating all present, the disciples fell silent, their faces paling. A figure slowly descended from the sky. Clad in a black robe, his expression stern, his eyes sharp like a hawk. Behind him followed a group of law enforcement disciples clad in silver armor. What is all this commotion? He spoke coldly, devoid of any emotion. The disciples hurriedly bowed, reporting to the pavilion master, This woman. Before they could finish, the pavilion master interrupted, I have seen enough. The pavilion master's gaze fell upon Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan, the Holy Sun has already given you a chance. Leave while you still have the sense to do so. Chapter 25. Unwilling to be a mere ornament, Liu Ruyan cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. All she desired was to see Xiao Chen and clarify matters. The pavilion master furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Humph. Do you not understand human speech? Liu Ruyan continued to remain silent, her eyes growing even colder. Seeing Liu Ruyan's defiance, the pavilion master's gaze turned icy. You dare to disrespect me? He raised his hand, and an immense force instantly bound Liu Ruyan. Her expression changed drastically. She had not anticipated the opponent's strength to be so formidable. She struggled desperately, but it was futile. Take her away. The pavilion master ordered coldly. Two law enforcement disciples immediately stepped forward, apprehending Liu Ruyan. Lin Fan had been observing from the shadows. Upon witnessing Liu Ruyan's capture, he felt a sense of foreboding. He had intended to slip away amidst the chaos, but the enforcement team was evidently prepared. That fellow over there, what are you sneaking around for? One law enforcement disciple spotted Lin Fan and shouted. Lin Fan cursed inwardly, knowing he could not escape. Bracing himself, he stepped forward, forcing a smile onto his face. Esteemed gentlemen, I merely passed by and saw nothing. Passed by? The law enforcement disciple let out a cold laugh. Can one truly hide in the shadows and spy while simply passing by? Lin Fan's expression stiffened, at a loss for words. Take him away. The captain of the enforcement team waved his hand, and several law enforcement disciples immediately seized Lin Fan. The two were taken to the enforcement hall and locked in the same cell. Liu Ruyan glared fiercely at Lin Fan, wishing she could tear him to shreds. It's all your fault. If not for you, I wouldn't have been captured. Lin Fan, looking aggrieved, retorted, What does this have to do with me? You were the one who caused the commotion. You. Liu Ruyan was so furious she could hardly speak. In the sacred grounds, within the martial arts arena, Xiao Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze resting upon Lin Yuhan, who was dancing with her sword not far away. She moved with an ethereal grace, the glimmer of her sword like snow, exuding an aura of beauty that was both cold and unapproachable. The sword's edge sliced through the air, producing a series of soft, melodic notes reminiscent of a celestial maiden in flight, captivating all who beheld her. Xiao Chen couldn't help but nod inwardly. Lin Yuhan was not only stunning in appearance, but also possessed remarkable talent. In just a few days, her swordsmanship had progressed significantly, truly deserving of the title the favored daughter of heaven as described in texts. Her elegance, her form, splendid, as the sword light gradually receded. Lin Yuhan came to a gentle halt. Sensing Xiao Chen's gaze upon her, a faint blush blossomed on her originally pale cheeks. She bit her lower lip, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. Observing this, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and stepped closer to Lin Yuhan. Applause erupted softly from his hands as he praised. "Well done. Your swordsmanship has indeed improved. It appears you have been diligently practicing." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's commendation, Lin Yuhan felt as though she had consumed sweet dates. Her heart brimming with joy, she lowered her head slightly and murmured, "Thank you for the praise, holy son." Xiao Chen chuckled. "There is no need for such formality. We are now companions on the path. No need to be so polite." Lin Yuhan's heart soared with delight at his words. She secretly raised her eyes to glance at Xiao Chen, her gaze filled with affection. "Holy son," she called softly, her voice delicate as a whisper. "Holy son," she repeated, this time with more determination. She lifted her head, meeting Xiao Chen's gaze directly, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions, gratitude, admiration, and deep reverence. Were it not for Xiao Chen, she might have lived her life oblivious to her extraordinary nine-turn-in sacred body. She would never have stepped into the world of martial arts, nor felt the allure of power. Once merely a pawn in her family's marriage arrangements, it was Xiao Chen who had transformed her destiny. "What troubles you?" Xiao Chen noticed the glimmer in Lin Yuhan's eyes, sensing she had something to express. "Holy son, Yuhan. Yuhan wishes to request a favor from you." Lin Yuhan took a deep breath, summoning her courage to speak. Her hands clenched tightly together, her knuckles turning pale to go. "What is it?" Xiao Chen inquired with interest. "Yuhan wishes to request the Holy Son to teach me his sword technique." Lin Yuhan's voice dwindled to almost a whisper, anxiety gnawing at her as she feared Xiao Chen's rejection. She did not wish to be a mere ornament dependent on him. She yearned to grow stronger, to stand beside him and fight together. She resolved that, come what may, she would help the Holy Son ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback by her request. But soon a smile graced his lips. "This young lady possesses quite an ambition. You wish to learn swordsmanship?" "Yes." Lin Yuhan nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with longing. "Very well. I happen to have a sword technique that suits your cultivation." Xiao Chen quickly reviewed his thoughts and decided upon a set of techniques named the Ice Soul Cold Light Sword. This technique, primarily based on the power of coldness, was perfectly aligned with Lin Yuhan's nine-turning sacred body. Moreover, its formidable prowess would allow her to stand unmatched among her peers when mastered. Is it truly so? Lin Yuhan gasped in astonishment, her spirit soaring at the unexpected affirmation. "Indeed it is," Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Then extended a finger to gently touch Lin Yuhan's forehead. A stream of information surged into her mind. "Ice Soul Cold Light Sword." Lin Yuhan silently repeated the name, her heart racing with excitement. The intricacies of this technique far surpassed her previous understanding, as if she had opened a door to a new realm, unveiling a world brimming with possibilities. "Practice diligently. This sword technique will render you invincible among your peers," Xiao Chen said as he withdrew his finger. "Thank you, Holy Son," Lin Yuhan exclaimed, her grateful tone barely settling when her mind exploded with inspiration, akin to thunder in a clear sky. An ancient and profound sword manual materialized before her, exuding an icy aura. The title Ice Soul Cold Light Sword danced across the pages, while vivid figures sprang to life, demonstrating each move of the technique. These figures were not mere illustrations. They bore a semblance of life, as if the very essence of swordplay was embodied within them. Each movement contained boundless mysteries, some graceful and light, others fierce and domineering, while others remained enigmatic and unpredictable. Lin Yuhan was entranced, feeling as if she had been transported to a realm of ice and snow, where the cold wind howled and snowflakes danced. She envisioned herself as one of the figures, wielding an ice sword, twirling amidst the storm. The brilliance of the sword, the chilling air, it all resonated with power and beauty. Overwhelmed with joy, she realized that this Ice Soul Cold Light Sword was tailor-made for her. Eager to begin her training, she slowly closed her eyes, absorbing the essence contained within the manual. Each move, each action, replayed in her mind repeatedly. As time slipped by, The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards Lin Yuhan. Visible strands of energy flowed like a gentle stream into her being, gradually amplifying her aura and intensifying the essence of her sword intent. A chilling energy emanated from her, expanding outward. The temperature within the martial arts arena plummeted, as if winter had arrived in an instant. Xiao Chen watched quietly from the side, observing the changes in Lin Yuhan with satisfaction. Her comprehension was commendable. She had entered the state of cultivation remarkably quickly at this rate. It wouldn't be long before she grasped the fundamentals. Nodding to himself, Xiao Chen's assessment of Lin Yuhan rose further. If this trend continued, she might indeed blossom into a formidable female emperor in the future, and then, wouldn't she be able to assist him in his own cultivation? A smile crept across Xiao Chen's lips, filled with anticipation. Although he himself was quite gifted, having a female emperor as a mentor would certainly be more gratifying. Just imagining it brought him delight. The ice soul cold light sword was indeed profound beyond measure. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Yuhan slowly opened her eyes, excitement glimmering within them. She felt her understanding of the sword path elevate to new heights, and her nine-turn-in sacred body had further awakened. A surge of potent energy coursed through her, making her feel as though she could fell a bull with a single punch. No, she felt she could take down a tiger. Holy Sun, this sword technique is extraordinary. Lin Yuhan exclaimed, her voice brimming with gratitude. Practice diligently, and you shall achieve great things, Xiao Chen encouraged, his eyes filled with support. He. Yuhan will not disappoint your expectations, Holy Sun, Lin Yuhan declared resolutely, her eyes shining with determination. She vowed to train hard, aspiring to stand beside Xiao Chen as an equal, fighting alongside him. She intended to become Xiao Chen's sharpest sword, clearing all obstacles in his path. Lin Yuhan gently bit her rosy lip, her beautiful eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Holy Sun, Yuhan is rather dull. May I humbly request your guidance? Xiao Chen nodded lightly upon hearing her request. Very well. Demonstrate what you have comprehended, and let me observe. Hearing this, Lin Yuhan's heart leapt with joy as she swiftly moved to the center of the open space. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes once more. In her mind, the ice soul cold light sword manual reappeared, and the vivid figures resumed their dance. Each move was strikingly clear. Lin Yuhan silently rehearsed the techniques in her mind repeatedly until she felt she had mastered them. Finally, she opened her eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. With a soft exhale, Lin Yuhan conjured an ice-blue longsword from thin air, exuding an intense chill. Begin, she commanded, her figure suddenly in motion. The sword light flickered, and cold air enveloped the space as she commenced the ice soul cold light sword technique. Each move was infused with strength and grace. The entire courtyard was instantly cloaked in a chilling aura. With swift strokes, the sword energy surged forth, radiating cold light. Lin Yuhan's silhouette shimmered within the luminous sword light, akin to a blooming ice lotus that proudly flourished amidst the storm. Xiao Chen stood by, quietly observing Lin Yuhan's sword dance, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of admiration. This young lady's comprehension truly was remarkable. In such a brief span of time, she has remarkably grasped the essence of the ice soul cold light sword. Although her techniques still exhibit a degree of awkwardness, there is already a hint of the sword's profound charm. Given time, she will undoubtedly achieve mastery. I must say, witnessing a beautiful woman wield a sword is truly a delight, especially when she is an unparalleled beauty executing a powerful swordplay. Her graceful form, the fierce sword aura, the chilling glint. Is nothing short of a visual feast, Xiao Chen observed with great interest, nodding inwardly. This young lady not only possesses exceptional talent and comprehension, but is also stunningly beautiful. Truly a treasure found. Indeed, Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Though there are still some flaws, it is already quite impressive. With continued effort, she is bound to become a formidable figure. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's praise, Lin Yuhan's heart leapt with joy, and a hint of shyness graced her smile. Thank you for your kind words, Holy Sun. She sheathed her sword and approached Xiao Chen, respectfully bowing. Yuhan will not disappoint the Holy Sun's expectations. This ice soul cold light sword is profound and intricate. Your current understanding is merely the surface. In the future, you must practice diligently to truly unleash its formidable power. Yes, Holy Sun. Lin Yuhan nodded eagerly, fully committing the Holy Sun's teachings to memory. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. This young lady indeed has a remarkable comprehension. Quite rare to reach this level in such a short time. He paused, then shifted his tone. However, Lin Yuhan's heart raced. However, what? Although you have mastered the techniques of the ice soul cold light sword, you have yet to grasp its essence. Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened, piercing to the core. Your swordplay is too rigid and lacks fluidity. The speed at which you strike is insufficient, and your sword aura is not concentrated enough. These are your most significant shortcomings at present. Lin Yuhan's beautiful eyes brightened at his words. The Holy Sun is right. She reflected carefully on her recent practice, realizing that her movements were indeed too stiff and lacked the necessary agility. Furthermore, her strikes were not swift enough, and her sword aura lacked refinement. These are the areas she must improve upon. She looked at Xiao Chen with admiration. The Holy Sun is indeed astute, spotting her deficiencies at a glance. Holy Sun, how should Yuhan improve? Lin Yuhan humbly sought guidance. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. A teachable child indeed. Very well. I shall personally guide your training. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan's heart soared with joy. To receive the Holy Sun's personal instruction is a dream come true for many. She quickly nodded her agreement. Thank you, Holy Sun. She expected Xiao Chen to take her sword and demonstrate, but to her surprise, Xiao Chen did not take her sword. Instead, he grasped her hand. A warm, large hand enveloped her delicate one. Lin Yuhan's body trembled. An unusual sensation coursed through her, spreading from her palm throughout her being. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and her heart began to race. The Holy Sun, he is holding my hand. Lin Yuhan felt her mind go blank, even forgetting to breathe. Chapter 28. Progress. The Holy Sun, he is holding my hand. Lin Yuhan's mind was a void. She even forgot to breathe. Xiao Chen remained oblivious to Lin Yuhan's peculiar reaction. After grasping her hand, he gently placed it upon the sword hilt. Feel the weight of the sword, the warmth it emanates, the spirit it possesses. Xiao Chen's voice resonated in Lin Yuhan's ear, deep, magnetic, imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Yuhan endeavored to calm herself. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, focusing on the weight, temperature, and spirit of the sword. Excellent. Xiao Chen's voice rang out again. Now, follow my movements and slowly raise the sword. Lin Yuhan complied. She felt her hand being drawn by an invisible force, gradually lifting the sword. Xiao Chen's hand remained firmly atop hers, their hands pressed closely together. Lin Yuhan could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Xiao Chen's palm, as well as the faint, comforting fragrance he exuded. Lin Yuhan's heart raced uncontrollably once more. She felt her cheeks grow increasingly warm. Excellent. Xiao Chen's voice echoed again. Now, slowly thrust the sword forward. Xiao Chen's hand gently guided Lin Yuhan's. Together, they executed a slow thrust. Remember, the speed must be swift, precise, and fierce. Xiao Chen's words reverberated in Lin Yuhan's ears. Swift, precise, fierce. Lin Yuhan silently repeated these three words, her gaze sharpening with determination. Excellent. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now, give it another try. He released Lin Yuhan's hand. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuhan closed her eyes, recalling the sensations from earlier. Then, she abruptly opened her eyes. The sword in her hand suddenly thrust forward. Whoosh! An incisive sword aura sliced through the air, far swifter than before. Not bad. A flicker of admiration crossed Xiao Chen's eyes. Progress indeed. He moved behind Lin Yuhan, gently placing his hand on her back. Lin Yuhan's body quivered. She could distinctly feel the warmth of Xiao Chen's palm penetrating through her thin garments to her skin, a wave of heat flooding her entire being. Her heart raced once more. The Holy Sun, he is so close to my back. Lin Yuhan felt her breathing quicken. How she wished that time could freeze in this moment. Xiao Chen's hand departed from Lin Yuhan's back, leaving her with a sense of loss. That warm sensation vanished. She stole a glance at Xiao Chen. Holy Sun, why did he stop? Lin Yuhan's cheeks flushed gently, her jade-like legs instinctively rubbing together. An unusual feeling spread through her body. She could not help but wish for the Holy Sun to dominate her once more, just as he had the night before. That experience of mutual cultivation that left her yearning for more. She was gradually growing fond of this sensation, the feeling of being under the Holy Sun's control. Enough! Xiao Chen's voice interrupted Lin Yuhan's thoughts. Now, try to execute it on your own. Lin Yuhan nodded gently. Yes, Holy Sun. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes again, recalling the sensations from before. Xiao Chen's warmth, The faint fragrance he carried, his deep, magnetic voice, all of it stirred her heart. Abruptly, she opened her eye. Lin Yuhan's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. She gently bit her red lips, her heart racing with unease. Would the Holy Sun find her undesirable? Would he think that she was unclean? Her heart pounded wildly, akin to a small rabbit trapped within her chest. Stealing a furtive glance, she cautiously lifted her head and caught sight of Xiao Chen. To her surprise, there was not a trace of disdain in his gaze. Rather, it shimmered with a hint of admiration. Lin Yuhan's heart trembled slightly. The Holy Sun, he actually did not reject her. Instead, he appreciated her. This revelation filled her with an inexplicable sweetness, causing her to feel even more bashful. Her cheeks grew even redder, resembling a ripe apple. Xiao Chen observed Lin Yuhan's shy demeanor and silently marveled. This girl truly was a captivating enchantress. Every frown and smile, every movement she made, brimmed with allure, making one unable to resist the urge to tease her playfully. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the distracting thoughts swirling within him. Clearing his throat, he broke the lingering tension with a light cough. Take this Xian Heart Sutra and cultivate it, he instructed. With a flick of his finger, a beam of white light shot into Lin Yuhan's forehead. It complemented the ice soul cold light sword, maximizing the sword technique's potential. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Holy Sun. She respectfully accepted the heart technique, yet her mind was tumultuous, conjuring the image of Liu Ruyan. That proud woman, once the pride of the Liu family, was also Xiao Chen's betrothed. How ridiculous it was that she had eloped with that Lin Fan on her wedding day, pursuing what she called love. Now, the Holy Sun's favor had fallen upon Lin Yuhan. A mocking laughter arose within her at Liu Ruyan's short-sightedness. What kind of person was the Holy Sun? A prodigy of unparalleled talent, destined to lead the Taichu Holy Land. How could she treat him so poorly? Was this her version of love? Truly laughable. Lin Yuhan felt a wave of disdain wash over her for Liu Ruyan, accompanied by a tinge of schadenfreude. Yet, she also felt a hint of gratitude toward Liu Ruyan. If it weren't for her, she might never have had the chance to earn the Holy Sun's favor. Cultivate diligently, and do not disappoint this Holy Sun's expectations. Xiao Chen's voice interrupted Lin Yuhan's thoughts. Yes, Holy Sun, she promptly replied, lowering her head to conceal the complexity of her emotions. Xiao Chen, satisfied with Lin Yuhan's obedient demeanor, nodded approvingly. This girl was certainly far more compliant than Liu Ruyan and understood the value of cherishing opportunities. You may leave now, he commanded, waving his hand. Yes, Holy Sun. Lin Yuhan respectfully retreated. Watching her depart, a faint smile played on Xiao Chen's lips. Liu Ruyan, did you truly believe that by fleeing from marriage, you could escape this Holy Sun? You were mistaken. What you escaped was your own destiny. While this Holy Sun shall forge his own fate. Chapter 30. What is your status? Returning to her chamber, Lin Yuhan eagerly began her cultivation of the Xian Heart Sutra. The heart technique was profoundly mysterious and immensely intricate. As she focused her mind, she distinctly felt a chill of energy flowing through her body. This icy aura harmonized perfectly with the intent of the ice soul cold light sword, as if they were destined to unite. A wave of exhilaration surged within her. She knew that with diligent cultivation, she would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior and perhaps even surpass Liu Ruyan. With that thought, Lin Yuhan's eyes sparkled with determination. She yearned to grow stronger, strong enough to garner the admiration of all, strong enough to be worthy of the Holy Sun's guidance. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had returned to the grand hall, seated cross-legged upon a mat. The fragrant sandalwood incense wafted gently, mingling with the ethereal energy that enveloped him, inducing a serene state of mind. He inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes to begin his cultivation of the Taichu sacred body. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the hall surged toward him as if drawn by an invisible force, forming a colossal vortex of energy. The air within the hall swirled violently, producing a howling sound akin to a tempest. The speed at which spiritual energy was being absorbed was astonishing. Outside the hall, two guards exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had protected the Holy Sun's hall for years, but had never witnessed such a spectacle. Truly, the Holy Sun was remarkable. His talent was nothing short of monstrous. Another guard swallowed hard, his voice filled with reverence. Inside the hall, Xiao Chen felt pure spiritual energy continually flooding into his body, nourishing every fiber of his being. every meridian. His body felt like an insatiable abyss, greedily consuming the surrounding energy. The sensation was indescribably blissful, akin to basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Taichu sacred body has entered the second stage. Ding! Congratulations, host. Physical strength has increased. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mental fortitude has improved. Ding! Congratulations, host. Skill acquired. Might of the sacred body. A cascade of system notifications echoed in Xiao Chen's mind, filling him with uncontainable joy. The second stage of the sacred body? Indeed formidable, Xiao Chen mused. Slowly opening his eyes, he reveled in the surging power within him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This strength was enough to crush all in its path. Clenching his fists, he felt the explosive power coursing through him. His confidence surging. Liu Ruyan, Lin Fan, you shall wait for me. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he resolved to confront them. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, producing a series of resounding cracks. With my newfound strength, it's time to pay you a visit. A fierce resolve ignited within him as he strode purposefully toward the hall's exit. Outside, the two guards hastily bowed upon seeing Xiao Chen emerge. Holy Sun. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the two. Go. Bring Lin Fan and Liu Ruyan to me. Yes. The guards dared not delay, swiftly departing to fulfill his command. Watching them leave, a cold smile creased Xiao Chen's lips. Liu Ruyan, your decision to flee from the wedding shall prove to be the gravest error of your life. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Liu Ruyan, imprisoned in the dungeon, stared at each other in silence. The dungeon was dark and damp, the air heavy with a musty odor that was nauseating. Liu Ruyan's complexion was pale, her spirit wan, eyes filled with regret. She had never anticipated that her act of fleeing from marriage would lead her to such a fate. The Liu family had been reduced to rubble, its members imprisoned, and she herself had become a captive. All of this stemmed from her moment of impulsiveness. Lin Fan, what shall we do? Liu Ruyan asked. Her tone laced with despair. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Concern etched across his face. He too had not foreseen that events would spiral to such an extent. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the dungeon. Creak. The dungeon door swung open, and two guards stepped inside. The Holy Sun has ordered your presence. Upon hearing this, the regret that had clouded Liu Ruyan's eyes ignited into a blazing fury. Question him, she would certainly confront him. How could he annihilate her entire family simply because she had fled from a wedding? What kind of logic was this? Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth, vowing silently that she would never forgive Xiao Chen unless he relinquished the entire Taichu Holy Land. Lin Fan, witnessing Liu Ruyan's furious demeanor, cursed under his breath. Foolish woman. Had he known it would come to this, he should have left earlier. Now, he too was dragged into this mess. Truly a stroke of bad luck. The guards, indifferent to their internal struggles, roughly seized Liu Ruyan and pulled her to her feet. That I can walk myself. Liu Ruyan shouted angrily, shaking off the guard's grip. After all, she was the daughter of the Liu family and Xiao Chen's betrothed. She would not allow these mere guards to treat her so disrespectfully. The guards exchanged disdainful smirks at her defiance. Daughter of the Liu family. Betrothed? One guard scoffed. The Liu family is no more. What do you still count for? As for being a betrothed, the Holy Sun has taken another. Do you still think you hold any significance? The other guard chimed in, mocking. Indeed, consider your current status, a mere prisoner. Why put on airs? Liu Ruyan's face flushed with humiliation at their taunts, yet she found herself powerless to retort. She was indeed merely a prisoner now, at the mercy of others. The thought of confronting Xiao Chen and unleashing her fury upon him became an overwhelming desire. Clenching her fists tightly, she followed the guards out of the dungeon. Outside, the sunlight was blinding, and Liu Ruyan squinted her eyes, taking a moment to adjust before surveying her surroundings. The Taichu Holy Land was indeed magnificent, resembling a celestial paradise. Yet, Liu Ruyan had no heart to admire the beauty around her. Her sole focus was to confront Xiao Chen, to demand answers and seek retribution. The guards escorted Liu Ruyan and Lin Fan to the Grand Hall of the Holy Sun. Holy Sun, we have brought them, one guard reported respectfully. Enter, came Xiao Chen's indifferent voice from within. The guards pushed the door open, ushering Liu Ruyan and Lin Fan inside. The hall was suffused with fragrant sandalwood and imbued with ethereal energy. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on a mat, resembling a deity, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze fell upon Liu Ruyan and Lin Fan. Liu Ruyan, It has been a while, Xiao Chen remarked, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Liu Ruyan gazed at the man before her heart a tumult of emotions. Once, he was the epitome of her ideal partner. Now, he stood as her sworn enemy. Xiao Chen, why have you done this? Liu Ruyan asked, suppressing the fury that bubbled within her. Why? Xiao Chen replied with a cold smirk. You fled from our wedding. This is the price you must pay. Fled from our wedding. Liu Ruyan laughed bitterly. Her anger boiling over. Did I it because I escaped that you annihilated my entire clan? Xiao Chen, you are utterly deranged. Rising to his feet, Xiao Chen approached her step by step. The moment you fled. Your fate was sealed, he stated, looking down upon her with an icy demeanor. Now, do you have anything further to say? Liu Ruyan stared at the heartless man before her, despair flooding her heart. She understood that no matter what she said, it would not alter Xiao Chen's decision. Unless you relinquish the entirety of the Taichu Holy Land, I shall never forgive you, she declared through gritted teeth. At her words, Xiao Chen erupted into laughter. Relinquish it. Liu Ruyan, you are truly delusional. His laughter abruptly ceased, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Xiao Chen's gaze slowly swept over Liu Ruyan. It was undeniable that she possessed a certain allure. No wonder the original owner of this body was utterly captivated, willing to oppose the entire world. Liu Ruyan felt a wave of discomfort under his scrutiny, instinctively sensing the fleeting malice in his eyes, causing her body to tremble slightly. The Xiao Chen before her was a stark contrast to the obedient suitor of her memories. An inexplicable fear began to envelop her. Do you intend to kill me? Liu Ruyan asked tentatively, biting her lip. She fought to maintain her composure, but a tremor tinged her voice. Xiao Chen shook his head gently. No, I shall not kill you. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's heart soared with relief. She had always known that a part of him still cared for her, that he could not ultimately let go of their bond. However, his next words plunged her into an icy abyss. To kill you would be too merciful, he stated coldly. I shall strip you of your cultivation, making you experience a fate worse than death. Liu Ruyan's body shook violently, her face paling in an instant. To be deprived of her powers was a fate more cruel than death itself. After years of arduous training, her achievements were hard-won. If her powers were stripped away, she would become a mere plaything, subject to the whims of others. You cannot do this, Liu Ruyan cried out in terror. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a cruel smile. Why can't I? He moved closer to her. Step by step, Liu Ruyan instinctively recoiled, yet he grasped her wrist tightly. Let go of me. She struggled desperately, but it was futile. His grip was like iron. Unyielding. Liu Ruyan, do you still believe you are that lofty heiress of the Liu family? He asked ominously. Now, you are nothing but a prisoner, at my mercy. Chapter 32. Too late despairing. Liu Ruyan closed her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She understood that she was doomed. In Xiao Chen's grasp, she would not find a favorable outcome. Nearby, Lin Fan witnessed the unfolding drama. He had initially presumed that Xiao Chen would merely discipline Liu Ruyan to vent his frustration. To his shock, he realized that Xiao Chen intended to strip her of her cultivation. This was far too ruthless. Lin Fan longed to become invisible, wishing to meld into the wall behind him. He attempted to diminish his presence, praying that Xiao Chen would overlook him. Yet, fate had other plans. Xiao Chen's piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk's, landed squarely on him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He recognized that this trembling boy was none other than Lin Fan, the fated protagonist destined to challenge him and seize everything from him. Lin Fan. Xiao Chen's voice was calm, yet it roared like thunder in Lin Fan's ears. Lin Fan's body quivered. He realized he could not evade this confrontation. Gritting his teeth, he clasped his hands in a salute, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Your Excellency, I am merely Miss Liu's attendant. Attendant? Xiao Chen scoffed inwardly. You absconded with my fiancée on the day of our wedding to wander the world, and you dare to call yourself just an attendant. Repeating the word with a mocking tone, Lin Fan felt his heart leap into his throat. He was acutely aware that he was the instigator of Liu Ruyan's flight. You possess quite the audacity. Lin Fan. Xiao Chen's voice turned frigid. Lin Fan trembled uncontrollably, hastily explaining, Your Excellency, I was merely following orders. Following orders? Xiao Chen nearly laughed aloud. This boy truly was oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Whose orders? Liu Ruyan's. Xiao Chen pressed, his tone aggressive. Lin Fan felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, unable to meet Xiao Chen's gaze as he stammered, "Why yes, you allowed Liu Ruyan to escape. And you just went along with it?" Xiao Chen continued to interrogate him, a hint of derision lacing his words. Lin Fan bowed his head, too fearful to speak. He felt like a mouse toyed with by a cat, poised for inevitable consumption. "Look at me," Xiao Chen commanded. Lin Fan dared not disobey, slowly raising his head to meet Xiao Chen's piercing stare. The intensity of Xiao Chen's gaze felt like daggers piercing his very soul. "Do you know the price of fleeing from a wedding?" Xiao Chen's voice was low and menacing. Lin Fan swallowed hard, struggling to respond. I am unaware." "Unaware?" Xiao Chen scoffed. "Then let me enlighten you. The price of fleeing from a wedding is death." Lin Fan's face drained of color, as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss. Your Excellency, spare me," he cried, kneeling and banging his head against the ground in desperation. He did not wish to die. He was still young, with a bright future ahead. He had yet to become the heir of the Lin family, had not defeated Xiao Chen, nor had he married another. There were still many things he wished to accomplish. "Spare you?" Xiao Chen looked down upon him, his eyes filled with mockery. "Do you think I would let you off so easily?" Lin Fan trembled. Knowing his fate was sealed, he understood that in Xiao Chen's hands, he would meet a dismal end. Xiao Chen's gaze returned to Liu Ruyan, coldly remarking, "Your loyal attendant seems rather afraid of death." Liu Ruyan observed Lin Fan, trembling on the ground, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She had once believed that Lin Fan would stand as a hero to protect her. To her dismay, he appeared cowardly and utterly fragile. Watching Lin Fan plead for mercy, the last glimmer of hope within her extinguished. Overcome with rage, she could no longer contain herself, shouting at Lin Fan, "Lin Fan, are you not a man? Did you not vow to protect me? Did you not promise to take me away to the ends of the earth? To let me roam free? What is this pitiful display you present now?" Liu Ruyan's sharp voice echoed throughout the vast hall. Her words. Lin Fan's body jolted. He dared not raise his head, burying it lower, wishing for a crevice to hide within. Yet, in his heart, he cursed, "Foolish woman, what are you blabbering about at a time like this? I am barely clinging to my own life. How can I concern myself with yours? Those sweet nothings were merely to amuse you. Did you truly believe them? Once I escape this predicament and become the heir of the Lin family, what kind of woman could I not have? And remember, the restraint I show now is for the sake of a better future. Survival is my priority." Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan suppressed the humiliation within him and bowed before the lofty Xiao Chen, pleading for mercy. "Your Excellency, spare me. I am willing to give everything." Trembling, he produced a storage pouch from his robe, presenting it with both hands. "This is all I possess. I beseech you to accept it." "Your Excellency." He then unfastened a sachet from his waist, offering it as well. "This is a healing elixir I stumbled upon, also for you. There are a few treasures I have collected as well, which I also present to you." Chapter 33. Render him defenseless. Lin Fan nearly relinquished all he had, desperately seeking Xiao Chen's clemency. He pinned all his hopes on these material possessions. Xiao Chen looked down at him, a mocking smile curving his lips. He accepted the storage pouch, sachet, and ring, sweeping his spiritual sense across the contents. Inside were merely low-tier pills, common spiritual herbs, and a few insignificant artifacts. Xiao Chen. These items were nothing more than refuse. "Is this what you deem everything?" Xiao Chen's tone was frigid, laced with derision. "You think you can barter your life with a pile of garbage?" Lin Fan's face drained of all color, realizing that his desperate offerings were utterly worthless in Xiao Chen's eyes. He understood that he was truly finished. A profound despair surged within him. He slumped to the ground like a soulless puppet, his gaze vacant and his face ashen. Xiao Chen regarded Lin Fan's wretched state with not a shred of pity in his heart. Is this truly the destined child fated to defeat him? Hardly impressive. Xiao Chen's gaze shifted once more to Liu Ruyan. "It appears your loyal attendant has relinquished any hope of resistance." His tone was devoid of emotion, as if recounting an inconsequential event. Liu Ruyan, observing Lin Fan crumpled on the ground, was engulfed by disappointment and rage. She had never imagined that this man, who had once made countless promises before her, could be so spineless, so easily vanquished. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within her. Xiao Chen's smirk deepened as he looked upon the prostrate Lin Fan. "Is this all you amount to?" His voice was nonchalant, as if discussing the fate of an ant. However, he shifted his tone, proclaiming, This holy sun has always been merciful and is willing to grant you one opportunity." At these words, Lin Fan's head snapped up, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Holy sun, please speak." His voice trembled, laced with barely contained excitement. Xiao Chen's gaze slowly drifted back to Liu Ruyan. "It is quite simple. You must personally render her powerless." He gestured towards Liu Ruyan, his tone frigid and devoid of any sentiment. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan trembled violently, as though struck by lightning. She stared at Xiao Chen in disbelief, her eyes filled with terror and despair. "Xiao Chen, how could you be so ruthless?" The man she had once loved now demanded that she be destroyed by her own companion. This was a fate more torturous than death itself. Lin Fan, stunned by Xiao Chen's command, initially faltered. Yet, soon, the instinct for survival overwhelmed his hesitation. Gritting his teeth, a fierce determination flickered in his eyes. Very well. He rose from the ground and advanced step by step towards Liu Ruyan. Each step felt as though it crushed her heart. Liu Ruyan, watching Lin Fan approach, was filled with despair and sorrow. She could not fathom that the man who had vowed to protect her would now, to save himself, push her into the abyss. Standing before Liu Ruyan, Lin Fan inhaled deeply. He summoned the remaining energy within him. Condensing it into his right fist, a pale blue aura shimmered around his fist, akin to the flickering tongue of a venomous serpent, exuding an air of danger. "I am sorry," that he murmured, launching a powerful strike. Bang! The dull thud echoed as Liu Ruyan's body was sent sprawling backwards like a kite severed from its string. Crashing heavily to the ground, a spray of crimson erupted from her mouth, staining the earth. Her dantian shattered, meridians severed, her entire cultivation utterly obliterated. Liu Ruyan emitted a pained groan, her complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. She gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief, her eyes brimming with despair and resentment. "Lin Fan, you actually..." She attempted to voice her thoughts but found herself utterly incapable of uttering a sound. The excruciating pain threatened to render her unconscious. Lin Fan, observing Liu Ruyan collapsed on the ground, was beset by conflicting emotions. He felt both a sense of release and profound guilt, mingled with an overwhelming dread of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, witnessing the scene unfold, wore no expression. It was as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Excellent. Chapter 34. My fate is mine, not heaven's. Xiao Chen looked down at Liu Ruyan, crumpled on the ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. Alas, how pitiful! His voice dripped with derision, as though he were admiring a piece of exquisite art. Liu Ruyan lay limp, trembling, her gaze vacant like a shattered porcelain doll. At this moment, Lin Fan was indifferent to Liu Ruyan's plight. He approached Xiao Chen, his demeanor obsequious, and spoke cautiously. "Holy son, I have done as you commanded." He bowed his head in humility, unable to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. "Now may I leave?" His voice brimmed with hope, as if clinging to a lifeline. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, allowed a smile to surface. Of course, his tone remained placid, as if discussing something trivial. Lin Fan, elated, quickly prostrated himself in gratitude. "Thank you, holy son. Thank you, holy son." Ecstatic, he envisioned himself returning to the Lin family, becoming the young master, with all possibilities of redemption ahead. The future still gleamed with promise. Yet, just as he basked in his joy, Xiao Chen's voice resonated once more. However, Lin Fan's heart plummeted, an ominous premonition washing over him. He raised his head. Anxiety etched across his face as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen maintained his serene smile. "You may leave, but you must sever both of your legs." His tone was casual, as if he were discussing a mundane matter. Lin Fan was struck dumb, staring at Xiao Chen with disbelief. Sever my legs." He could not fathom that Xiao Chen would impose such a harsh demand. Holy son. He opened his mouth to plead, but found himself utterly incapable of rebuttal. Xiao Chen's gaze cut through him like sharp blades, instilling a deep sense of dread and despair. He understood that Xiao Chen had no intention of sparing him. "What?" Unwilling, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Lin Fan trembled. Holy son, grant me mercy, so we may meet again in the future." Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan managed to utter this plea. The sound of bones shattering echoed clearly, as Lin Fan's legs were rendered utterly useless. The faces of several elders from the Lin family instantly paled, taken aback by Xiao Chen's blatant disregard for their dignity, as he crippled Lin Fan right before their eyes. "Xiao Saint, you have gone too far." An elder with white hair bellowed, his voice brimming with fury and disbelief. Xiao Chen sneered with disdain, his tone nonchalant. Gone too far? I merely acted upon my own volition. That he gradually rose to his feet. Looking down upon the Lin family elders with an air of contempt, Lin Fan had dared to offend the sanctity of the Holy Land, and rendering him legless was already a lenient punishment. If you dare speak further, do not blame me for dealing with you as well. Xiao Chen's voice was icy, laden with menace. The elders of the Lin family turned ashen, yet they dared not make a reckless move. They understood that Xiao Chen, as the holy son of the Taichu Holy Land, wielded immense power, far beyond their capability to contest. Humph. Good, good, good. The elder with white hair repeated the word thrice, his tone saturated with suppressed rage. This humiliation, the Lin family shall remember. With that, he led the others to support the unconscious Lin Fan and stormed away in indignation. Lin Fan gritted his teeth as waves of excruciating pain surged through him, nearly consuming him. Yet, a strange sense of relief welled up within him. He need not seek out the Lin family. They had come to him. Xiao Chen, the humiliation you have inflicted today shall be repaid 100-fold. Lin Fan howled inwardly, the seeds of hatred taking root deep within his heart. Once he became the young master of the Lin family, boundless resources would be at his fingertips. He envisioned himself standing atop the pinnacle of power, looking down upon all and crushing Xiao Chen beneath his heel. Xiao Chen observed the Lin family members supporting Lin Fan as they prepared to leave, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Wait, he interjected, his tone casual yet imbued with undeniable authority. Do you believe the Taichu Holy Land is a place you can enter and exit at will? The footsteps of the Lin family halted, their expressions darkening further. The elder with white hair slowly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. Xiao Saint, what more do you desire? He inquired, his voice low, struggling to suppress his simmering anger. Quite simple, Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Trespassing upon the Holy Land warrants execution. However, considering this is your first offense, I shall allow you to leave with a token. His gaze swept over the Lin family, finally landing on Lin Fan. Leave behind his storage ring, and you may depart. Upon hearing this, the Lin family members erupted in fury. Xiao Chen, you have gone too far. Chapter 36. And what of it? Xiao Chen, you have gone too far. The elder with white hair roared, his beard trembling, clearly driven to the brink of rage. Gone too far? Xiao Chen replied, his patience wearing thin as he waved his hand dismissively. Either leave the storage ring, or all of you shall remain. His tone was frigid, laced with murderous intent. The faces of the Lin family elders turned ashen, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Ultimately, the elder with white hair gritted his teeth, removed his storage ring, and hurled it forcefully toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, we shall meet again, he spat bitterly, before leading the Lin family away without a backward glance. Xiao Chen watched the storage ring land on the ground, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Overestimating themselves, he mused. He probed into the ring with his consciousness, assessing its contents. Tsk, quite bountiful, he remarked with satisfaction. Pocketing the storage ring, the Lin family elder exited the gates of the Taichu Holy Land. His face was a mask of fury. Damn Xiao Chen, he spat, a fierce anger bubbling within him, as if a weight had lodged in his chest that he could not expel. That storage ring contained precious resources amassed by the Lin family over generations. It was his greatest asset in this venture, and now it was freely given to Xiao Chen. His heart ached with a sense of loss. He glanced back at Lin Fan, being supported by two disciples. His eyes filled with malice. Useless. Were it not for this wretch, I would not have suffered such humiliation. The family head, that old fool, had brought back this illegitimate child, claiming he was a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Yet what had come of it? He had been tossed aside by Xiao Chen like a discarded rag, his legs shattered. If the family head were to discover that his precious son had been reduced to this state, he would surely not let him off lightly. The thought only intensified the elder's agitation, a raging fire igniting within him. Esteemed elder, what shall we do now? One disciple inquired cautiously. Return to the Lin family. The elder spat through gritted teeth, his voice barely containing his fury. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt tangible. Lin Fan's complexion was pale, his lips pressed tightly together, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The pain from his severed legs surged in waves, causing him to draw in sharp breaths. Damn Xiao Chen, Lin Fan seethed, forcing the words through clenched teeth. He gripped his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into flesh. The injury to his legs could heal, but the humiliation of being trampled by Xiao Chen was a thorn that deeply pierced his heart. Utter disgrace. Utter disgrace, he growled softly, his chest heaving violently. He could almost see Xiao Chen's contemptuous gaze. Hear his frigid voice. In this lifetime, I have never endured such degradation. Lin Fan struck the carriage wall with a fist, producing a dull thud. The intense pain elicited a groan. Yet the flames of his anger only burned fiercer. Just wait. Xiao Chen, I will settle this score with you. A glint of vengeful resolve flickered in his eyes. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Striving to compose himself, he exhaled slowly, as though attempting to expel the turmoil within him. Once I return to the Lin family, I shall have access to vast resources. A glimmer of greed sparkled in his eyes. My talent is a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Before long, I shall surpass Xiao Chen. He clenched his fists, silently vowing within himself. Xiao Chen, you are but a stepping stone on my path. His eyes burned with unquenchable ambition. The carriage rolled onward, the wheels grinding over the road, producing a muted thud, reflecting Lin Fan's current mood, oppressed and heavy. Yet he firmly believed that one day, he would repay the humiliation he suffered today 100-fold. He would rise swiftly, bolstered by the resources of the Lin family. He would make Xiao Chen kneel at his feet, repenting for his actions. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, becoming resolute and frigid. He could almost envision the moment he stood at the pinnacle, surveying all beneath him. Chapter 37. Vowing not to be subservient at this moment, the elder spoke. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse, trembling with barely contained emotion that he gazed at the Lin family elder seated opposite him. Eyes closed in meditation. My talent. How does it compare to that of Xiao Chen? The elder slowly opened his eyes, his murky gaze settling on Lin Fan. He could not help but draw a comparison between Lin Fan and Xiao Chen in his mind. Xiao Chen, the holy son of the Taichu Holy Land, undoubtedly possessed a higher innate talent based on his lineage. Moreover, at such a young age, he had already achieved the golden core realm. In contrast, Lin Fan found himself in such a dire predicament. However, how could he allow his spirit to be diminished by another? After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Fanner, your talent is indeed a rare treasure. That Xiao Chen is merely a decorative facade, built upon the resources of the Holy Land. In terms of true martial talent, he cannot hold a candle to you. The elder's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an unwavering conviction. He paused before continuing. Rest assured, once we return to the Lin family, with the support of our resources, your cultivation will soon surpass that of Xiao Chen. When the time comes, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy within him. Initially, he had harbored doubts about whether Xiao Chen's talent truly exceeded his own. But now, with the elder's words, the clouds of uncertainty dissipated. The elder is correct. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes that he clenched his fists tightly, his nails embedding deeply into his flesh. The pain from his legs seemed to subside slightly. The carriage continued its slow journey, the wheels thudding against the ground, mirroring the fire of vengeance burning within Lin Fan. He could already envision the moment he stood atop the pinnacle, surveying all beneath him. Xiao Chen was merely a stepping stone on his path to success. The elder observed the flames of revenge flickering in Lin Fan's eyes, feeling a tumult of emotions within himself. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but swallowed his words back down. This child was currently filled with fervor. If he were to douse that fire, it could backfire terribly. Yet, Xiao Chen's talent was indeed terrifying. In their long lives, they had seen countless prodigies, yet none quite like him. That boy was simply a freak. At such a tender age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the cave realm. Moreover, he was not merely formidable. Within his realm, he was nearly invincible. What was even more alarming was that he had previously shown little interest in cultivation, instead revolving around that girl Liu Ruyan like a devoted admirer. At this moment, he forcefully kicked away Liu Ruyan. If only he had devoted himself to cultivation. Hiss! An elder of the Lin family could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The sight was terrifying to even contemplate. Sigh. Ultimately, he exhaled, refraining from voicing his inner concerns that it was pointless now. Regardless, the enmity with Xiao Chen had already been established. Fanner, the elder patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Take good care of your injuries. Once we return to the family, I will personally heal you, aiding your swift recovery. Thank you, elder. Lin Fan replied, his voice filled with excitement. The elder nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. That brat Xiao Chen won't be so arrogant for long. My Lin family is not to be trifled with. Outside the carriage, the driver cracked the whip, producing a crisp sound. The carriage continued its journey towards the Lin family estate. Disciple, do not act impulsively. Lin Fan was taken aback by these words, a surge of anger and frustration appearing on his face. Master, where were you just now? I was crippled by that Xiao Chen and called for you. Yet you did not appear. A voice emerged from within the ring, aged and weary. I did not wish for this. Within the Taichu sacred land, there are several terrifying existences. Their divine consciousness envelopes the entire hall. Once I show myself, I will undoubtedly be discovered at that time. I would be doomed. Lin Fan clenched his teeth. Then, does that mean I was humiliated for nothing? Having my legs crippled, I swear I will not rest until I avenge this. Chapter 38. How did it come to this? The voice within the ring fell silent for a moment. Disciple, I understand your feelings. However, this is not the time for reckless actions. That a gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after 10 years. Your immediate priority is to recover from your injuries. Once you are healed, I will assist you in avenging this great humiliation. Lin Fan's breathing gradually steadied. Disciple will heed master's command. He tightly clenched his fists, his eyes glimmering with the fire of vengeance. Suddenly, Lin Fan's brow furrowed. This ring was his greatest reliance, yet it also filled him with trepidation. The remnant soul within the ring had once been a formidable powerhouse. Brought low by treachery, reduced to a mere wisp of spirit drifting in the lower realm, by a stroke of fortune, it had attached itself to this ancient ring, now in Lin Fan's possession. He had once thought that with this extraordinary elder, he would soar to great heights. Little did he know that the Taichu sacred land was teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Any one of them could easily obliterate his master. Damn it, Lin Fan growled, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. His clenched fists trembled as the agonizing pain in his legs felt like a searing dagger twisting in his very marrow. Humiliation, utterly naked humiliation. Before Xiao Chen, he felt like a stray dog, utterly powerless. This sensation drove him to the brink of madness. Master, Lin Fan's voice trembled slightly, laced with a hint of defiance. Disciple, that must become strong. Strong enough to trample that Xiao Chen underfoot, strong enough to make everyone bow beneath my feet. The aged voice within the ring sighed. Disciple, I understand your feelings, but one must tread carefully, one step at a time. Meals are to be taken bite by bite. Right now, your priority is to heal. Remember, surviving is paramount. Only by living can you seek revenge. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within. That he recognized the truth in his master's words. A gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after a century. For now, he must endure, bide his time, and gather strength. He would accumulate power in secret, waiting for the opportune moment. The ring fell silent for a moment longer before a light cough broke the stillness. Disciple, the aged voice carried a hint of hesitation. That I just remembered something. Lin Fan, suppressing the excruciating pain in his legs, queried with curiosity. Master, please go on. Coughed out. In the future, if you encounter that Xiao Chen, the elder's voice paused, as if choosing his words carefully. Avoid him as much as possible. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, his master had been aligned with him, and now he was advising him to evade Xiao Chen? Confusion clouded his thoughts. Master, why is that? Lin Fan's voice bore a trace of reluctance. Just now, you spoke of avenging me. The remnant soul within the ring coughed once more. Coughed out. I suddenly realized. Sometimes, patience can be quite advantageous. The elder paused, his tone taking on an air of mystery. I have a premonition that Xiao Chen may indeed be your greatest nemesis. Lin Fan's pupils dilated in shock. Nemesis. The very word struck him like a thunderclap. Echoing in his mind, that he stared incredulously at the ring in his hand. This ring was his greatest support, and yet the remnant soul within it, once a formidable force, now claimed that Xiao Chen was his nemesis? A storm of disbelief roiled within him. Master, you must be jesting. Lin Fan's voice trembled. The remnant soul sighed heavily. Disciple, when have I ever deceived you? That Xiao Chen possesses great fortune and an extraordinary fate. You stand no chance in a direct confrontation. Remember my words. Surviving is the most vital. That a gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after a century. Lin Fan fell into silence. That he gripped the ring tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. The pain radiating from his legs paled in comparison to the turmoil in his heart. Humph! Lin Fan let out a cold snort, instantly suffusing the carriage with a heavy atmosphere. He clenched his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he refused to utter a single cry of pain. Master, when did you become so timid? Chapter 39. Bring him here. Lin Fan's voice dripped with sarcasm. Disciple remembers you once said that I am the child of destiny, destined to rule over all. That he paused, his tone growing more resolute. The mere Xiao Chen is nothing to fear. Moreover, how can he obstruct my path? The defiance in Lin Fan's eyes shimmered brightly. One day, I will personally slay him. Each word was pronounced with deadly intent. Master, you need not worry. Upon hearing this, the elder within the ring frowned slightly. In his eyes, Lin Fan's mind still lacked maturity. The current Lin Fan was too brash, his sharpness too pronounced. This was not conducive to his future cultivation. True strength required a heart capable of patience. However, the elder chose not to elaborate further. He simply sighed softly. Alas, he understood that Lin Fan was not in a state to heed his counsel. Youth is often impulsive. Very well. The elder eventually nodded. I believe in you. Outside the carriage, the wheels rumbled onward towards the Lin family estate. In front of the elaborately decorated Lin residence, a procession of guards lined the sides, crimson silk fluttering in the wind. The head of the Lin family and his wife stood at the entrance, their faces beaming with smiles, as if their long-held wish was finally about to be fulfilled. They had finally located the bloodline lost to time, eagerly anticipating this day's reunion. However, when the elder of the Lin family wheeled Lin Fan into view, the smiles on their faces instantly froze. The head of the Lin family wore an expression as cold as ice, replaced by a palpable chill. The lady's eyes turned red in an instant, tears brimming as she gazed upon Lin Fan's shattered legs, her heart aching. Fanner, your legs. The lady's voice trembled, struggling to form a complete sentence. The head of the Lin family abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at the elder behind him. What on earth happened? His tone was frigid, laced with a storm of fury. The elder trembled, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the family head, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Family head, this. The elder stammered, unable to meet the family head's furious gaze. Speak. The family head's roar reverberated, causing the surrounding air to seem to freeze. The elder took a deep breath, steeling himself to recount the events that unfolded in the Taichu sacred land. Without any omissions, he dared not conceal anything. Detailing Xiao Chen's tyranny, Lin Fan's defiance, and the tragic outcome that ensued. After hearing the elder's account, the family head's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. Xiao Chen, Taichu's sacred land. Very well. The family head ground his teeth, each word seeming to be spat from between clenched jaws. The lady had long since been reduced to tears, grasping Lin Fan's hand tightly, her heart aching as she caressed his broken legs. My dear Fanner, you have suffered. Lin Fan's complexion was pale, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes flickering with the flames of hatred. Father, mother, your child is incompetent. The family head took a deep breath, suppressing the rage within, and turned his gaze to Lin Fan. Humph, Fanner, do not worry. Father will surely avenge you. His tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable determination. The head of the Lin family took a deep breath, striving to quell the raging fury within his chest. A cold snort escaped his lips, reverberating through the room like a clap of thunder. Immediately summoned the renowned physician Hua from the city. His voice brooked no dissent, carrying the weight of authority. The steward, upon hearing this, changed countenance, stepping forward cautiously to speak. Master, physician Hua, he has recently gone on a journey, and it is uncertain when he will return. The steward's voice dwindled to a whisper, as if fearing to provoke the wrath of the enraged head of the family. On a journey. The head of the Lin family abruptly turned, his eyes wide with fury, as though they could ignite flames. I care not where he has wandered. Even if he is at the ends of the earth, bring him back by any means. He slammed his palm down upon the table, the exquisite hardwood groaning under the pressure. Fanner is my heart's flesh, the future heir of the Lin family. His voice trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of choked emotion. If anything were to befall him, I will hold you accountable. He pointed at the steward, his tone icy as ancient glaciers. The steward trembled, hastily kneeling before him. Master, please temper your anger. This old servant will dispatch someone to search for him, even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground. We will bring physician Hua back. Chapter 40. A misguided decision. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he dared not exhibit any negligence. The head of the Lin family inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger within. He approached Lin Fan and gently patted his shoulder. Fanner, rest assured, Father will surely heal your leg and avenge you. His voice was low yet filled with strength, resembling an oath from the depths of hell. The steward rose and swiftly exited the room, quickly gathering manpower to retrieve him. Intense pain radiated from the shattered leg, and Lin Fan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, within him surged an uncontrollable elation. Ha! This ancient, quaint room, the almost liquefied spiritual energy, all of it signified that he was no longer the humble, sycophant Lin Fan. He was the young master of the Lin family. Lin Fan's heart secretly rejoiced. Liu Ruyan, you wretched woman. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, filled with vengeful delight. In the past, I lowered myself to please you, circling around you like a dog, merely for the useless trinkets you acquired from Xiao Chen. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Now, you have been stripped of your cultivation, your family has been annihilated. What do you have left? You are likely nothing more than a rat scurrying across the street. A beggar whom everyone despises. Lin Fan laughed heartily within, his laughter laced with mockery and disdain. He glanced down at his legs, though disabled, still resting upon a soft brocade quilt. I have become the young master of the Lin family. What resources for cultivation do I lack? What women do I not possess? He envisioned countless beauties surrounding him, vying to be in his embrace. Ha! Lin Fan's laughter grew louder and more unrestrained. Xiao Chen, do you think you have won? His smile gradually faded, replaced by a deep-seated hatred. You have crippled my legs, taken away my woman, and subjected me to humiliation. I will settle this score with you in due time. And Liu Ruyan, you fickle harlot, I shall see how long you can revel in your triumph without your family and cultivation. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his agitation. Now is not the time for revenge. First, he must heal his wounds and recover his strength. Then, he would make Xiao Chen and Liu Ruyan pay 1,000-fold for their transgressions. An ancient ring lay quietly against Lin Fan's chest. Emitting a faint glow, within the ring, an elderly voice slowly resonated. Fanner, do not act impulsively. That a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. For now, what you need to do is gather strength and await the opportune moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan coldly snorted. Understood, master. A heavy sigh echoed from within the ring. The spirit of the elder observed the twisted smile on Lin Fan's face, feeling a tumult of emotions. This lad. Is his temperament truly so lacking? He had thought that after enduring such great hardships, Lin Fan's mind would mature and stabilize. That he never anticipated that merely due to a shift in status. He would become so arrogant that I must have been blind to have thought him the son of destiny. The elder lamented within that he had searched for a millennium to find a suitable successor to inherit his legacy. Lin Fan had been his carefully chosen candidate. Yet now, it seemed that his choice may have been a profound mistake. How could such a temperament achieve greatness? The elder shook his head, filled with disappointment. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind. Taichu was a youthful figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor stern and his gaze profound. Taichu was none other than Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. The elder murmured that he recalled Xiao Chen's decisiveness when faced with Liu Ruyan's elopement, as well as his calm demeanor in the face of Lin Fan's provocations. That composure in the face of impending peril was far beyond Lin Fan's capabilities. Perhaps that he is the true son of destiny? This thought took root in the elder's mind. Refusing to dissipate, he began to question whether he had truly misjudged. Xiao Chen's steadiness, decisiveness, and ruthlessness astonished him. In contrast, while Lin Fan possessed commendable talent, his temperament was far too impetuous. Alas, the elder sighed once more, sensing that he may have made a grave mistake. Chapter 41. Rejoicing. The head of the Lin family's sharp gaze pierced into Lin Fan's shattered leg. Fanner, I will avenge this grievance for you. He spoke each word with a weighty tone, as if it emanated from the depths of hell, imbued with chilling murderous intent. Lin Fan felt a shiver run down his spine, yet forced a smile onto his face. Father, your son is unfilial, causing you worry. He bit down, seemingly enduring immense pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That mere Xiao Chen, I can handle him myself. If you intervene, wouldn't he that invite ridicule upon our Lin family for bullying the weak? Lin Fan's voice, though weak, brimmed with indomitable spirit. Good, truly worthy of being my Lin family's prodigy. The head of the Lin family beamed with pride. The shadows on his face dissipating instantly, he heartily patted Lin Fan's shoulder, his eyes brimming with approval. With such resolve, I can rest easy, the head of the Lin family mused. It seems this ordeal has fostered considerable growth in Fanner. In the future, I can entrust the Lin family to him, and I shall have peace of mind. Lin Fan cast a covert glance at the head of the family's expression, his heart swelling with joy. Success! This maneuver was flawless, the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. This old fellow has indeed fallen for this act. While outwardly feigning weakness, he was secretly calculating how to leverage the Lin family's power to obliterate Xiao Chen. He would make Xiao Chen pay 1,000-fold for his actions today. He clenched the ring tightly, feeling the resonant energy of the lingering spirit within, a surge of inexplicable power igniting within him. Meanwhile, a well-groomed, jewel-adorned hand gently caressed Lin Fan's cheek, speaking softly, "My Fanner, you have suffered so much over the years." This noblewoman was none other than Lin Fan's mother, the matriarch of the Lin family. She gazed at Lin Fan's bandaged legs with a heart full of tenderness, her eyes slightly reddening. "Mother," Lin Fan weakly called out, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "It is all that beast Xiao Chen's fault. How could he injure you so grievously?" The matriarch gritted her teeth, wishing she could rend Xiao Chen limb from limb. "Mother, I am fine." Lin Fan gritted his teeth, attempting to offer comfort. "Fine? Your legs," the matriarch choked. Unable to articulate her thoughts, "Do not worry, I will surely stand again." Lin Fan's tone was resolute, flames of vengeance igniting in his eyes. "Good. Good. Mother believes in you." The matriarch nodded appreciatively. "Over the years, I have owed you too much," she said, pulling out a shimmering golden card from her bosom. "What is this?" Lin Fan looked at the card in confusion. "This is a VIP card from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, containing 100 million lower-grade spirit stones," the matriarch explained. "What? 100 million? Lin Fan's heart surged with joy, nearly exclaiming, but he managed to suppress his excitement. Feigning calm. 100 million lower-grade spirit stones. This was no small sum. With these spirit stones, he could purchase more healing elixirs and even acquire treasures to enhance his cultivation. Take it, Fanner. This is all you deserve." The matriarch pressed the VIP card into Lin Fan's hand. "Mother," Lin Fan's eyes moistened slightly, feigning a look of deep gratitude. "Rest well. The rest will be handled by your mother and father." The matriarch tenderly caressed Lin Fan's hair. "Thank you, Mother." Lin Fan accepted the VIP card. Murmuring his thanks, he lowered his gaze, concealing the glimmer of greed and ambition in his eyes. The matriarch observed Lin Fan's mature demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. "Humble and unassuming, worthy of being my Lin family's prodigy," she silently praised in her heart. Chapter 42. The burden of endurance. Lin Fan tightly grasped the VIP card in his hand, his heart overflowing with joy. 100 million spirit stones. Goodness. This is something I could never earn in several lifetimes. Meanwhile, the renowned Hua Shini was bound hand and foot by the butler and thrown into the room. "Ouch, my poor back." Hua Shini was thrown to the ground, wincing in pain. Tears of despair welled up in the heart of the miraculous doctor. He had been on a honeymoon with his beloved, ready to indulge in some intimacy at a crucial moment. "My sweet darling. My honeymoon." Hua Shini lamented internally. However, a group of people suddenly barged in and bound him without uttering a word. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" "I am Huata Reborn, the miraculous Dr. Hua Shini," he shouted while struggling. Yet, those binding him paid no heed, roughly dragging him into the room. Inside, the head of the Lin family stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grim. Hua Shini looked at him, tears of despair filling his eyes. "Lin family head, what is the meaning of this? If there is something to discuss, why bind me?" The Lin family head shot him a cold glance. "Hua Shini, I entrust my son Lin Fan's legs to you." Only then did Hua Shini notice Lin Fan lying on the bed, his legs wrapped in bandages, his complexion pale. Young master, what happened to Lin Gongzi?" Hua Shini inquired cautiously. "Spare the pleasantries, treat him at once." The Lin family head gritted his teeth. The butler began to untie Hua Shini. "Hua Shini, if you can heal my son's legs, the Lin family will reward you generously." Hua Shini rubbed his numbed wrist, inwardly lamenting. "Healing legs? That is no small task. Just when I was about to enjoy some time with my sweetheart." He secretly cursed. The doctor bowed slightly to the Lin family head. "Lin family head, I must say, this method of receiving guests by tying them up is truly unrefined. The Lin family head scoffed. Humph. In these unusual times, I hope you understand. Huashini. Huashini cursed inwardly. Understand my foot. My honeymoon is ruined. He forced a smile. Lin family head. May I ask how you intend to reward me? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in the Lin family head's eyes. As long as you can heal my son's legs. I shall offer you 10,000 taels of gold, 1,000 spirit stones, and the eternal service of the Lin family. Hiss. Huashini gasped. Such generous terms. He nodded eagerly. Agreed, agreed. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to heal young Master Lin's legs. Very well, then I shall count on you. Huashini. The Lin family head nodded in satisfaction. Huashini approached Lin Fan's bedside and began to examine his injuries. TSK, TSK, TSK. This injury is indeed severe. Tendons severed. Bones shattered. Lin Fan weakly opened his eyes, filled with hatred. Huashini, you must heal my legs. Huashini sighed inwardly. Young man, such fury is not advisable. Yet, he replied, rest assured, young Master Lin, I shall exert every effort. However, he paused. This treatment process may be somewhat painful. I ask for your patience. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his voice hoarse. Huashini, proceed as you see fit. I can endure any pain. Huashini raised an eyebrow, surveying Lin Fan with surprise. After years of practice, he had encountered all kinds of patients, those who wailed and begged, but rarely had he seen someone so calm, even with a hint of pride. Oh, young Master Lin possesses quite the spirit. Huashini stroked his beard, his tone laced with curiosity that I do have a method that can heal your legs most swiftly, but that he deliberately paused, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan. This method is also the most painful, something ordinary people find hard to endure. Lin Fan did not flinch, his tone resolute. Bring it on. I, Lin Fan, can bear it. Chapter 43. Are you serious? Huashini chuckled inwardly. This young man has quite the bravado, though I wonder if he truly has the mettle or if he is merely putting on a brave face that I in all his years of practice. He had never seen anyone remain unflinching under his 9 turns to heaven needle. Very well, young Master Lin, indeed a hero among youths. Huashini praised him outwardly, though inwardly he remained skeptical. He turned and retrieved a cloth bag from his medicine chest, carefully opening it to reveal a set of silver needles. However, these needles were unlike any ordinary silver needles. Each one was a full half-meter long, glinting coldly, appearing more like a weapon than a tool for healing. Upon seeing the silver needles, Lin Fan was left dumbfounded, his pupils constricting. How can there be needles this long? Surely, these are not meant for healing but for killing. He swallowed hard, cursing inwardly. Had I known this old man had such tricks, I wouldn't he have boasted so boldly. But now, the words were out. There's no turning back, especially not in front of so many. Huashini, is this that really the quickest method you speak of? Lin Fan's voice trembled. Struggling to maintain his composure, Huashini smiled slightly, playing with a needle in his hand, his tone laden with meaning. Indeed, this is my unique technique, the 9 turns to heaven needle, specifically designed for difficult ailments. It works wonders. However, the process. He deliberately elongated his words, a glint of mischief in his eyes, maybe somewhat stimulating. Lin Fan's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, feeling as if he were being stalked by a venomous snake. His body chilled, stimulating how stimulating. Lin Fan forced a laugh, attempting to remain calm, though his smile was more akin to a grimace. Huashini spoke no more, taking a needle and aiming it at Lin Fan's leg. Slowly approaching, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the silver needle in Huashini's hand and Lin Fan's increasingly contorted face. Huashini pinched the half-meter-long needle, aimed at the acupoint, and plunged it downwards. Thud! The needle pierced the flesh. A smirk crept onto his lips as he awaited Lin Fan's scream. However, Lin Fan remained silent. Huashini raised an eyebrow, surprised. This young man can truly endure? In truth, Lin Fan was in turmoil, feeling as though he wanted to roll on the ground in agony. Damn, damn, damn. This old man is serious. It hurts like hell, he screamed internally, yet maintained a facade of calm. Hiss, hiss. Lin Fan gasped, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his collar. Yet, he gritted his teeth, not uttering a single word. Huashini, noticing Lin Fan's demeanor, Became even more convinced of his resilience, he picked up several more needles without hesitation and plunged them down. How about it, young Master Lin? How do you feel? Hua Shini asked with a smile. His eyes glinting with cunning. Lin Fan cursed inwardly. How do you feel? You old fool. It's excruciating. This old man truly wants to kill me. Yet he feigned nonchalance, responding, not bad. It's bearable. The Lin family head observed Lin Fan's performance. Nodding in satisfaction, to be honest, he himself had been startled when he saw Hua Shini take out those half-meter-long needles. He thought to himself, truly a fine son of the Lin family. Such spirit. Chapter 44. The end at this moment, however, Lin Fan was internally screaming. Ah, I'm going to die. This is even more painful than when Xiao Chen crippled my legs. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Hurry up and end this. End it quickly. This pain is worse than death. He felt like a grasshopper nailed to a board, unable to move, forced to silently endure this inhumane torture. Every second felt like an eternity. He even began to question his life choices. Why did I have to act tough? Why did I claim I could endure? Now look where I am, stuck with no way out. Lin Fan lamented silently, praying, Oh heavens, please let this old man finish quickly. He felt he was on the verge of breaking. Thud. The last needle finally pierced through. Lin Fan felt as if his soul was about to escape his body. Damn, it's finally over. He roared internally. Each needle had felt like it pierced his very soul, tormenting him to the brink of death. Yet, he gritted his teeth, uttering not a single sound. There was no way. His parents were watching. He certainly couldn't cry out in front of them. That would be too humiliating. The Lin family head looked at the silent Lin Fan, nodding in satisfaction. Truly a fine son of the Lin family. He thought to himself, such spirit. Hua Shini, equally astonished, regarded Lin Fan with disbelief. After all these years, he had never encountered a patient so resilient. Is there truly someone who can endure without uttering a word? He marveled silently. This young man is indeed tough. Hua Shini turned to the Lin family head, clasping his hands in respect. Lin Gong, your son will recover by tomorrow. The Lin family head sighed in relief upon hearing this. Thank you, Hua Shini. He bowed in gratitude. Finally, Lin Fan will be able to walk again. He felt a sense of comfort. As long as he could stand, he could seek vengeance against that Xiao Chen. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Although Lin Fan's pain had alleviated, he remained vigilant. He continued to grit his teeth, unwilling to relax, fearing that a moment of carelessness might reveal the truth. Phew, he let out a long breath. I finally made it through it, he thought to himself. This old man truly has a heavy hand. He cast a furtive glance at the esteemed physician Hua, cursing inwardly, if I ever see you again, it will not end well. He seethed within himself. Yet, on the surface, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, unwilling to worry his parents. Father, mother, I'm fine. He forced a smile, adding, just a bit fatigued. Observing this, the head of the Lin family and Lin's mother were filled with concern. Fanner, you have endured much. Lin's mother gently caressed Lin Fan's forehead, saying, rest well. The head of the Lin family also patted Lin Fan's shoulder, affirming, indeed. Lin Fan nodded slightly at their words. At that moment, the door burst open with a loud bang, and a striking figure swept in like a whirlwind. Tall and imposing, she appeared almost flawless, clad in her military garb, still radiating an aura of solemnity. It was Lin Long, one of the 4 daughters of the Lin family. Upon hearing that her father had discovered a long-lost bloodline, namely her younger brother, she had hurried back from the battlefield, eager to see him. Lin Lung's gaze first fell upon Lin Fan, her eyes softening momentarily. However, when her eyes landed on his injured legs, that warmth was instantly replaced by a chilling intent. A wave of cold swept through the room. The head of the Lin family and Lin's mother were taken aback by this sudden shift. Before they could react, Lin Lung had strode forward to stand before Lin Fan. Little brother, who has done this to you? Chapter 45. Who is it? Lin Lung's voice was as frigid as frost, as though it had emerged from the depths of the abyss. Each word pierced the heart like a blade. Lin Fan looked at this striking woman before him, warmth blooming in his heart. So this is my sister. Although it was their first meeting, he could sense that Lin Lung's concern for him was genuine. Sister, Lin Fan began, his voice slightly hoarse. Who is it? Lin Lung's tone escalated, laced with barely contained fury. Taichu Holy Land. Xiao Chen. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, enunciating each word as if squeezing them from between clenched jaws, filled with boundless hatred. Upon hearing this name, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Long's eyes. Xiao Chen, she murmured the name again, her voice brimming with murderous intent. Humph, very well, a fine Xiao Chen. The Lin family shall not let this go unpunished. Lin Long struck the nearby table with a fierce punch. With a resounding crash, the sturdy wooden table splintered into pieces, with shavings flying like petals in the wind. Both the head of the Lin family and Lin's mother were startled by Lin Long's violent reaction. They had not anticipated their daughter to be so ferocious. Calm down, the head of the Lin family urged. Father, how can I remain calm? Lin Long whirled around, shouting at him. My brother has been harmed like this. How can I possibly stay composed? Her voice resonated with grief and indignation. The head of the Lin family was taken aback by Lin Lang's outburst, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Chen, I will kill him. Lin Long turned once more to Lin Fan, her eyes filled with determination. Do not worry. Little brother, sister will avenge you. Her voice was resolute, strong, and unwavering. Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy at her words. The arrival of Lin Long was undoubtedly a significant boon, providing him with a powerful ally against Xiao Chen. Most importantly, he would not have to take action himself. Given his current state, facing Xiao Chen alone would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Although it was their first encounter, and he was uncertain of his sister's strength, one thing was certain, she was undoubtedly stronger than he was. With this thought, Lin Fan pretended to cough lightly. Feigning illness, sister, coughed, there is no need for such measures, he said weakly. Xiao Chen coughed, I can handle it myself. Lin Long's heart ached at his words. Her dear brother had been so grievously harmed. Yet he was still trying to act strong. How could she bear it? Little brother, you need not put on a brave face. I will make sure you get justice for your injuries. She clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Xiao Chen, I will kill him. Lin Long gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with unrelenting fury. Lin Fan, witnessing her determination, felt a surge of delight. The effects of her arrival exceeded his expectations. He coughed again, feigning weakness, and said, Sister, coughed, it's unnecessary, I can handle it. Little brother, Lin Long grasped Lin Fan's hand firmly, her tone unwavering. Rest assured, sister will not allow you to suffer in vain. Her touch was warm and reassuring. Thank you, he nodded gently, no longer pretending to be strong. Seeing this, Lin Long's heart swelled with affection. She tenderly stroked Lin Fan's hair and softly said, Silly brother, why are you being polite with me? Focus on healing. Leave the rest to your sister. Chapter 46. The desire. She spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone, imbued with a magical strength that instilled in Lin Fan a profound sense of security. The head of the Lin family and Lin's mother observed this scene, their hearts filled with relief. They understood that with such a sister by Lin Fan's side, his future path would not be so arduous. Lin Long turned to her parents, her voice resolute. Father, mother, rest assured, I will avenge my little brother. Her eyes sparkled with determination. The head of the Lin family and Lin's mother exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Linger, be cautious, the head of the Lin family advised gravely. Father, I understand, Lin Long replied, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Xiao Chen, await your reckoning. Lin Fan watched Lin Long's retreating figure, a hint of worry creeping into his heart. Father, is she not going alone? He asked hesitantly. Would it not be too perilous for her to face such danger alone? The head of the Lin family laughed heartily. Fanner, you underestimate your sister. Pride glimmered in his eyes. Your sister is far from ordinary. He paused, his tone shifting to seriousness. Do you know? Your sister is the most renowned female general of the great Yin dynasty. Lin Fan was taken aback by this revelation. The most renowned female general? He had never heard of such a thing. What? Father, you cannot be jesting, he exclaimed in disbelief. The head of the Lin family shook his head, pride illuminating his gaze. How could I joke about such matters? Your sister joined the battlefield at the age of 15 and, at 18, led thousands of troops to triumph over the barbarian cavalry. His voice carried a note of excitement. That in that battle, your sister achieved a remarkable victory against overwhelming odds, slaying countless foes, and thus earned the title of the first female general of Yin Nation. The head of the Lin family's words echoed throughout the room. Lin Fan was left dumbfounded. He had never imagined that his sister possessed such formidable prowess. Your sister not only excels in martial arts, but is also exceptionally wise and brave, Lin's mother chimed in. She commands her troops with unparalleled skill and has never faced defeat. Lin Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. With such a formidable ally, defeating Xiao Chen would be a mere formality. He could even avoid direct confrontation and watch as she dismantled Xiao Chen. His heart brimmed with joy, though his expression remained composed. So my sister is this powerful, he feigned weakness, saying, then Xiao Chen surely cannot be a match for her. The head of the Lin family and Lin's mother exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with reassurance. Fanner, have faith, the head of the Lin family said, patting Lin Fan's shoulder. With your sister around, Xiao Chen will not stir up any trouble. His tone resonated with confidence. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his heart already reveling in delight. Xiao Chen, your doom is nigh. The head of the Lin family gave Lin Fan's shoulder a firm pat. Fanner, rest well. Your sister will handle everything else. That if you need anything, just tell your mother. Do not suffer in silence. Lin Fan obediently nodded that I understand. Fathered, he watched as his parents departed, their figures disappearing from view. Once they were gone, the obedient facade vanished from his face, replaced by unrestrained elation that he sprang from the bed. Fists clenched tightly. Ha! He could not contain his exuberant laughter. The young master of the Lin family. This is the position I have longed for. He envisioned countless beauties vying for his affection, spending lavishly. Reveling in the comforts of life. This was the life he desired. Chapter 47. Words unnecessary. Xiao Chen. Do you think that by crippling me, I will be rendered powerless? Dream on. That Liu Ruyan is nothing but a harlot. Now, I can have any woman I desire. A glint of lasciviousness flickered in his eyes. With just a beckon of my finger, what kind of woman cannot be mine? He envisioned himself surrounded by beauties, indulging in the pleasures of life. However, he quickly regained his composure to know, now is not the time to be complacent, that I must continue to feign weakness. The more convincing I am, the more they will let their guard down. Eventually, the entire Lin family will be mine. He took a deep breath, reclined back onto the bed, and resumed his frail facade. Meanwhile, at the Taichu Holy Land, the majestic palace stood like a slumbering beast, quietly towering atop the mist-shrouded mountaintop. Inside the palace, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged, exuding an aura of solemnity. His eyes were tightly shut, surrounded by a faint golden glow. The sacred body was in motion, unleashing the full force of a divine physique. Like a whale swallowing its prey, it voraciously consumed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The heavens rumbled. Above the palace, the sky shifted dramatically. The spiritual energy morphed into visible vortices, frantically surging into the palace. What on earth is that noise? A disciple practicing swordplay nearly lost grip of his longsword. He looked up toward the palace where Xiao Chen was, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is this the Holy Sun cultivating? Another disciple also noticed the peculiar phenomenon and couldn't help but exclaim, goodness, the commotion is simply overwhelming. It's even more terrifying than an elder's breakthrough. The Holy Sun truly lives up to his title. His talent is nothing short of extraordinary. The disciples of the sacred ground buzzed with chatter, their faces etched with shock. The thunderous sounds grew louder, deafening in the sky. Extraordinary phenomena appeared. Golden dragons roared, phoenixes soared. Unicorns trod the clouds, and black turtles dominated the seas. Various auspicious mythical beast apparitions intermingled in the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. My goodness. This is truly exaggerated. The Holy Sun is defying the heavens. I feel my bloodline boiling. The disciples of the sacred ground were utterly exhilarated. They had never witnessed such a terrifying manifestation of heaven and earth. This is not mere cultivation. It is clearly a divine miracle. Crack! A tremendous sound erupted, and a massive fissure appeared in the sky above the palace. Following that, a second, a third, countless cracks spread like a spider's web, as if the entire sky were about to collapse. What the heck? Is he about to undergo a tribulation? A disciple exclaimed in terror. It doesn't seem like it. Tribulations don't produce such terrifying phenomena. What on earth is happening? The disciples were filled with confusion and dread. They had no idea what was transpiring, only that the commotion caused by the Holy Sun's cultivation was far too alarming. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Xiao Chen remained absorbed in his cultivation. He felt as if his body were an abyss, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The sacred body and divine physique were undergoing constant metamorphosis and evolution. Boom! A loud sound resonated from within Xiao Chen, as if something shattered. A powerful force erupted from his body. Crack. The roof of the palace was directly breached by this force that a beam of golden light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. What the heck? He broke through. The Holy Sun has broken through. Upon witnessing this, the disciples of the sacred ground erupted in ecstatic cheers. They knew the Holy Sun had grown even stronger. Chapter 48. Terror at this moment. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze sparkled with brilliant golden light. Seemingly imbued with boundless authority and power, that he rose to his feet, a formidable aura emanating from him. Xiao Chen gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength within. Crackle. The sound of bones grinding was crisp and melodious, akin to the sound of frying beans. He casually threw a punch, and the air erupted with a muffled bang. Indeed, this power is several times stronger than before. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully comprehending the Heavenly Tao Immortal Sutra. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. The Heavenly Tao Immortal Sutra? He seemed to have heard of it before. It is one of the most supreme techniques in this realm. It is said that mastering it to the utmost allows one to control the heavenly principles and become all-powerful. In the next moment, a torrent of vast information flooded into Xiao Chen's mind. All the knowledge regarding the Heavenly Tao Immortal Sutra was completely grasped by him in that instant. Wow, this Heavenly Tao Immortal Sutra is truly remarkable. Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This sutra not only encompasses cultivation techniques, but also various divine skills, alchemy, artifact crafting, formations, talismans, and more. It is essentially an encyclopedia. With the Heavenly Tao Immortal Sutra, wouldn't he walk unchallenged in this realm? Ding! Congratulations, host, for enhancing physical strength to the pinnacle of the sacred body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for elevating mental strength to the pinnacle of the divine soul realm. Host, would you like to proceed with fusion enhancement? The system's prompt sounded again. Fusion enhancement? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Then, without hesitation, he chose YEST-IN the next moment. He felt his physical and mental strengths enter a mysterious state that it was as if yin and yang were harmoniously intertwined. Merging seamlessly, that a warm current flowed gently through his body. His physique grew even more resilient and powerful. His mental strength became more refined and expansive. Rumble, a series of booming sounds emanated from within Xiao Chen. It was as if something was breaking free from its cocoon. His aura soared higher and higher. Pinnacle of the sacred body. Pinnacle of the divine soul realm. The powers of the two realms perfectly fused together, forming an even more formidable strength. Phew! Xiao Chen exhaled deeply. His eyes sparkled with brilliant golden light, akin to two blazing flames. That he gradually rose to his feet, emanating an overwhelming presence, as if he were a sovereign surveying the world. Is this the power resulting from the fusion of the sacred body and divine soul? Xiao Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength within. A hint of excitement graced his features. This power is simply too formidable. He felt as if he could obliterate a mountain with a single punch or shatter a river with a single kick. Ha! Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily, his laughter echoing through the heavens. The disciples of the sacred ground were left stunned by this laughter. What on earth is happening to the Holy Sun? Why has he suddenly become so terrifying? I feel my very soul trembling. This is akin to a deity descending. The disciples turned pale, trembling in fear. They had never witnessed such a terrifying version of Xiao Chen, as if he were a demon king emerging from the depths of hell. Chapter 49. Regret? Xiao Chen abruptly pushed open the grand hall doors. Creak. The heavy doors emitted a prolonged groan, as if recounting the passage of time. That a tall and graceful figure came into view. It was Lin Yuhan. She wore a light purple long dress adorned with exquisite silver patterns, shimmering like starlight in the sunlight. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, accentuating her exquisite beauty. Lin Yuhan's captivating eyes were now fixed on Xiao Chen. Filled with admiration, she could distinctly sense that Xiao Chen's aura was several times stronger than before. Husband, you've become stronger again. Lin Yuhan's voice carried a hint of incredulous joy. She had encountered countless so-called prodigies, such as the chief disciple of the sword sect, hailed as a once-in-a-century talent, and the holy maiden of the alchemy sect, reputed for her unparalleled alchemical prowess. Yet, before Xiao Chen, these so-called prodigies paled in comparison. Not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, his tone imbued with an air of condescension. He stepped before Lin Yuhan and gently pulled her into his embrace. Yuhan, do you know? Xiao Chen looked down at Lin Yuhan. I feel as if I can shatter a mountain with a single punch, or crush a river with a single kick. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan felt even more astonished. She knew Xiao Chen was not jesting. With his current strength, he undoubtedly had the capability to achieve such feats. Lin Yuhan nestled against Xiao Chen, her heart brimming with happiness and security. She felt incredibly fortunate to be Xiao Chen's woman. She couldn't fathom how Liu Ruyan could have been so foolish as to abandon such a remarkable and to follow Lin Fan and roam the world on their wedding day. What a nonsensical decision. Nonetheless, Lin Yuhan felt a twinge of relief. If it weren't for Liu Ruyan's foolishness, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to win Xiao Chen's favor. Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon the enchanting Lin Yuhan. He easily detected the purer and more refined true energy surging within her, indicating she had made another breakthrough. 8th level of the body refining realm. Quite an impressive advancement. A faint smile graced Xiao Chen's lips, his voice laced with admiration. Upon hearing this, a subtle blush crept onto Lin Yuhan's fair cheeks. She lowered her head slightly, her long lashes fluttering like a shy butterfly. This is all thanks to my husband's guidance. Without him, my progress would not have been so swift. She gently bit her lower lip, her voice as soft as a whisper. Xiao Chen gazed at her bashful demeanor, his heart stirred that he reached out, gently lifting her chin. Yuhan, you truly have a way with words. His fingertips lightly grazed her smooth, delicate skin. Lin Yuhan's cheeks flushed deeper, her heartbeat quickening. She felt as if her body were electrified. Tingling all over, she slightly closed her eyes, savoring the warmth radiating from Xiao Chen's fingertips. Yuhan, do you know? Xiao Chen's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with a certain allure that drew one in. He paused, a teasing tone in his voice. Liu Ruyan must be regretting her decision now, perhaps wishing she had made a different choice. Chapter 50. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan opened her eyes, a complex expression flickering in them. She recalled the scene of Liu Ruyan abandoning Xiao Chen on their wedding day to elope with Lin Fan, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She might indeed regret it. Lin Yuhan's voice carried a hint of hesitation. After all, Liu Ruyan had once been an object of her admiration, a favored daughter of the heavens, showered with countless affections. Who could have anticipated that she would make such a foolish decision? Regret? Humph. Xiao Chen let out a cold chuckle, his tone laced with disdain. That it was too late for her to regret now. I, Xiao Chen, am not someone she can simply abandon or regret at will. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating its lethal brilliance. Lin Yuhan beheld Xiao Chen's commanding demeanor. Her heart swelled with admiration and respect. She understood that Xiao Chen was not merely boasting. With his current strength and status, he was entirely capable of fulfilling his words. Liu Ruyan was destined to pay the price for her foolishness. And she, Lin Yuhan, would stand beside Xiao Chen, together gazing down upon the world. A peculiar sensation surged within Lin Yuhan, akin to tender sprouts breaking through the earth in spring, tinged with a hint of itchiness and an uncontainable yearning. Her already long and slender jade legs involuntarily rubbed together, skin brushing beneath her skirt, sending ripples of subtle tremors coursing through her. She had never experienced such feelings before, as if a flame was igniting within her. Leaving her parched and flushed, before her, Xiao Chen appeared strikingly handsome and imposing, exuding an irresistible charm with each gesture, especially his deep, profound eyes, which seemed to harbor the stars and the sea, drawing one into their depths, making it hard to escape. How could such a husband not stir her heart? How could she not long for more? Lin Yuhan's heartbeat quickened, nearly leaping from her chest. She yearned to draw closer, to inhale the intoxicating aura that enveloped him. She wished to be embraced, kissed, and wholly possessed by him. Xiao Chen, of course, sensed the change in the beauty in his arms. He tightened his grip around Lin Yuhan's delicate waist. Pulling her closer, he could distinctly feel her body quivering and her increasingly rapid breaths. What is it, Yuhan? Xiao Chen leaned down, whispering in her ear, his voice deep and magnetic, laced with a hint of teasing. Is it that you desire it? He deliberately elongated the final syllable, each word brushing lightly against Lin Yuhan's heart like a feather, stirring her emotions. Lin Yuhan's cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple, radiant. Do not speak of them any longer. Even when considering the entirety of the Eastern wilderness, how many among the younger generation can truly be compared to the esteemed sun? A transcendent beauty such as Lin Yuhan can only be possessed by someone as extraordinary as the sun. As for those commoners, they can merely harbor their thoughts in silence. That in contrast to the envious male disciples, the emotions of the female disciples are far more intricate. As they gaze upon Lin Yuhan, who is effortlessly carried upon Xiao Chen's shoulders, their eyes glimmer with a green light. That is a raw and unabashed jealousy, coupled with a longing. Why her? Why must it be Lin Yuhan? In terms of beauty and figure, what do I lack compared to her? Esteemed son, look at me. I am more obedient and docile than Lin Yuhan. I wouldn't just be content with being carried. I would willingly go with you to a secluded grove. Chapter 53. Countless doe, why is it not me being carried by the esteemed son? How I envy Lin Yuhan. I too wish to be embraced in such a manner. Even if it were but once, I would have no regrets. Each of these female disciples wishes they could take Lin Yuhan's place. They long for the moment when Xiao Chen carries them instead. Even a mere glance from him would feel worthwhile. Alas, they can only ponder these thoughts in their hearts. After all, there is but one esteemed son, and only one Lin Yuhan. These ordinary female disciples are destined to remain as mere embellishments, helpless ultimately. She gently bit her crimson lips, summoning her courage, and, with a voice as delicate as a whisper, she sweetly murmured, I wish for my husband to be a bit quicker. These words seemed to be squeezed out from between Lin Yuhan's teeth, each syllable imbued with boundless shyness and embarrassment. After speaking, her head buried deeper into Xiao Chen's back, no longer daring to lift it. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, followed by a triumphant smile blooming on his lips. This little girl had finally yielded. He laughed heartily, his voice brimming with exhilaration and delight. All right, you said it. Before his words had fully faded, Xiao Chen hoisted Lin Yuhan onto his shoulder and quickened his pace. Striding forward with great strides. First, his pace was indeed swift. The wind generated even tousling the few strands of hair that fell across Lin Yuhan's forehead. However, it wasn't long before Lin Yuhan sensed something amiss. Why was the speed decreasing? It was slower than a tortoise. Just moments ago, he had been moving with such vigor, yet now it felt as if he were treading on cotton, soft and light. Lin Yuhan couldn't help but gently bite her crimson lips. Her mind clear as day. It was not fatigue. It was clearly intentional. This mischievous husband. Anger swelled within her, wishing she could leap down and stomp on Xiao Chen several times. Yet she dared not. Just recalling how Xiao Chen's large hand had mercilessly struck that embarrassing place when she had previously resisted, sent a shiver of numbness through her body. How could she dare to act out? She could only puff up her cheeks in indignation, resembling a wronged little hamster. Her displeasure etched across her face. In her heart, she cursed Xiao Chen from head to toe. What saint? What prodigy? Bah! He was just a big bully. Clearly, all men in the world were no good. Chapter 56. How adorable! Xiao Chen naturally noticed the change in Lin Yuhan on his shoulder. He didn't even need to turn around to imagine the adorable, pouting expression on that exquisite little face. The corners of his mouth curved upwards, revealing a smug grin. Little one, think you can challenge me? You're still too inexperienced. Thus, he pretended to be oblivious, continuing to stroll leisurely. Even humming a little tune, his relaxed demeanor was enough to drive anyone mad. After a considerable time had passed, seeing that Lin Yuhan still had no intention of speaking, Xiao Chen finally could no longer contain himself. He abruptly halted, feigning concern as he gently pinched Lin Yuhan's puffed-up cheeks, asking softly, Yuhan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? His voice was so tender it could almost drip with sweetness, seemingly filled with endless affection. Yet to Lin Yuhan's ears, it felt entirely different. This was clearly taking advantage while pretending to be innocent. Her heart was ready to explode with anger. She abruptly turned her head, glaring fiercely at Xiao Chen. Her gaze filled with the utmost grievance, as if she were about to devour him whole. That look seemed to say, what do you think? You big bad guy, how dare you ask me? Don't you have any self-awareness? Yet in the end, she said nothing, merely huffed softly and turned her head away, refusing to look at Xiao Chen. That demeanor was both wronged and adorable, making one unable to resist wanting to bully her further. Upon seeing this, Xiao Chen's heart brimmed with delight that he knew this little girl had completely fallen under his sway. He stifled a laugh, feigning innocence as he continued on his way. However, this time, he did not deliberately slow his pace. Yet the smile lingering at the corners of his mouth remained imbued with a knowing mischief at last, after what felt like an eternity, as if he had traversed several mountains and crossed numerous rivers. Xiao Chen finally arrived at his residence, a magnificent palace, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, gleaming with gold, exuding the nobility of the saint. Bang! With a resounding thud, Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to open the door. Kicking it down instead, the heavy vermilion door collapsed with a loud creak, the noise more thunderous than demolishing a house. Yet Xiao Chen remained oblivious, continuing to carry Lin Yuhan inside with an air of swagger. Resembling a bandit returning to his lair. Thud! Another muffled sound followed. Xiao Chen reached the bedside and casually tossed Lin Yuhan onto the soft bed, like a mere parcel. Although it didn't hurt, the sense of grievance was indescribable. Lin Yuhan slowly sat up, casting a mournful glance at Xiao Chen. Her eyes slightly reddened. That gaze seemed to accuse him. "You big bad guy, couldn't you be gentler? Don't you know how to cherish a delicate flower? I am just a girl." Yet Xiao Chen appeared oblivious, attending to his shoulders as if exhausted. "I'm utterly drained." He exaggeratedly rubbed his shoulders, flashing a bright smile that revealed a row of pearly white teeth. His demeanor bore no hint of fatigue, clearly just a pretense. Lin Yuhan felt even more frustrated, wishing to pounce on him and bite him several times. After finishing his shoulder stretches, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted to Lin Yuhan. Upon seeing her, his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but muse. Wow, this Lin Yuhan is truly a stunning beauty. Chapter 57. Speaking contrary to one's heart. Upon seeing her, his eyes sparkled. One couldn't help but acknowledge that Lin Yuhan was indeed a breathtaking beauty. Her face was exquisitely crafted, akin to an artwork meticulously sculpted by the heavens, devoid of any blemishes. Her skin was as flawless as snow, seemingly so delicate that it could spring forth with water upon the lightest touch. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, captivating the soul, and her figure was irresistibly alluring, curves in all the right places. Her silhouette was a living embodiment of temptation. Xiao Chen found himself entranced, unable to look away. That he couldn't help but think, wow, this female lead is truly enticing, far surpassing that so-called main character. Liu Ruyan, by countless degrees. Liu Ruyan? Humph, she could go take a hike. From now on, in this Taichu holy land, only my partner Lin Yuhan shall do. Lin Yuhan was acutely aware of Xiao Chen's intense gaze. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, glowing with allure. Instinctively, she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Her heart raced, pounding so fiercely it felt as though it might leap from her chest. Embarrassment mixed with irritation, along with a hint of anticipation. Lin Yuhan observed Xiao Chen's scorching gaze sweeping over her, yet he made no move to advance, leaving her feeling as if a cat's paw were scratching at her heart. Unable to resist, she slightly raised her head, her large, watery eyes casting a resentful glare at Xiao Chen. That look seemed to plead. "Fool, wouldn't block. Why don't you hurry up?" Her long, fair legs unconsciously began to rub against one another. The delicate skin brushing together sent waves of tingling sensations through her, causing her breaths to quicken. She could even feel a flame within her slowly igniting, growing more fervent, as if it would engulf her entirely. This sensation was both foreign and exhilarating, filling her with shyness and anticipation. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Lin Yuhan bit her lip and, in a voice as soft as a whisper, said, "Hey, why aren't you coming over yet?" Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach, a touch of complaint, and a hint of urgency. Did he want her to help him undress? Summoning her courage, she uttered the words. Immediately after, she regretted it. That statement was far too scandalous. She wished for nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to hide herself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. Then a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This smile was cheeky, yet held an inexplicable allure. Xiao Chen lowered his head, leaning closer to Lin Yuhan's ear, and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. "Little enchantress, you are truly beautiful." His breath brushed against Lin Yuhan's ear, sending shivers down her spine, making her tremble involuntarily. That it must be said that at this moment, Lin Yuhan embodied both the innocence of a girl and the shyness of a newlywed, a blend of purity and desire that was utterly irresistible to any man. Lin Yuhan found herself pinned beneath Xiao Chen. Unable to move, she gazed at his handsome face, drawing nearer and nearer. She could even see the flickering flames within his deep-set eyes, as if they threatened to consume her entirely. Her heart raced faster and faster. Feeling as though it might leap from her throat, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, making one yearn to take a bite. She sensed a warm tide coursing through her body, leaving her parched and feverish. She craved something, anticipated something, yet simultaneously a hint of shyness, a trace of anxiety, and an inexplicable unease washed over her. Suddenly, Lin Yuhan perceived an anomaly. She slightly turned her head. Glancing at the door with her peripheral vision to her dismay, she discovered that the door was not fully closed, but rather ajar. Through the gap, she could vaguely see the outside world. The wave of dread washed over her. If someone were to see this, what would happen? Panic surged within her, prompting her to bite her lip. Lin Yuhan summoned her courage and spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper. The door is still open. Her tone was laced with shyness, a hint of reproach, and a trace of barely perceptible expectation. Why don't you close the door? She suggested in a tone that bordered on pleading, her eyes brimming with hope. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen paused momentarily, then a wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. This smile was mischievous, yet exuded an irresistible allure. Close the door? He raised an eyebrow deliberately, speaking in a teasing tone. Why should I close the door? This holy sun wishes for everyone to know that you, Lin Yuhan, are mine. He paused, his tone suddenly turning domineering and assertive. Who dares to object? Then, his tone shifted to a more frivolous note, tinged with a hint of wicked amusement. Moreover, not closing the door makes it all the more entertaining to tease you, doesn't it? He deliberately emphasized the word tease, his voice dripping with innuendo and provocation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan's already flushed cheeks grew even redder, as if they might bleed. Her once cold and aloof visage was now suffused with bashfulness. Akin to an ice mountain melting in the spring, this stark contrast was simply exhilarating. Chapter 59. What are you saying? You, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yuhan's voice was delicate and tremulous, infused with a trace of panic and an indescribable reproach. It must be noted that while she verbally protested, a flicker of anticipation quietly blossomed in her heart. This sensation was peculiar, unfamiliar, yet thrilling. It felt as though a new world had been opened before her. How have I become like this? Lin Yuhan inwardly chastised herself, feeling that she had changed, no longer resembling her former self in the past. She had been cold and proud, indifferent to any man. Not only would she have found it irritating to be pinned beneath a man, but even a mere glance in their direction would have repulsed her. Yet now she found herself harboring a hint of expectation towards Xiao Chen's teasing. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that deep down, I am actually a woman with hidden desires? Lin Yuhan could not help but indulge in her swirling thoughts, her cheeks growing hotter with each passing moment. Observing the enchanting yet shy demeanor of the woman beneath him, Xiao Chen felt a swell of triumph. He knew that Lin Yuhan had been thoroughly conquered by him. Fear not, Xiao Chen whispered close to Lin Yuhan's ear, his voice low and resonant, imbued with tenderness and affection. No one will come here. He paused deliberately, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes, adding, this is the sacred land of Taichu, the abode of this holy sun. Who would dare to intrude? Even if someone did come, what of it? Xiao Chen's tone turned authoritative, radiating an air of supremacy. What this holy sun wishes to do, who has the audacity to interfere? Who can stop me? He gazed at Lin Yuhan, his eyes brimming with confidence and arrogance. So you can rest assured and boldly enjoy this holy sun's teasing. Xiao Chen once again emphasized the word teasing, his voice saturated with innuendo and allure, provoking the imagination. Lin Yuhan, upon hearing this, gently nodded, as if tacitly accepting Xiao Chen's words. In her clear eyes danced a myriad of complex emotions, shyness, tension, anticipation, and a trace of indescribable desire. She realized that she had completely succumbed. She had utterly fallen for this domineering, wicked man who was so tender towards her. All she wished for now was to be thoroughly teased by him. She gently closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering softly, as if awaiting something. Lin Yuhan's gaze flickered, casting a playful yet reproachful glance at Xiao Chen, her eyes captivating and enchanting, as if they could ensnare one's very soul. Her exquisite face, which could convey both anger and delight, was now flushed with a rosy hue, ripe and luscious, akin to a perfectly ripe peach, irresistibly tempting. Her once cold, icy eyes now shimmered with warmth, like spring water rippling gently. Brimming with tenderness, she bit her lower lip slightly, her pearly whites parting just enough to reveal an enticing gap. Her delicate, fair hand slowly rose, gently encircling Xiao Chen's neck, her fingertips caressing the nape of his neck with a hint of provocation. A touch of temptation. This silent gesture spoke volumes, more enticing than any words could convey. Husband. Lin Yuhan's voice was soft and sultry, as though it were woven with hooks, tugging at one's heartstrings, igniting an insatiable yearning. What are we waiting for? The moment she uttered this, the atmosphere in the room became palpably more intimate and alluring. The air was thick with a sweet, cloying scent that quickened heartbeats and heightened senses. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a rush of warmth surge from his lower abdomen to the top of his head. He looked down at the alluring beauty beneath him, his gaze aflame with desire. That fire seemed poised to incinerate Lin Yuhan completely. A wicked smile graced his lips, laced with playful intrigue, though. Xiao Chen elongated his tone, his voice imbued with playful teasing. That why Yuhan, are you urging this holy son? He placed particular emphasis on the word urging, causing Lin Yuhan's ears to flush. And mind you, don't you dare beg for mercy. Xiao Chen's voice turned low and husky, imbued with a magnetic allure, akin to a devil's whisper, tempting one to fall into depravity. Lin Yuhan, upon hearing this, shivered slightly. She let out a soft huff, her tone tinged with defiance and a hint of playful reproach. Oomph! That sound was both a pout and a challenge. Husband, whatever you throw at me. Lin Yuhan paused momentarily, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. Why Yuhan, that will certainly handle it. Her words were resolute, firm, and unwavering. I will not beg for mercy. Lin Yuhan's tone was filled with confidence and pride, as if declaring war against Xiao Chen. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Xiao Chen's fondness for her deepened. He laughed heartily, his laughter resonating with triumph and exhilaration. Good. Xiao Chen's voice suddenly took on a deep, husky timbre, carrying an undeniable authority. Why Yuhan, your resolve is truly commendable. He deliberately emphasized the words your resolve, his tone laced with innuendo and provocation. Just wait, even if you beg for mercy. Xiao Chen paused, a wicked glint flashing in his eyes. This holy son that will not spare you. When he spoke these words, his gaze was filled with a predatory intensity, as though he intended to devour Lin Yuhan entirely. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan let out another soft huff. Humph. This huff, however, lacked its previous conviction, sounding more like a playful tease. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Chen leaned down abruptly and captured her luscious lips in a fervent kiss. It must be said, this sensation was as sweet as honey, soft as cotton, like the finest nectar, akin to the most delicate silk. Once tasted, one could never bear to part with it. Lin Yuhan's body trembled at that moment, as if electrified, or like a petal caressed by a gentle breeze. The shiver was subtle yet palpable, filled with a touch of tension, a hint of anticipation, and a dash of intoxication. Her delicate, fair hands tightened their embrace around Xiao Chen's neck. Her fingertips caressed the nape of his neck gently, infused with affection, reliance, and a hint of enchantment. In that instant, she felt as though she might melt into Xiao Chen's embrace, merging with him completely. She reveled in Xiao Chen's advances, basking in his domineering presence. Indulging in this tempestuous affection, she allowed herself to be utterly submerged. Xiao Chen pried open Lin Yuhan's delicate lips. Each movement was imbued with endless provocation and seduction, quickening the heartbeat and hastening the breath. Lin Yuhan felt her body growing increasingly warm, as if cast into a furnace or ensconced within a sea of molten lava. The heat radiated from her limbs, swiftly enveloping her entire being, leaving her weak and powerless. Her gaze became increasingly dazed, shrouded in a mist, akin to the haze of intoxication, rendering her perception hazy and indistinct. Her mind lay blank, as if all thoughts and rationality had been siphoned away, leaving only primal instincts and desires. Observing this, Xiao Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, one that was both triumphant and devilishly charming, laced with a hint of playful mockery. He resembled a hunter who had achieved his quarry or a demon toying with its prey. He understood that his delicate wife had completely succumbed to this pivotal moment. Laden with both punishment and teasing, Lin Yuhan gasped in pain, involuntarily emitting a soft cry. That sound was enchanting, resonant, akin to the song of a golden oriole or the gentle babble of a mountain spring. Melting hearts with its allure, she was forcibly separated from Xiao Chen, like a bridge connecting their heartbeats or an unbreakable red thread. Lin Yuhan cast a sultry glare at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with a blend of longing and reproach. Intermingled with a hint of anger and dissatisfaction, it felt as though she was chastising him for his rudeness, while simultaneously accusing him of his domineering nature, or possibly acting coy. "Husband, that you'd utter truly insufferable," she chided. Her voice soft and alluring, tinged with a slight nasal tone, reminiscent of a kitten's mewl or a lover's whisper, enough to melt hearts. Xiao Chen, far from feeling any remorse, was instead filled with greater self-satisfaction. He laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with delight and amusement. "Insufferable?" he teased, raising an eyebrow with a tone rich in sarcasm. "Yuhan, this hardly qualifies as insufferable." He deliberately emphasized the word insufferable, causing Lin Yuhan's ears to flush with heat. "This saint has far worse in store." His voice was low and gravelly, imbued with a magnetic allure, like a devil's whisper, enticing her toward temptation. Leaning closer, he murmured in her ear, "Earlier, your delicate form has become increasingly pliable. Hasn't it?" He paused, a glimmer of wickedness flashing in his gaze. "Could it be that you are unable to resist?" He placed emphasis on unable, his tone dripping with provocation, the very essence of teasing his words. Lin Yuhan's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple or a flame ablaze. The blush spread from her cheeks to her neck, even her ears burning with embarrassment. She felt a mix of shame and anger. Wishing to vanish into the ground, this scoundrel. How dare he speak of her thus? Surely, she was not quite capable. She glared at Xiao Chen, her eyes brimming with defiance. Who says I am incapable?" Though her tone was sultry, it quivered with the weight of humiliation. "Husband, you are the one who is incapable." Chapter 60. And ha. Gathering her courage, she retorted. However, the moment the words left her lips, regret washed over her. How could she utter such shameful words? Now, it was all the more indefensible. She nearly wished to bite her own tongue. Xiao Chen, witnessing Lin Yuhan's mortified fury, felt a surge of triumph. He laughed uproariously, his voice laced with teasing and amusement. "Oh," he drawled, his tone rife with seduction. "Yuhan, are you questioning this saint's abilities?" He stressed the word abilities, causing Lin Yuhan's heart to race. "It seems this saint must take it upon himself to prove himself today." His voice was deep and husky, exuding an undeniable dominance. As he spoke, his gaze became predatory, as if he intended to consume Lin Yuhan entirely. Lin Yuhan found herself rendered weak under Xiao Chen's fervent gaze. She felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. Her heart was a tumult of fear and anticipation, tension and excitement, a complex blend of emotions threatening to unravel her. "Husband, please." Lin Yuhan's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. She had entirely surrendered her resistance, knowing that escape was futile. Yet, within her, there was no trace of regret, only a flicker of sweetness. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impending storm. Lin Yuhan felt a wave of heat surge from her abdomen, akin to magma before a volcanic eruption. Roiling and raging within her. It was as if dry kindling met a fierce blaze, igniting instantaneously into a roaring fire. The heat was sudden and fierce, catching her off guard. She felt ensconced in a furnace, every inch of her skin, every pore, clamoring for release. And then she couldn't help but emit a low moan. The sound was husky and beguiling, laced with pain, desire, and an indescribable anticipation. This was the most genuine response of her body, the truest reflection of her innermost cravings. Taichu's sacred body. In that instant, Lin Yuhan finally comprehended what Xiao Chen had meant when he referred to her as an excellent vessel. The Taichu's sacred body was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. It could, unbeknownst to her, influence her very psyche, rendering her so utterly vulnerable. She longed to regain control, yet found herself utterly impotent. Her body no longer obeyed her commands. Her mind was a void, her consciousness fading. All she could do was surrender to her body's instincts, pursuing that ultimate ecstasy. Thus, she undertook an action that shocked even herself. She boldly pressed her lips against Xiao Chen's. Yes, she took the initiative. Without a second thought, she kissed him, her lips soft and moist, carrying a hint of coolness and sweetness, akin to a precious spring in the desert or a long-awaited rain. In that moment, Lin Yuhan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. She greedily drank from him, as if intent on devouring his very essence. Xiao Chen was utterly taken aback by Lin Yuhan's sudden boldness. What was happening? His delicate wife had taken the initiative to embrace him. This was overwhelmingly thrilling. He felt as though he had struck gold, bliss arriving with startling abruptness. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. He was not one to remain unmoved in such an enticing situation. Especially since this was his cherished wife. Without hesitation, he reciprocated, claiming her lips with fervor. Her lips, still fragrant and sweet, were reminiscent of ripe peaches or honey. Leaving Xiao Chen insatiable, they lost themselves in a passionate kiss. Their bodies pressed tightly together, leaving no space between them. Their breaths mingled, indistinguishable from one another, their heartbeats seemingly synchronized, resonating in harmony. The room was thick with an intimate atmosphere, rich and seductive, heightening their senses and quickening their pulses. Under Xiao Chen's fervent kiss, Lin Yuhan felt her body yielding further, as if she were a pool of melted spring water or a blazing flame. She occasionally released soft whimpers from her lips. The sounds sultry and enchanting, akin to celestial music or an enticing melody, stirring Xiao Chen's very soul, rendering him helpless. Who, in this world, could withstand such temptation? At least, Xiao Chen could not. He felt his blood boiling, ablaze with desire, yearning to claim Lin Yuhan right then and there. However, he knew this was not the moment. He wanted to savor the experience, to let Lin Yuhan fully succumb to his tender embrace. He wished for her to willingly become his woman. Thus, he restrained his impulses, continuing to kiss her gently, like a spring breeze or a torrential downpour, drawing her into a blissful trance from which she could not escape. Yet Lin Yuhan, gradually, found herself yearning for more. The flames within her blazed ever brighter. She craved a more intense stimulation, deeper communion. She needed Xiao Chen. She needed this man to conquer her completely. And so, she made an even bolder move, reaching out her slender hand to grasp Xiao Chen's. Then, with deliberate slowness, she guided his hand to her waist, the action imbued with both shyness and anticipation, tinged with a resolute determination, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Unhesitating in her pursuit, she is actively inviting Xiao Chen. She is opening her heart to Xiao Chen. Through her actions, she is conveying to Xiao Chen that she is ready. Watching Lin Yuhan's movements, Xiao Chen's heart raced with excitement. He realized that his little darling had become thoroughly infatuated. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, a smile both proud and wicked, tinged with a hint of playful mischief. He understood that Lin Yuhan wished for him to assist her in unfastening her garments. This little girl is indeed quite proactive. Nevertheless, he found it delightful. Xiao Chen felt a swell of pride within him. Naturally, he would not decline Lin Yuhan's invitation. Gently, he grasped the silk belt of her attire. The belt was smooth and soft, carrying a slight chill, reminiscent of fine silk or a maiden's skin, making it irresistible to Xiao Chen. He gazed at Lin Yuan that moment. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were glazed with longing, akin to a ripe apple or a budding flower, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. She radiated an alluring aura that was utterly captivating, rendering one unable to resist or withdraw. Xiao Chen recognized that Lin Yuhan was now completely immersed in her own tender reverie. She claimed to be wicked. Yet was she not equally so at this moment? However, this side of her only deepened Xiao Chen's fascination that he knew that whatever he said, Lin Yuhan would comply. Besides, she had always harbored such intentions. Observing the dreamy gaze in her eyes, Xiao Chen felt even more self-satisfied. He deliberately leaned closer to Lin Yuhan's ear and whispered softly, "Yuhan, are you hoping for my assistance in unfastening your dress?" His voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with a magnetic allure, like a devil's whisper, enticing one toward temptation. That he intentionally emphasized the word unfastening, causing Lin Yuhan to tremble all over. Her face burned with embarrassment at Xiao Chen's inquiry, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide within. Yet, she understood that retreat was not an option. She had taken this step and must bravely continue forward. Moreover, her body and heart were yearning for Xiao Chen's caress. She nodded gently, her movement tender yet resolute, as if responding to Xiao Chen while encouraging herself. A soft hum escaped her lips, delicate as a whisper yet laden with irresistible charm. But a faint smile graced Xiao Chen's lips, infused with mischief and amusement. He did not speak further, merely tugging gently at Lin Yuhan's belt. As the belt slid away, A flawless expanse of ivory skin was revealed before Xiao Chen's eyes. Unreserved and exquisite, the skin resembled the finest mutton fat jade, smooth and delicate with a subtle sheen. Upon closer inspection, a faint blush could be seen, reminiscent of a maiden's shyness or a ripe peach. Inviting to be picked, Xiao Chen's gaze lingered upon that pristine skin, his breath quickening that he gently wrapped his arms around Lin Yuhan's slender waist, feeling the softness beneath his fingers. Her waist was astonishingly slender. Barely graspable, akin to fine satin, impossibly smooth, evoking an irresistible desire to hold. Xiao Chen silently praised his little darling's impeccable figure. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon Lin Yuhan's chest. To his surprise, he discovered she was still wrapped in cloth. But what of it? The thin covering could not conceal the magnificent allure before him. The fullness that beckoned seemed to issue a silent invitation to Xiao Chen that a rush of heat surged through him. Igniting the flames of desire within, he yearned to claim Lin Yuhan right then and there. However, Lin Yuhan gently bit her rosy lips, her enchanting eyes gazing at Xiao Chen with a hint of reproach and playful defiance. Humph! A light huff escaped her, sultry and melodious, akin to a playful teased, "I s it that my husband only knows how to take action," she murmured softly, her voice sweet and trembling, brushing against Xiao Chen's heart like a feather, stirring an insatiable longing within him. Her words were akin to adding fuel to the fire, completely igniting the flames of passion within Xiao Chen. His gaze burned into Lin Yuhan's captivating visage. Her face exquisitely flawless, with brows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, a delicate nose, and tempting lips. That moment, her stunning face was adorned with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple or a blooming rose, evoking an irresistible urge to savor her beauty. Xiao Chen's lips turned upward slightly, forming a wicked smile that he admired the way Lin Yuhan appeared now, desperately yearning yet feigning resilience. This little girl was truly endearingly charming. "Oh," Xiao Chen elongated his tone with a playful hint. "Yuhan, are you not provoking me?" His voice was deep and hoarse, carrying an irresistible allure, akin to a devil's whisper, enticing one toward temptation. He deliberately emphasized the word provoking, causing Lin Yuhan to shiver. I did not." Lin Yuhan hurriedly denied, her voice barely a whisper. Her face flushed deeper, nearly crimson. She wished to disappear into the earth, yet her gaze remained steadfast. She understood that retreat was not an option. She had taken this step and must bravely continue onward. Furthermore, her body and heart craved Xiao Chen's touch. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, his laughter deep and magnetic that he reached out, gently grasping Lin Yuhan's chin, compelling her to raise her gaze to meet his. "Yuhan, look at me." His voice bore an undeniable authority. Lin Yuhan dared not defy him, obediently lifting her head. Their eyes intertwined in that moment, her heart skipping a beat. She felt as if Xiao Chen could see right through her, exposing all her secrets and thoughts. Observing Lin Yuhan's bashful demeanor, Xiao Chen felt an even greater sense of triumph. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Yuhan, let me tell you." His voice was low and hoarse, imbued with a bewitching power. "In a while, even if you plead for mercy, that I will not relent." He deliberately emphasized the words "plead for mercy," causing Lin Yuhan's heart to quiver. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan's face flushed crimson once more, akin to a ripe apple or a flickering flame. She knew precisely what Xiao Chen meant, for on several previous occasions, she had been the one to call him husband or brother. Chapter 61. No more. Only then did Xiao Chen release her. Otherwise, given her stamina, she could hardly endure his tempestuous advances. Each time, she had been left utterly exhausted, her body limp, even unable to lift a single finger. Yet, recalling her earlier declarations of never pleading for mercy, she felt a twinge of regret. Had she known she would be in this predicament, she would not have spoken so boldly. Now, caught between a rock and a hard place, she found herself reluctant to submit. The thought of not pleading for mercy, wouldn't that mean Xiao Chen would utterly wear her out? The mere thought sent a shiver down Lin Yuhan's spine. She certainly did not wish to find herself unable to rise from bed the following morning. Yet, to concede to Xiao Chen now, she found it impossible to lower her pride. She must preserve her dignity. Humph! At that moment, she let out a soft huff, a sound imbued with a hint of arrogance and defiance. "Husband, feel free to bring it on," she proclaimed, suppressing her shyness and feigning calmness. "No matter what, I will not plead for mercy." She gritted her teeth, her words resolute and unwavering, as if declaring war on Xiao Chen while rallying her own courage. She was all in. Even if Xiao Chen were to exhaust her to the brink of collapse, she would never bow her head. She intended to show Xiao Chen that Lin Yuhan was not so easily intimidated. Even in the bedroom, she would stand her ground. The candlelight flickered in the room, casting dappled shadows that accentuated the alluring blush upon Lin Yuhan's cheeks, enhancing her charm and beauty. She felt like a lone boat tossed upon tumultuous waves, helplessly adrift, or a flower battered by the rain, subjected to relentless torment. Every inch of her body trembled, and her very soul groaned. She bit her lip tightly to stifle any shameful sounds, yet her slightly quivering lashes and dreamy gaze betrayed her. She was on the verge of losing control. The heat within her surged like a volcano, consuming her reason and modesty, leaving only the most primal desires. Husband. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself, a low murmur escaping her lips. Laden with seductive charm and tinged with a tremor of pleading, her voice, akin to a mewling kitten or the gentle flow of a spring, melted the hearts of those who heard it. As Xiao Chen beheld the exquisite Lin Yuhan beneath him, a triumphant smile graced his lips. Hadn't this little girl just been so defiant moments ago? Why have you surrendered so readily? Oh, he deliberately elongated his tone, laced with a hint of mockery and playful amusement. Yuhan, what is going on with you? His voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with a magnetic allure that he intentionally emphasized the words, "What's wrong?" causing Lin Yuhan to shudder involuntarily. Lin Yuhan stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Her face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. At that moment, she wished to find a crack in the ground to hide herself. How could she have been so obstinate earlier? Declaring she would never plead for mercy. Now, look at her, slapped in the face by her own words. That weren't you quite stubborn just a moment ago? Xiao Chen's voice echoed again, tinged with playful teasing and mockery. Why the sudden change in demeanor? Observing Lin Yuhan's bashful appearance, he felt a surge of triumph within. This little girl was indeed too naive. She was no match for him. Lin Yuhan, hearing Xiao Chen's words, felt a mix of shame and indignation. She wished she could simply disappear. Yet, she knew she could not evade responsibility for her actions. Husband, I was wrong. She muttered softly, her voice barely audible, as if it were the faintest whisper. Her face was so flushed it seemed it might bleed. Wrong? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. In what way? He feigned ignorance, deliberately prompting Lin Yuhan to admit her mistakes. I should not have been so stubborn. Lin Yuhan bit her lip, struggling to express herself, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have refrained from such bravado. Now, she had effectively trapped herself. Oh, so it was merely stubbornness? Xiao Chen pressed on, tightening his grip. He aimed to compel Lin Yuhan to concede completely. And I should not have provoked my husband. Lin Yuhan's voice dwindled to a whisper, her head sinking lower. All she desired was to find a place to hide. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, his laughter brimming with satisfaction. That he reached out, gently grasping Lin Yuhan's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Yuhan, look at me. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Lin Yuhan, unable to defy him, obediently lifted her head, her eyes intertwined with Xiao Chen's, and in that moment, her heart raced anew. She felt utterly ensnared by him, unable to escape or resist. Yuhan, do you now comprehend your mistake? Xiao Chen's voice resonated again, imbued with tenderness and a hint of indulgence. Lin Yuhan nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Her eyes brimmed with pleading, hoping Xiao Chen might show her mercy. Then will you still be stubborn in the future? Xiao Chen continued to question, relentless. He aimed to ensure Lin Yuhan would forever remember this lesson. No, I won't. Lin Yuhan hastily shook her head, affirming her resolve. Her voice trembled with fear. She truly was frightened. And will you provoke me again? Xiao Chen pressed on, his pursuit unyielding. He sought to make Lin Yuhan entirely submissive. No, I won't. Lin Yuhan shook her head once more, reaffirming her vow. Husband, I genuinely recognize my error. Her voice was laden with grievance. Please let me go. Finally, unable to contain herself, she pleaded with Xiao Chen. Her tone was tinged with a hint of sobbing and desperation. A plea that could shatter hearts. Xiao Chen chuckled, his laughter filled with amusement. He looked at Lin Yuhan's tear-streaked face, feeling even more triumphant. This little girl had finally bowed to him. Yuhan, didn't you just declare that you would never plead for mercy? No matter what? Chapter 62. The agreement. His voice dripped with taunting and teasing. So, why the sudden change of heart? He deliberately stressed the words change of heart, making Lin Yuhan's heart trembled. Lin Yuhan stuttered. At a loss for words, her face reddened further, as if it might bleed. All she wanted was to find a crevice in the earth to hide herself. Why had she been so obstinate earlier, declaring she would never plead for mercy? Now, look at her. She had effectively slapped her own face. Ha! Xiao Chen observed Lin Yuhan's pitiful expression, torn between tears and restraint, and could no longer suppress his laughter. His mirth only deepened Lin Yuhan's embarrassment and rage. She longed to find a crack in the earth and never again face this insufferable man. You think you can match wits with me? You're still too green. Xiao Chen reveled in his victory, maintaining a facade of composure. He retrieved a piece of paper from his storage ring, an agreement he had long prepared. Yuhan, you see, you have now admitted your fault and pleaded for mercy. Xiao Chen spoke slowly, his tone laced with amusement. However, words alone are insufficient to prevent any future regrets on your part. Let us formalize this with a written agreement. He presented the document before Lin Yuhan. As long as you sign this agreement, I shall overlook your transgressions and pardon you this time. Xiao Chen smiled charmingly, akin to a wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan hastily took the agreement and lowered her head to examine it. She hoped it was merely a conventional acknowledgement of her mistake. However, upon reading the contents of the agreement, she was rendered speechless. The document clearly stated, today, Lin Yuhan willingly binds herself to Xiao Chen as a partner. Henceforth, all matters in the marital bed shall be led by her husband, Xiao Chen, who shall be referred to as master. Should there be any violation, let the heavens strike, and may death befall. What is this? Lin Yuhan's face flushed a deeper crimson than the ripest apple. This was no ordinary acknowledgement. It was a humiliating contract of servitude. Husband, this. Lin Yuhan stammered, struggling to form a coherent thought. Her voice trembled with both resistance and trepidation. What? You're unwilling? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, feigning displeasure. If you don't wish to, then so be it. He pretended to retract the agreement. I will sign. Lin Yuhan exclaimed, fearing Xiao Chen might change his mind. She snatched the agreement, pricked her finger, and pressed it onto the paper. What a joke! If she refused to sign, she could only imagine the torment this devil would inflict upon her, compared to that. Signing the agreement didn't seem so unbearable. At least, she wouldn't be bullied by him any longer. Lin Yuhan consoled herself with these thoughts. Excellent. Xiao Chen observed Lin Yuhan obediently signing the agreement. Nodding with satisfaction, he tucked the document away, his smile growing ever more radiant. Yuhan, you truly are an astute girl. He reached out, gently caressing Lin Yuhan's cheek, his tone filled with admiration. From this day forth, you shall be Xiao Chen's woman, and I shall cherish you well. The words felt so wrong, as if he were a tyrant compelling a virtuous maiden into servitude at the Taichu Holy Land. In the conference hall, the ornate architecture and ethereal ambience, which should have exuded solemnity, was now suffused with a stifling tension. Lin Lung sat restlessly on a sandalwood chair, her discomfort palpable, as if she were seated upon a bed of nails. Her delicate features were overshadowed by a tempestuous frown, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury, nearly igniting the very hall they occupied. Why had she come to the Taichu Holy Land? Was it not to seek vengeance for her pitiful brother? Lin Fan's legs had been brutally shattered by that scoundrel Xiao Chen, and she was determined to exact retribution herself. Yet she had already been waiting here for over 2 hours. From noon until the sun began to set. She hadn't even had a sip of water. That bastard Xiao Chen had not even shown his face. What was this? A show of power? Or did he simply not regard her at all? The more Lin Lung contemplated, the angrier she grew, her chest rising and falling violently, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. She abruptly turned to the maid standing nearby. The maid, clad in a pale blue gown, possessed an exquisite visage and graceful figure. Yet at this moment, she bowed her head, trembling in fear, not daring to breathe audibly. Hey! Lin Lung's voice cut through the air, icy and sharp, akin to shards of ice in the dead of winter. Where is your holy son? She demanded, her tone thick with impatience. Why hasn't he arrived yet? It has been over 2 hours. How dare he leave me waiting like this? Lin Lung's words came in rapid succession, mercilessly bombarding the maid. Upon hearing this, the maid flinched violently. She lifted her gaze to Lin Lang, her face contorted into a grimace that was more painful than tears. In Mississippi, she stuttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Please calm down. The Holy Sun. He. The maid stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. In her heart, she felt an unbearable bitterness. This task was more challenging than climbing to the heavens. What could she possibly say? Surely, she could not divulge to Lin Long that the Holy Sun was currently indulging in merriment with the fairy Lin Yuhan behind closed doors, living like a deity. Such a revelation would surely jeopardize her very existence. Not to mention whether the Holy Sun would spare her. Even this Miss Lin before her might tear her apart on the spot. Yet, how could she explain without uttering the truth? The maid was in a state of panic. Her mind a blank slate. She felt as if she were an ant on a hot pan, trapped and in despair. What do you mean by that? Lin Long, noticing the maid's hesitation, grew increasingly impatient. Speak plainly, or let it out quickly. Stop dawdling around. She barked, her gaze sharp as a blade. Fixated on the maid, the maid trembled under Lin Long's imposing presence. Gritting her teeth, she finally summoned the courage to respond. The Holy Sun. He should be arriving shortly. Please, just wait a moment longer. She forced a smile that was more wretched than tears, her tone laced with desperation. Wait again, Lin Long scoffed, her eyes brimming with derision. How much longer must I endure? Until the end of time. Your Holy Son certainly carries himself with great arrogance, leaving me here to languish. What kind of hero does that make him? If he has the guts, let him come out and face me. Hiding behind the scenes is hardly commendable. Lin Long's voice rose, her agitation palpable. Miss Lin, please calm down. The maid quickly interjected, anxious to placate her. The Holy Sun truly will arrive soon. Just a little longer, she spoke softly, fearful of inciting Lin Long's wrath once more. Humph, Lin Long snorted coldly, dismissing the maid's words. She turned her back, gazing out the window. The setting sun painted the sky a deep crimson, mirroring her tumultuous emotions. Fraught with rage and a thirst for vengeance, Xiao Chen. She ground her teeth while uttering his name, a glint of cold fury flashing in her eyes. You better be prepared. I shall hold you accountable for this transgression. Chapter 63. 4 hours. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. Or rather, for Lin Long, it stretched infinitely, each passing minute akin to a torturous ordeal. She fixed her gaze on the entrance to the assembly hall, not daring to blink, lest she miss something crucial. 2 hours. A full 2 hours had elapsed. From the sun's zenith to the moon's zenith, Lin Ling felt as though she were a forsaken puppet. Isolated in the vast hall, enduring endless torment, her patience had long since evaporated, and the flames of her anger had reached their zenith, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, awaiting only a final spark. Finally, just as she was about to lose control and storm out, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the assembly hall. The silhouette, backlit by the moonlight, approached with a leisurely stride, exuding an inexplicable calmness and composure. It was as if he were merely taking a stroll rather than attending a meeting. Following him was a woman, her head bowed, obscuring her features. Yet, from her disheveled attire, slightly flushed cheeks, and her somewhat awkward gait, it was evident that she had just experienced something significant. Lin Long was no fool. She immediately grasped the implications of this. It meant that during her agonizing 4-hour wait, Xiao Chen, that scoundrel, had been indulging in pleasures with another woman, living as if he were a deity. And here she was, the renowned first female general of the Yin Kingdom, left to wait like a fool for 4 interminable hours. This was an utter humiliation. A surge of nameless fury erupted from the depths of Lin Long's heart, coursing through her like wildfire. She felt her blood boiling, every cell in her body clamoring and raging. She bit down on her silver teeth, producing a grinding sound that echoed like metal scraping against metal, reminiscent of a beast sharpening its fangs. An unnerving sound indeed. Her eyes bore into Xiao Chen with a glare sharp enough to slice through flesh, filled with a murderous intent that could have slain him 1,000 times over. Yet, faced with Lin Long's nearly predatory gaze, Xiao Chen remained unfazed. He didn't even spare her a glance, striding directly to the main seat and plopping down with a casual air. He then nonchalantly crossed his legs, exuding an arrogance that was both infuriating and insufferable. He lifted his gaze to Lin Long, a smirk playing on his lips, as if he found amusement in the unfolding situation. General Lin, I trust you have not been kept waiting too long. His voice was light, almost casual, as if he were merely greeting an ordinary acquaintance, utterly oblivious to the outrage he had incited. Oh, right. General Lin has graced us with her presence today. I wonder what brings you here. Xiao Chen feigned ignorance, his tone dripping with mockery. as if he genuinely did not understand why Lin Long had come. At his words, Lin Long nearly choked on her indignation. Was this man genuinely foolish, or merely pretending? She inhaled deeply, suppressing the volcanic rage within her. With a frigid huff, she declared, "Xiao Shengzi, you feign ignorance." Her voice was as icy as the shards of winter ice. Each word squeezed out through clenched teeth, laden with fury and disdain. At her retort, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise. With an exasperated gesture, he spread his hands. But Xiao is genuinely unaware. "General Lin, please, do enlighten me." His tone and demeanor were brazenly provocative. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Long sprang to her feet, glaring at Xiao Chen. "You," she exclaimed coldly. "Xiao Shengzi, do not play the fool with me. You left me here for 4 hours, merely to indulge in amorous antics with that woman. What do you take me for? What do you take the Lin family for?" Her furious outburst reverberated throughout the assembly hall, echoing like thunder, deafening in its intensity. The maid, intimidated by Lin Long's ferocity, cowered in the corner, trembling. Lin Yuhan, meanwhile, blushed deeply, casting her gaze downward, her hands gripping the hem of her garment tightly. Yet Xiao Chen looked on with an expression of innocence, as if he were completely unaware of the storm he had unleashed. Overwhelmed with rage, Lin Long felt as if she were on the verge of explosion. Xiao Chen, however, did not lift his gaze. He delicately picked up a teacup, bringing it to his lips with an air of elegance, savoring a sip. The fragrant steam obscured his striking features, yet only served to accentuate his innate aloofness and detachment. "General Lin, if your visit today is merely to exchange trivial banter." Xiao Chen slowly set the teacup down, his voice light, yet laced with an undeniable chill. "Then I kindly ask you to take your leave. This holy son has no time to squander with you here." He did not even deem her with a curt dismissal, for to him, Lin Long did not even warrant the privilege to provoke his ire. Lin Long's body shook with indignation, as if struck by lightning. She stared incredulously at the calm man before her. He was actually telling her to leave? After enduring such grievous humiliation, he offered no explanation. Simply dismissing her, this was a greater affront than outright insult. A wave of profound humiliation washed over Lin Long, drowning her in a tide of indignation. She felt as though her dignity had been trampled beneath Xiao Chen's feet. Reduced to mere dust, the flames of her fury could no longer be contained, erupting forth like a volcano, just as she was about to unleash a torrent of invective upon Xiao Chen. To voice her grievances and frustrations, the words caught in her throat. She suddenly realized that if she did so, she would only appear as a petulant shrew, a harpy throwing a tantrum. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen would remain the exalted, untouchable holy son, impervious to her plight. She refused to be seen in such a light. As the esteemed first female general of the Yin Kingdom, how could she behave like a common street brawler? Wailing and lamenting her fate, Lin Long bit down on her lip, forcing herself to regain her composure. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse and subdued. Humph. A cold snort, imbued with boundless fury and resentment. "Xiao Chen, do not revel in your triumph. I did not come here to quarrel with you." Lin Long struggled to suppress her anger, endeavoring to sound more composed. Her gaze pierced through Xiao Chen, each word deliberate as she declared, "I seek only to ask you one question. Provide me with an explanation. Why did you cripple my brother Lin Fan's legs?" Chapter 64. Truly. Such confidence. "I seek only to ask you one question. Provide me with an explanation. Why did you cripple my brother Lin Fan's legs?" At last, she posed the question that weighed heavily on her heart. This was the primary purpose of her visit today. She sought justice for her brother. She demanded that Xiao Chen face the consequences. The atmosphere within the assembly hall grew tense and suffocating. The air seemed to have solidified, stifling and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. Lin Yuhan was so anxious that her palms were clammy with sweat, tightly clutching Xiao Chen's sleeve, terrified that he might act impulsively. Yet, Xiao Chen remained as composed as ever, treating the situation with a nonchalant air. He didn't even spare Lin Long a glance. Instead, he was engrossed in fiddling with the teacup in his hand. His reasoning? Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, his tone laced with disdain and mockery. "Does this holy son owe you an explanation for his actions? What do you amount to?" He finally lifted his gaze to meet Lin Long's, his eyes cold and piercing. "Let me tell you, Lin Long, I crippled Lin Fan's legs simply because." He paused, a cruel smile playing on his lips that I merely found him displeasing. It's as simple as that. Those casually spoken words struck Lin Long like thunder, leaving her momentarily dazed. She could hardly process the absurdity of Xiao Chen's rationale. Just because he found Lin Fan unappealing, he had rendered him disabled. This was utterly outrageous, arrogant, disdainful. Lin Long trembled with rage, her chest heaving violently. She bit down hard, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. She yearned to rush forward and tear Xiao Chen to shreds. However, she couldn't. This was still the Taichu sacred land. If she truly acted on her impulses, she might not even be able to leave this conference hall. You, Lin Long's voice quivered uncontrollably. You are simply bullying me. Do you think my Lin family is easy to trifle with? I tell you, Xiao Chen, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today. She inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute as she looked at Xiao Chen. I, Lin Long, will stake my life to confront you. Her voice was resolute and resonant, filled with determination and defiance. This was not the first time she had made such bold statements. Yet, this time, she meant every word. Faced with Lin Long's near-manic threat, Xiao Chen remained utterly unfazed. He didn't even lift an eyelid, merely shaking his head gently. In explanation, Xiao Chen scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt and disdain. What sort of explanation do you seek? This holy sun has been quite clear. I simply found Lin Fan displeasing, hence his fate was sealed. That not reason enough? He slowly raised his head, fixing his cold and ruthless gaze upon Lin Long. Moreover, I must inform you. He paused, enunciating each word. If Lin Fan dares to show himself before me again, each time I see him, I will cripple him. I shall show no mercy. His voice was not loud, yet it was filled with an undeniable authority and resolution. There was no room for doubt. Xiao Chen was no benevolent saint. He understood that reasoning with a woman like Lin Long was utterly futile, for she simply could not comprehend it. Furthermore, he had never deigned to argue with anyone. In this world of the survival of the fittest, strength was the only truth, and he was that truth. His words were direct and brutal, even unreasonable, yet they were effective, for Lin Long was thoroughly incensed. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Xiao Chen, as though she wished to consume him whole. She could never have imagined that Xiao Chen would be so audacious, so arrogant. You. Lin Long trembled with rage, her chest heaving as if a fire raged within her. She glared at Xiao Chen. Her teeth clenched so tightly that she nearly drew blood from her lips. Very well. Lin Long huffed heavily, her voice brimming with uncontainable fury. Xiao Chen, since you are so arrogant, then I shall meet you head on. She suddenly lifted her head, her gaze fierce as she fixed her eyes on Xiao Chen, enunciating each word with conviction. I challenge you. As soon as the words left her lips, the entire conference hall fell into an immediate silence. So quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Lin Long. She was actually challenging Xiao Chen. Surely they had not misheard. It was common knowledge that Xiao Chen was the holy son of the Taichu sacred land. His strength unfathomable. While Lin Long was indeed a standout among the younger generation of the Lin family, she was, by comparison, likely to be significantly outmatched. Was she truly attempting to strike a rock with an egg? Seeking her own demise? What? Are you afraid? She scoffed, her tone dripping with provocation. Xiao Chen, are you not the self-proclaimed best among the younger generation of the Taichu sacred land? What? Are you now too cowardly to accept a challenge from a mere woman? Or perhaps that you are frightened? She deliberately goaded Xiao Chen with her words, attempting to incite his fury, for she knew that this was her only slim chance of victory. The art of provocation? Xiao Chen sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Long, do you truly believe that such petty tricks would be effective against this holy sun? He gently set down his teacup, raising his head to meet Lin Long's gaze, a playful smirk curling at his lips. However, since you are so oblivious to your own peril, this holy sun shall indulge you. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Lin Long, his tone laced with mockery. But I wonder, what gives you the audacity to challenge me? Is it merely your meager skills? He mercilessly ridiculed Lin Long, his words dripping with disdain and contempt. You. Lin Long's face turned pale with anger at Xiao Chen's taunts. She inhaled deeply, forcing down her rising fury. Xiao Chen, do not get too comfortable, she retorted, her gaze unwavering as she stared at him. I admit, my cultivation may not match yours. However, I too possess my trump cards. In a real fight, I am 80% certain I can defeat you. She spoke with unwavering confidence, as though she could already envision Xiao Chen beneath her heel. 80% certainty. Xiao Chen chuckled at her words. Unable to contain his laughter, he laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. Lin Long, you are quite that adorably confident. He shook his head, his tone rife with mockery. Since that is the case, allow me to give you a chance. He slowly rose to his feet, stepping before Lin Long, looking down at her from his elevated stance. Speak. How do you wish to wager? Chapter 65. Do not misunderstand. He regarded Lin Long with keen interest, as if observing a mere jester. A wager. Lin Long momentarily paused, then quickly regained her composure. Very well. If we are to wager, let it be substantial. She gazed resolutely at Xiao Chen, enunciating each word with determination. If I win, you must apologize to my brother Lin Fan. And furthermore, to cripple a leg. She asserted her conditions firmly, her voice imbued with unwavering resolve. She sought justice for her brother. She intended to make Xiao Chen pay a price. Oh, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow at her declaration. And if you lose? He inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips. Did I lose? Lin Long scoffed, her tone brimming with confidence. That I cannot possibly lose. However, if you truly do win. She hesitated, biting her lip as though making an immense decision. I will submit to your will. She was all in. For her brother, she would forsake everything, even her own dignity. Submit to my will? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's gaze roamed over Lin Long without restraint. From head to toe, he scrutinized her as if attempting to see through her very being. It must be said, Lin Long was indeed a striking beauty. Her features were exquisite. The Holy Sun's interest was piqued. Xiao Chen's gaze settled upon Lin Long's delicate, pale fingers. More precisely, it rested on an ancient ring adorning her finger. It is the Qianquan mirror within your ring, he remarked casually, as though merely commenting on an inconsequential matter. Qianquan mirror? Lin Lang was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Xiao Chen to make such a request. Instinctively, she touched the ring on her finger. This ring had been with her since childhood, said to be sealed with a treasured artifact known as the Qianquan mirror. However, she was uncertain of its specific function. Yet, what relevance did this have to what Xiao Chen referred to as an airport? Furrowing her brows, she fell into contemplation. Airport. Airport. She repeated these 3 words, attempting to unearth some clue. Suddenly, she noticed Xiao Chen's gaze seemingly flickering towards Lin Yuhan. Lin Yuhan? A realization struck Lin Long as she followed Xiao Chen's gaze. At that moment, clarity washed over her. Lin Yuhan's figure was undeniably striking. Especially in contrast to the group of maidens surrounding Xiao Chen, her curves were accentuated, exuding an alluring grace. As for herself, Lin Long instinctively lowered her head to inspect her own chest. Though she had always prided herself on her strength and paid little heed to such superficial matters, she could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at Xiao Chen's words. She finally grasped the implication behind Xiao Chen's mention of an airport. That scoundrel! How dare he mock her for being flat-chested? Lin Long's face flushed crimson with indignation, as if it were about to bleed. She clenched her teeth, wishing to devour Xiao Chen whole. This rogue not only crippled her brother, but also dared to humiliate her in such a manner. It was utterly intolerable. She was entirely oblivious to the fact that Xiao Chen's true interest lay in the Qianquan mirror within her ring. At this moment, her mind was consumed by Xiao Chen's ridicule. Xiao Chen, you scoundrel! Lin Long exclaimed, her voice brimming with fury and humiliation. Do not get too smug. I challenge you. She huffed resolutely, her tone laden with determination. However, I have one condition. Her gaze burned with intensity as she enunciated each word deliberately. If I win, you must not only apologize to my brother, but also cripple a leg. Moreover, you shall obey my every command. She laid forth her terms, her voice steeped in unwavering conviction. Conversely, should I lose, I too shall be at your beck and call. As she uttered the latter, a complex emotion flickered in Lin Long's eyes, embarrassment, rage, and a hint of resolve. She knew that her condition undoubtedly placed her in a precarious position. Yet, for the sake of her brother, she could no longer afford to hesitate, even if it meant sacrificing her own dignity. She would not shy away. Oh, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow at her words. He had not anticipated Lin Long to propose such conditions to be at her beck and call. This woman was indeed intriguing. However, he was not particularly interested in that aspect. What he desired was solely the Qianquan mirror within Lin Long's ring. That was the true purpose of his visit. Very well, Xiao Chen nodded indifferently. Signaling his agreement, his tone remained calm, as if he were merely acquiescing to a trivial matter. Nevertheless, he paused, his gaze once more fixating on the ring adorning Lin Long's finger, as I mentioned before. What truly intrigues me is the Qiankuan mirror within your ring. He reiterated his objective. You. Lin Ling's breath hitched at his words. Did this man truly look down upon her so? After all, she was the sister of the foremost general of the Yin kingdom, the young lady of the Lin family. To be so utterly dismissed by Xiao Chen was infuriating. The flames of her anger surged anew. Fine, 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 Lin Lung exclaimed, her fury morphing into a mocking laughter. Repeating the word thrice, Xiao Chen, just wait. I will make you regret this, she declared through gritted teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury and determination. She had resolved to win this gamble. Not only would she make Xiao Chen pay, but she would also ensure he understood that she was not to be trifled with. Chapter 66. No need to deal with you, he. Then, let us await the outcome. Xiao Chen replied coolly, his tone exuding confidence and composure. He lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. Let us commence. Xiao Chen spoke nonchalantly, embodying an air of tranquility. The sooner it began, the sooner it would conclude. He even added a remark, seemingly concerned about Lin Lung wasting his time. Upon hearing this, Lin Lung's body quivered slightly. She sensed the arrogance and pride embedded in Xiao Chen's words that it was a manifestation of absolute confidence in his own abilities, as if he regarded her as inconsequential. Lin Lung found herself momentarily stunned. She had initially believed that Xiao Chen would feel a hint of pressure due to her conditions, or at least approach the situation with a degree of seriousness. To her astonishment, he treated it with such casualness. This only deepened Lin Ling's resentment. She bit down on her silver teeth, nearly drawing blood from her lips. Very well, since you were so eager to seek your doom, I shall accommodate you. Lin Lung huffed, her voice laced with anger. However, I cannot unleash my full potential here. Follow me, she declared, turning on her heel to the arena. There, I can truly showcase my abilities. Her words dripped with frustration, clearly indicating that she was genuinely incensed by Xiao Chen's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. No matter that he replied calmly, his tone still replete with that same composure. It matters not where. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in Lin Lung's ears. This statement only served to further stoke the flames of her fury. It matters not where. This man is truly the epitome of arrogance. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Lin Lung scoffed inwardly. She was eager to witness whether Xiao Chen could maintain his bravado in the arena. Soon, the group arrived at an arena within the Taichu sacred land. This arena was constructed from a unique type of blue stone, incredibly sturdy and capable of withstanding the full force attacks of Foundation establishment cultivators. Typically, this was a venue for disciples of the Taichu sacred land to spar and compete. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered around the arena, drawn in by the previous commotion. Upon seeing that it was Xiao Chen and Lin Lung preparing to compete, excitement lit up their faces. After all, this was a showdown between the Holy Sun and the young lady of the Lin family, a spectacle that promised to be thrilling. Look, it's the Holy Sun and Lin Lung. What are they up to? Are they going to compete? The crowd buzzed with anticipation that a show is about to unfold. I wonder who will emerge victorious. Does it even need to be said? It has to be the Holy Sun. Not necessarily. Lin Lung is the young lady of the Lin family, and is no pushover either. The disciples surrounding the arena engaged in lively discussions, speculating on the outcome of the duel. On the arena, Xiao Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. Clad in white, he appeared immaculate, standing like a drawn sword, radiating sharpness. Opposite him, Lin Lung donned a pale blue gown that billowed in the wind, accentuating her statuesque figure. Although she had been mocked by Xiao Chen regarding her physique, she exuded a capable aura, a unique charm cultivated through years of battle. At this moment, her gaze was fixed intensely on Xiao Chen, brimming with anger and a fighting spirit. She clenched her silver teeth once more, as if intending to consume Xiao Chen whole. Xiao Chen, she called out, her voice icy. I challenge you to a duel of swordsmanship. She proposed her method of competition, emphasizing that it would be solely based on sword techniques, devoid of cultivation levels. Only swordsmanship, she reiterated, her tone unwavering. This was her domain of expertise, and she was confident that she would not falter against Xiao Chen in this regard. Very well, Xiao Chen nodded in response, maintaining his air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by Lin Lung's proposition. Seeing this, Lin Lung's anger flared further. She ceased her words and directly approached the weapon rack beside the arena. There lay an array of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and more, all prepared for the disciples of the Taichu sacred land. Lin Lung approached the rack, casting a cursory glance before reaching out to extract a blue longsword. This sword, approximately 3 feet long, shimmered with a faint azure light, clearly not an ordinary item. Clang! Lin Lung drew the longsword from its sheath. The sound ringing clear. With a flick of her wrist, she spun the sword in a flourish, tracing a graceful arc through the air and stirring a gentle breeze. She seemed quite satisfied with this weapon. After completing her preparations, Lin Lang turned to face Xiao Chen. However, she was taken aback to find Xiao Chen still standing there, hands clasped behind his back, showing no inclination to select a weapon. Lin Lung frowned at this sight, her mind racing. Did Xiao Chen not require a sword? Where is your sword? She could not help but inquire, curiosity lacing her tone. To deal with you. A sword is unnecessary. Xiao Chen replied coolly, his voice imbued with confidence. His words, though soft, resonated clearly with everyone present. As soon as the statement was made, it incited a wave of astonishment. What? The Holy Sun actually claims he does not need a sword. How utterly audacious. Lin Lung is a master swordsman. Does the Holy Sun intend to confront Lin Lung barehanded? This is exceedingly presumptuous. The surrounding disciples were abuzz with discussion, all deeming Xiao Chen's arrogance to be excessive. Lin Lang, too, trembled with indignation. She felt an unprecedented sense of contempt directed at her. Xiao Chen's words were nothing short of an insult to her swordsmanship. Arrogant and conceited. Lin Lang mentally branded Xiao Chen with such labels. Oof. If that is the case, then she shall personally shatter Xiao Chen's arrogance and pride. Because that it is simply infuriating that Xiao Chen would dare to claim her as a mere airfield, without even having observed her. How could he so confidently assert such a thing, oblivious to the fact that in battle, one must. Never mind. Lin Lung found herself questioning why she was overthinking. Regardless, today, Xiao Chen's hubris would be dismantled by her own hand. Chapter 67. Too slow humph. Lin Lung let out a cold snort, reminiscent of a silver bell ringing, akin to the shattering of ice. The true energy within her surged forth like a flood breaking a dam. Wildly flowing in an instant, a piercing cold wind erupted from Lin Lung's center, sweeping outwards in all directions. The chill was bone deep, as if it sought to freeze one's very marrow. Hiss! The disciples who had been eagerly watching from below the stage suddenly felt a wave of cold wash over them, prompting them to rub their hands vigorously, their teeth chattering as they shivered uncontrollably. So cold. What manner of sword technique is this? Why do I feel as though my blood is about to freeze? Quickly retreat. Many disciples gasped in alarm, hastily stepping back, fearing they might be caught in the frigid aura. They could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This is Lin Lung's unique sword move, frost sword technique. Disciples with broader knowledge recognized the origins of this technique and exclaimed, "What? Frost sword technique? This is a closely guarded secret of the Lin family. It is said that when this technique is unleashed, the area within Tianzhong becomes a realm of frost. Countless heroes have fallen to this move. Who would have thought Lin Lung would begin with such a formidable technique? It seems she is genuinely incensed. Now, there will be a spectacle to behold." The surrounding disciples resumed their fervent discussions, their gazes towards the stage filled with an even greater intensity. On the stage, a chilling aura enveloped Lin Lung. Almost tangible, the ground beneath her feet had already formed a thick layer of frost, which continued to spread towards Xiao Chen. Everything in its path was frozen. The moisture in the air crystallized into countless tiny ice shards, sparkling under the sunlight with a glacial shimmer. The entire stage seemed to transform into a world of ice and snow. Lin Lung's long hair danced without wind, fluttering elegantly. The azure long sword in her hand was also covered with a thin layer of frost, emanating an oppressive chill. Her gaze was electrifying, fixated on Xiao Chen, as if she intended to freeze him into an ice sculpture. "Xiao Chen, your arrogance will be shattered by my hand today." Lin Lung's voice was cold and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. The sword energy around her surged, growing ever stronger. The frost sword technique was primed for action. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Lung moved. Her figure flickered, transforming into a blue shadow as she charged towards Xiao Chen with astonishing speed. The swiftness was breathtaking. The long sword in her hand cut through the air with a fierce sword aura, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The sword tip aimed mercilessly at Xiao Chen's chest. However, in the face of Lin Long's fierce assault, Xiao Chen remained unfazed. Exuding an air of tranquility, he stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, as if Lin Long's attack was utterly inconsequential to him. He didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow, resembling a spectator watching a tedious performance. Seeing this, Lin Long's fury erupted like a volcano, spewing forth. How infuriating! She clenched her silver teeth, emitting a grinding sound. She felt gravely belittled. Xiao Chen's demeanor was the greatest affront to her. From start to finish, Xiao Chen had maintained such a nonchalant attitude. Completely disregarding her, it made Lin Long feel as though she were a mere clown. Jumping about in front of Xiao Chen, exerting herself in a futile performance. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen loomed above her, looking down with disdain, as though she were inconsequential. How could she endure this? Xiao Chen, you shall perish. Lin Lang roared, channeling all her true energy into the long sword in her grasp. With this strike, she would utterly shatter Xiao Chen's arrogance. She would make him understand the dire consequences of underestimating her. The cold light on the sword surged, the sword energy becoming even more formidable. The sword tip drew ever closer to Xiao Chen's chest, almost upon him. Below the stage, everyone felt their hearts leap into their throats. They held their breath, eyes wide, terrified of missing any detail. Some timid disciples even closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the impending bloodshed. Yet, at this critical juncture, Xiao Chen finally moved that he still did not draw his sword. He merely raised his right hand slowly and extended upon hearing the words. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a playful, cold smile. He slowly released his grip. Oh, is that so? If that is the case, I shall grant you another opportunity. His voice remained calm and indifferent, as if Lin Long were of no significance in his eyes. Lin Long was taken aback by Xiao Chen's unexpected release. A glimmer of wild joy flickered in her eyes. The opportunity had arrived. She must seize this moment to utterly defeat Xiao Chen. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down, knowing that any misstep would be disastrous. She had to give her all and present her strongest self. Fixing her gaze on Xiao Chen, her eyes became resolute as never before. She intended to make Xiao Chen acutely aware that she, Lin Long, was not a foe to be underestimated. Xiao Chen, this time, you shall have no chance. Lin Long's voice was icy and resolute, as if it had emerged from the depths of a hellish abyss. In the next moment, her aura underwent a sudden transformation that a wave of chilling energy erupted from within her, spreading outward with intensified ferocity. The temperature on the arena seemed to drop several degrees. In the air, faint ice crystals began to form, emitting a subtle cracking sound. Surrounding Lin Long's body was a delicate veil of white mist, a manifestation of her chi's heightened concentration. Her long sword shimmered even more fiercely, as if cloaked in a thin layer of frost. This was that a gasp erupted from the crowd below the arena. Lin Long had broken through. She had achieved a breakthrough in the midst of battle. It was simply astonishing. Everyone was left in shock by Lin Long's transformation. They had not anticipated that she could surpass her limits at such a critical juncture. It was nothing short of a miracle. Lin Long herself felt the changes within her. She could distinctly sense her chi becoming more potent and refined. Her swordsmanship seemed to have reached a new echelon, transcending to a higher realm. The sensation was exquisite. She felt as if she had been reborn, transformed anew. She was confident that this time, she would surely vanquish Xiao Chen. Her confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Xiao Chen, prepare to meet your demise. With a fierce roar, Lin Long's voice brimmed with confidence and lethal intent. She swung her long sword with vigor. A dazzling beam of sword light cleaved through the air, hurtling toward Xiao Chen with astonishing speed. This strike was swifter, stronger, and more ferocious than before. As the sword light surged forth, the air was rent asunder, producing a piercing shriek that it was as if this sword could sever all and obliterate everything. Lin Long's figure vanished alongside the sword light. She seemed to merge with her blade, transforming into a streak of luminous energy that was nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Such speed, someone exclaimed from the crowd below. This was the true strength of Lin Long. There was no way Xiao Chen could withstand this strike. Holy Sun, how could he possibly defend against this? Everyone was convinced that Xiao Chen was doomed to failure. Lin Long's strike was overwhelmingly powerful, exceeding their wildest imaginations. They even began to envision the moment Xiao Chen would be felled by her blade. However, just as it seemed that Xiao Chen was about to meet his end, he remained standing there, utterly unmoved. His expression was still one of tranquility and indifference, as if Lin Lang's earth-shattering strike were of no consequence to him. He did not even entertain the thought of evasion, as if he disregarded Lin Lang's attack entirely. What was happening? Why did he not dodge? Could it be that he had been rendered speechless with fear? Impossible. He was the Holy Sun. A fresh wave of astonishment swept through the crowd below. They could not fathom why Xiao Chen would be so audacious. Did he truly believe he could fend off Lin Lang's all-out assault with but 2 fingers? It was utterly absurd. Seeing Xiao Chen's reaction, Lin Lang's eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph that a cold smile crept into her heart. Xiao Chen, have you finally learned to fear? Alas, it is too late. Today, you shall surely perish. Her long sword showed no sign of hesitation as it continued its advance toward Xiao Chen. She could already envision the moment her blade pierced his heart, a cruel smile beginning to form on her lips. Yet, in the next instant, her smile froze. The scene she had imagined failed to materialize. With a crisp sound of metal clashing, Xiao Chen's 2 fingers once again deftly pinched Lin Lang's long sword. Perfectly halting its advance at the tip, the sword was once more rendered immobile, as if frozen in midair. Time appeared to stand still at that moment. Xiao Chen maintained his nonchalant demeanor, lightly twirling his fingers as if toying with an intriguing plaything. The corners of his mouth turned upward in a playful arc, his gaze fixed upon Lin Lang's face, which was contorted in shock. General Lin, I did grant you an opportunity, he remarked, his voice low yet clear enough to reach every ear present. What a pity, General Lin, that you are rather lacking. The last few words were imbued with emphasis, laced with mockery and derision. The statement struck Lin Lang's heart like a sharp dagger. Upon hearing this, her face, which had already flushed with anger, transformed into a canvas of varying hues. Pale and flushed, a tumult of colors reminiscent of a spilled palette. She glared fiercely at Xiao Chen, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Wishing she could rend the man before her into 1,000 pieces. Twice had she been so easily thwarted by his insufferable fingers. It was an affront beyond measure. She was a paragon among the younger generation of the Lin family, a renowned general of Yen nation. Yet now, she was being toyed with by someone she deemed beneath her. How could she possibly endure this? What deepened her despair was that no matter how fervently she summoned her chi or struggled with all her might, the sword held captive by Xiao Chen was as immovable as if it had been welded in place. The strength she prided herself on felt utterly inadequate before Xiao Chen. This realization filled her with profound frustration and indignation. Damn it! Lin Lang gritted her teeth, the sound echoing like cracking ice, as if she would shatter her own teeth in her fury. She understood that continuing in this manner would only lead to further humiliation. If her sword could not harm Xiao Chen, then she would resort to her fists. She refused to believe that this Xiao Chen could block her punches with mere fingers. Being decisive, Lin Lang relinquished her grip on the sword. With a swift motion, her other hand shot upward, transforming into a delicate palm as pale as jade. Chi surged within her palm, exuding an aura of piercing sharpness. Humph, Xiao Chen, prepare to die, Lin Lang declared, her voice filled with determination and lethal intent. This strike held nothing back, infusing all her chi into it. She aimed to utterly shatter Xiao Chen with this blow. The jade palm sliced through the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being cleaved, aimed squarely at Xiao Chen's face. If this palm landed, even a boulder would be reduced to dust. However, facing Lin Lang's ferocious strike, Xiao Chen merely chuckled lightly, his voice brimming with disdain and scorn. To him, Lin Lang's attack seemed no more significant than a child's play, utterly inconsequential. Such arrogance, he said coolly. In the next moment, the chi within him surged with unrestrained vigor. A powerful aura erupted from his being, sweeping outward with unparalleled force. This aura was even more formidable, more tyrannical than before. It was as if he were the sovereign of this realm, commanding everything at his will. What is this? The disciples below the arena gaped, their eyes wide and mouths agape in disbelief. They could feel the overwhelming terror emanating from Xiao Chen, a sensation that sent shivers down their spines. They were gripped by an illusion, perceiving not a mere man, but an invincible deity. Good heavens! Our Holy Sun is simply terrifying. Lin Lang, too, felt the brunt of this formidable aura. It was as if an immense mountain had settled upon her, making it difficult to breathe. Her body began to tremble involuntarily, and fear flickered in her eyes. She finally comprehended how gravely mistaken she had been. It felt as though she were facing not a man, but an insurmountable mountain, an imposing peak that soared into the clouds. All her attacks, all her strength, appeared minuscule and laughable before this mountain. She could not budge it in the slightest. No, it can't be. Lin Lung murmured, her voice infused with despair and unwillingness. She could not accept this reality. She could hardly believe that she had been defeated by Xiao Chen. Yet, the harsh reality was undeniable, in the fleeting moment of her shock. Xiao Chen's fist collided forcefully with her jade-like palm. Bang! A resounding thud echoed across the arena, reminiscent of two mountains crashing together, producing a thunderous roar that was akin to the cataclysmic shockwave generated by colliding meteors. Centered around the two combatants, a powerful shockwave surged outward, causing the very ground of the arena to crack and splinter like an intricate spider's web spreading in all directions. Puff! Lin Lung felt an overwhelming force radiating from Xiao Chen's fist. An intensity so formidable that it left her utterly defenseless. It felt as though her internal organs had been violently displaced, causing excruciating pain. Unable to contain herself, a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips. Her body flew backward as if it were a kite severed from its string. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Lin Lung's delicate form landed heavily below the arena. Wow! She coughed up another mouthful of blood. Her complexion as pale as parchment, her breath weak and feeble, that it was evident that she was gravely injured, devoid of any fighting spirit. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the numerous disciples of the Holy Land gasped collectively. Their eyes filled with shock and fear. They had never anticipated that Lin Lung would suffer such a complete and decisive defeat. It was astonishingly swift. It was known that Lin Lung had already achieved a breakthrough. She was a standout among the younger generation of the Yan Kingdom. Yet, even with all of that, she was still no match for Xiao Chen. Just how terrifying was Xiao Chen's strength? Hiss! Truly worthy of being the Holy Sun. Someone murmured in awe, "The Holy Sun is formidable," someone suddenly shouted. Immediately, the entire martial arena erupted in thunderous cheers. "The Holy Sun is formidable. The Holy Sun is formidable. The Holy Sun is formidable." Chapter 70. A promise? The Holy Sun is formidable. The Holy Sun is formidable. The Holy Sun is formidable. All the disciples of the Holy Land cheered for Xiao Chen, their eyes brimming with fervor and admiration to this moment. Xiao Chen's image in their hearts soared to unimaginable heights, becoming a symbol of greatness. Step by step, Xiao Chen's footsteps echoed like the tolling of death's bell, resonating within Lin Lung's heart. He approached her with deliberate slowness. Towering above, a subtle smile playing upon his lips, Lin Lung. That smile was blindingly irksome, so infuriating. "General Lin, it appears you have lost." Xiao Chen's voice was light and casual, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Now, shall we fulfill our promise and hand over the Qianquan mirror?" He extended his hand, palm upward, a gesture unmistakably clear. Lin Lung fixed her gaze upon Xiao Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. This man had truly struck with such ferocity. He showed no mercy. Had her own strength not been considerable, she might have already been lying on the ground, unable to rise. Humph! Lin Lung huffed softly, forcing a single word through clenched teeth. She slowly raised her hand to wipe the blood from her mouth. The vivid crimson stain on her fair skin was strikingly conspicuous. This action carried an unspoken stubbornness and allure. Unfortunately, in Xiao Chen's eyes, there was only indifference. That it was as if he were confronting not a breathtaking beauty, but rather a mere stone, a tree, an inanimate object. Lin Lung's heart sank slightly. This man was truly cold. Nevertheless, a loss was a loss. Lin Lung was not one to shy away from defeat. With a thought, an ancient copper mirror appeared in her palm. The mirror, palm-sized and antiquated in design, was adorned with intricate carvings, emanating a faint glow. It was evident that it was no ordinary item. This was the Qianquan mirror, the Lin family's treasured artifact. It was said to possess not only defensive capabilities, but also offensive potential, and even the ability to divine the secrets of the heavens. Of course, these were mere tales. Few in the entire Yan Kingdom truly comprehended the mirror's extraordinary uses, Lin Lung being one of them. She took a deep breath, suppressing the feelings of resentment and anger within her. A wager must be honored. "This Qianquan mirror is now yours." With a graceful flick of her wrist, she tossed the copper mirror toward Xiao Chen. Her motion was utterly nonchalant, imbued with a sense of finality, as if she were discarding not a precious artifact, but a mere piece of scrap metal. Xiao Chen caught the Qianquan mirror, Feeling its icy chill and the faint spiritual energy emanating from it, he lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the ancient object in his hand. The mirror's surface was as smooth as water, reflecting his face with clarity. That face was handsome and cold, exuding an air of dominance. Xiao Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he noticed that the back of the mirror bore some unusual patterns. Those patterns were fine and shallow, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. He flipped the mirror over, examining the intricate designs. They resembled a map, or perhaps some runes. He could not decipher them. However, he was certain that these markings were anything but ordinary. The Qianquan mirror was indeed a treasured artifact. Seeing Xiao Chen's serious demeanor made Lin Long's anger flare even more. This man truly took himself seriously. Hey, she couldn't help but exclaim, her voice laced with annoyance. Are you really inspecting it? Do I look like someone who would be deceived by fake goods? She gritted her silver teeth, enunciating each word as if they were extracted from her very core. Her current mood was evidently dismal. Xiao Chen lifted his head, casting a glance at Lin Long, a faint smile gracing his lips. That smile was genuine, yet remarkably irksome. Thank you, General Lin. Should you come across more fine items, I welcome you to challenge this holy sun again. That he tucked the Qianquan mirror away, his tone lighthearted, akin to a child who had just won a sweet treat. Lin Long. She nearly fainted from indignation at Xiao Chen's words. That scoundrel. He took advantage and still acted all high and mighty. You. She pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Chen, her body trembling with rage. You shall pay for this, she ground out through clenched teeth. Her eyes ablaze with fury. One day, she would repay the humiliation she endured today 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Xiao Chen shrugged, displaying a nonchalant demeanor that he turned to leave. The Holy Sun is formidable. The Holy Sun is formidable. The Holy Sun is formidable. The deafening cheers erupted once more. The disciples of the Holy Land, as if invigorated, shouted excitedly. Their eyes were filled with fervor and adoration. To them, Xiao Chen was a deity, an invincible god. The corners of Xiao Chen's mouth lifted slightly. That he relished this sensation, the feeling of being revered and admired. This feeling of total control. He descended from the arena, each step firm and powerful, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. Lin Lung stood rooted in place, watching Xiao Chen's retreating figure, her silver teeth clenched, her beautiful eyes brimming with resentment and fury and a hint of complexity. She could not quite articulate what this feeling was, only that this man was exceptionally unique, very dangerous. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her chaotic thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings. She needed to heal quickly and then seek revenge. Lin Lung would not let this matter rest easily. However, before she could proceed, she suddenly spoke up. What if, Holy Sun? Lin Lung's voice, laced with a tremor, resentment, and perhaps a hint of anticipation, reached him from behind. Xiao Chen's tall figure paused momentarily. That he slowly halted, yet did not turn back. Instead, his previously relaxed brow now furrowed slightly. There's something you wish to discuss? His tone remained cold and calm, devoid of any emotion, as if he were conversing with a stranger. Lin Lung stood still, gazing at Xiao Chen's broad back, biting her red lip gently. The vivid hue of her lips left a faint mark. Appearing pitifully delicate, she inhaled deeply, forcing down her feelings of humiliation and resentment, and spoke. Holy Son. Do you still remember the promise we made? Her voice was soft and gentle, laced with a hint of inquiry. A promise? Chapter 71. No interest. A promise? Xiao Chen's brow furrowed even deeper. He slowly turned to face Lin Lung, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he were attempting to see right through her. Lin Lung felt a wave of unease wash over her under his scrutinizing gaze. She instinctively averted her eyes, unable to meet his stare. That is, if I were to lose, I would submit to the Holy Sun's commands. She lowered her head, her voice growing softer, nearly inaudible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's mind began to whirl with recollections. Fragments of memory surged forth like a tidal wave that he recalled that on the arena. He and Lin Lung had indeed made such an agreement. However, at that time, he had not taken it seriously. After all, in his view, Lin Lung had no chance of victory. This agreement was merely a joke. Now, he gazed at the woman before him, who lowered her head and dared not meet his eyes. Yet, within his heart, a ripple of emotion stirred. His gaze slowly swept over Lin Lung's figure. It must be said that Lin Lung's physique was indeed remarkable. Tall, upright, and possessing exquisite curves. Although clad in military attire, it did little to conceal her stunning form, particularly her long, straight legs that evoked flights of fancy. Moreover, Lin Lung exuded a unique aura of heroism, a demeanor forged through countless battles. This quality stood in stark contrast to the delicate young ladies of high society, if she were to be adorned with a touch of elegance. Lin Lung could undoubtedly be deemed a captivating beauty. Lin Lung sensed Xiao Chen's gaze lingering on her, a fiery intensity that felt as though it could scorch through her garments. Her fair complexion flushed slightly, a faint blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She experienced a wave of shyness, tension, and an inexplicable thrill. Yet, beneath it all, joy bubbled within her. She recognized that her plan had succeeded halfway. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. The very reason she had made this request was to draw closer to Xiao Chen. Only by approaching him could she truly understand him. Only through understanding could she uncover his weaknesses, and only by identifying those weaknesses could she defeat him. For her own sake, and to avenge the Lin family's grievances, should Xiao Chen accept her as a maid. She would gain ample time and opportunity to delve into his character and seek out his vulnerabilities. At that moment a slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Xiao Chen, just you wait. One day, I shall make you kneel before me, begging for mercy. She raised her head to meet Xiao Chen's gaze, her eyes flashing with provocation. What do you say? She spoke casually, her tone laced with pride. Holy son, would you care to accept me, a general of the Yin Kingdom, as your maid? She deliberately emphasized the titles of general of the Yin Kingdom and maid. After all, the notion of such a general becoming your maid would surely bring you glory, wouldn't it? You must be quite pleased, I presume. She regarded Xiao Chen with a playful smile, one brimming with both challenge and temptation. However, upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen merely shook his head lightly. No need, he replied in a tone devoid of any emotion. Lin Lung was momentarily taken aback. Her smile froze on her face, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Xiao Xingzi, what did you just say? She thought she must have misheard him. I said. No need, Xiao Chen reiterated, his voice remaining as flat as before, as if he were dismissing not a stunning beauty, but merely a trivial matter. Lin Lung was utterly dumbfounded. She had never anticipated that Xiao Chen would reject her so outrightly. How could this be possible? She was the foremost female general of the Yin Kingdom, the cherished jewel of the Lin family. She was a breathtaking beauty. Countless men yearned for her. Yet now, Xiao Chen had so decisively turned her down, and with such disdain, as if she were insignificant. How could she possibly accept this? Her pride had suffered a tremendous blow. Her confidence crumbled in an instant. She stood there, dazed, her mind a blank slate, utterly unsure of what to say or do. Lin Lung bit down hard on her silver teeth, the sound echoing like a cracking whip, as if she might shatter them in her fury. She stomped her foot, the solid ground trembling in response. Xiao Chen, just you wait. Lin Lung seethed internally, her voice hoarse, filled with boundless resentment. Without a backward glance, she departed from the Taichu sacred land, her silhouette resolute, radiating an indescribable fury and unwillingness. She had come with the expectation of avenging her grievances and cleansing the Lin family's disgrace. Yet, unexpectedly, she left with her ambitions unfulfilled, having received a crushing blow from Xiao Chen that left her spirit reeling. If that were not enough, the Lin family's ancestral treasure, the Qinquan mirror, had also fallen into Xiao Chen's hands. It felt as if she had lost everything. Lin Lung struggled to suppress the agony in her chest, taking one step after another toward the carriage parked by the roadside. With each step, her fury intensified. Her previously commanding visage had twisted into a fearsome grimace that returned the Lin family. Lin Lung's voice was frigid and piercing, as if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss. She spoke to the coachman, each word laced with palpable malice. The coachman shuddered in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. With trepidation, he glanced at Lin Lung's back. An aura of chilling menace emanated from her, as if the very air around her had turned frigid. The coachman silently lamented, recognizing that the young lady must have suffered a significant setback during her time at the Taichu sacred land. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would never have displayed such a lack of composure. He dared not inquire further, nor did he wish to, and could only drive the carriage toward the Lin family's abode in silence. The carriage sped along the rugged mountain path, producing a rhythmic clatter. The wheels rolled over the gravel, sending up clouds of dust. The surrounding trees whizzed past, blurring into indistinct shadows. Inside the carriage, Lin Lang sat with her eyes closed, silent and contemplative. Her mind replayed the events that had transpired at the Taichu sacred land. Xiao Chen's infuriating face, his disdainful gaze, his arrogant words. Each image felt like a sharp blade, mercilessly stabbing at her heart. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, as if it had collided with something. Hiss! The horses pulling the carriage neighed sharply, coming to an abrupt halt. Lin Lung's brows knitted together in annoyance. She opened her eyes, irritation flickering in her gaze. "What's going on?" she demanded coldly, her voice tinged with anger. The coachman hastily dismounted to investigate him. "Miss, it seems we've hit someone." His voice trembled, clearly shaken. Upon hearing this, Lin Lung's frustration deepened. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. Her anger had reached its zenith, and now this incident felt like adding fuel to the fire. "Hit someone." Her voice rose an octave, sharp and piercing. "Get down there and see what has happened," she snapped, wishing she could consume the coachman whole. The coachman, not daring to delay, rushed to the front of the carriage. There, he found a woman lying on the ground, motionless, her life hanging in the balance. The woman's beauty was striking, with delicate features and skin like snow. Her tall, alluring figure was accentuated by graceful curves. Even in unconsciousness, her breathtaking allure could not be concealed. The coachman found himself momentarily at a loss. He had never before encountered such a stunning woman. What do we do?" he stammered, unsure of how to proceed. Lin Long, growing increasingly impatient at the coachman's inaction, slowly approached him. "What's the matter?" she inquired again, her tone laced with displeasure. The coachman finally snapped back to reality and pointed toward the woman on the ground. "Miss, we've hit someone." Lin Long followed his gesture, her gaze landing on the woman sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Upon seeing her face, Lin Lang was momentarily taken aback. She had to admit, this woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Even she could not deny that she paled in comparison. "What bad luck," Lin Lang muttered under her breath. She had no desire to concern herself with another's fate. All she wanted was to return swiftly to the Lin family and plot her revenge, get her into the carriage, and take her back to the Lin family. "We'll find a doctor to examine her," Lin Lung commanded coldly. Though she yearned to return to the Lin family at once, she could not turn a blind eye to someone's impending death. After all, a life was at stake. Moreover, given this woman's striking beauty, she might possess some potential value. The coachman nodded in agreement, hastily lifting the unconscious woman and placing her in the carriage. He then resumed his driving, steering the carriage toward the Lin family's direction. The carriage continued its journey, jostling along the uneven path. Lin Lung observed the woman lying inside the carriage, her mind racing with thoughts. She was unaware of the woman's identity or how she had ended up there. Yet, she realized that this woman's presence might offer a glimmer of hope for her vengeful plans. A cold smile graced Lin Ling's lips. At the Lin residence, in a quaint, traditional study filled with the fragrance of sandalwood, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil. The head of the Lin family, Lin Yuhan, sat upright, his face flushed, animatedly gesticulating. Opposite him sat Lin Fan, the destined protagonist, whose eyes sparkled with admiration and anticipation. "Fan, do you understand? Your sister Lin Lung is no ordinary woman," Lin Yuhan exclaimed, thumping the table with vigor, causing the teacups to tremble slightly. In her time at the Yin Kingdom's border, she single-handedly wielded a spear, instilling terror in the hearts of enemy troops. That scene, bodies strewn everywhere, rivers running red with blood. The enemy commander, known as the man who can defeat 10,000, was skewered by your sister's spear and displayed on the city wall for 3 days and nights. Lin Yuhan grew increasingly animated, as though he had witnessed the events firsthand. Lin Fan listened, his blood boiling, wishing fervently to see his sister and witness her prowess in person. "And once, your sister infiltrated the enemy camp alone and claimed the head of the enemy leader. That is none other than the revered younger brother of the emperor of an enemy nation. His status is of unparalleled nobility. Your sister, amidst a sea of thousands, fought valiantly, penetrating the enemy lines 7 times, as if traversing an unguarded realm." At this point, Lin Yuhan could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "With your sister around, what is Xiao Chen but a mere trifle? How dare he bully you and bring ruin upon the Liu family? He is simply courting death. When your sister returns, she will surely make him beg for mercy. wishing for death itself. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Yuhan's eyes, as if he could already envision Xiao Chen's tragic fate. Lin Fan was so overwhelmed with excitement that he trembled all over, imagining the scene of Xiao Chen being sent flying by his sister's punch, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood. "Sister, how magnificent!" Lin Fan could not help but cheer loudly, his admiration for Lin Lung reaching its zenith. He even began to fantasize about following his sister, wielding power and authority, basking in her glory. Just then, a faint creaking sound shattered the clamor of the study. The tightly shut door was gently pushed open, revealing a narrow gap. Lin Fan and Lin Yuhan then simultaneously turned their gazes toward the entrance. There stood a figure, grimy and disheveled. At the doorway, it was Lin Long. However, at this moment, there was no trace of the warrior goddess about her. Her hair was in disarray, her clothes torn, and her face smeared with dirt. A trace of blood still lingered at the corner of her mouth, as if it had yet to be properly wiped away. Her entire demeanor could only be described as utterly disheveled. The smile on Lin Yuhan's face instantly froze as he widened his eyes, staring at this beggar-like woman before him, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. "This is Lin Long." Lin Yuhan's voice quivered slightly. He rubbed his eyes, confirming once more. Indeed, this was his daughter, Lin Long. But how could she have fallen to such a state? A wave of intense unease surged within Lin Yuhan, and he sensed that things were perhaps not as simple as he had imagined. Lin Fan was equally stunned. His mouth hung open as he gazed at his fallen sister, momentarily rendered speechless. This is the sister he had envisioned as valiant and invincible. The contrast was simply too stark. The flicker of hope that had ignited within Lin Fan was immediately extinguished. He felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. Lin Long lowered her head and slowly walked into the study. She dared not meet the eyes of her father and brother. She knew that her current appearance must be a source of great shame. She could hardly bear to imagine their reactions when they learned the truth. "What has happened to you?" Lin Yuhan then finally regained his composure and hurried to Lin Long's side, concern etched upon his features. His voice trembled with worry, disbelief, and a hint of incredulity. Lin Long lifted her gaze to meet her father's eyes. That a flicker of shame, reluctance, and a fear flashed within her. She opened her mouth, attempting to speak, but found her throat constricted as if something had lodged within, rendering her voiceless. "Why, you must speak. What has transpired?" Seeing Lin Long silent, Lin Yuhan then grew increasingly anxious. He grasped Lin Long's shoulders, shaking her forcefully in an attempt to elicit a response. Dizzied from the shaking, Lin Long took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation within her, and slowly began to speak. "Fathered, she paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts. "I went to seek revenge on Xiao Chen." Lin Long's voice was barely audible, low and soft, akin to a whisper. And the outcome? Lin Yuhan pressed eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation that he hoped to hear that Lin Long had triumphed, avenging the Liu family. However, Lin Long's subsequent words shattered his hopes completely. I lost." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible. "What?" Lin Yuhan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Long, his face a canvas of shock and incredulity. What did you say? You lost? You actually lost to Xiao Chen." Lin Yuhan's voice rose several octaves, tinged with sharpness and anger. Chapter 73. Opportunity. Lin Yuhan's voice reverberated in his head, akin to a hammer striking his skull, leaving him in a daze for an extended period. He could scarcely fathom that his pride and joy, the foremost female general of the Yin kingdom, could be defeated by Xiao Chen. Moreover, judging by her appearance, it was evident she had not merely lost a skirmish but had been utterly crushed. Lin Yuhan's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his finger pointing at Lin Lang, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a single word. Lin Fan, too, was left dumbfounded. He stared at Lin Long, his mind a blank slate. Just moments ago, he had envisioned his sister returning to exact vengeance, trampling Xiao Chen beneath her feet. But now what was this? What had happened to the invincible warrior goddess? What had happened to the promise of slaughtering Xiao Chen as one would a mere dog? How had she transformed into this pitiful, defeated figure? Lin Fan involuntarily clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. He felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation. If even Lin Long had been defeated, and so thoroughly, that how formidable must Xiao Chen truly be? For the first time, Lin Fan experienced a profound fear of Xiao Chen. He had assumed that Lin Long would effortlessly dispatch Xiao Chen. But now it seemed a colossal joke. Lin Long felt the piercing gazes of her father and brother, akin to needles pricking her skin, and her face burned as if she had received dozens of stinging slaps. She longed to find a crevice in the ground to hide in, wishing never to emerge. Before setting out, she had confidently assured her father and brother that she would return with Xiao Chen's head. Yet what was the outcome? Not only had she failed to avenge herself, but she had also been utterly humiliated, fleeing in disgrace. The slap to her face had been swift and resounding. Lin Long felt as though she had completely lost face. She bit down hard on her lip, her teeth nearly drawing blood from her luscious mouth. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head to meet Lin Fan's gaze, her eyes filled with regret. "Little Fan, I am so sorry. That mirror of the cosmos. I have already lost it to Xiao Chen." Her voice was soft, gentle, but laced with an unmistakable bitterness and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's smile froze, his pupils dilating as if he had heard something utterly unfathomable. That he stood there, dumbstruck, his mind a blank slate. Lost? How could the Qian Kuan mirror possibly lose to Xiao Chen? This is utterly inconceivable. Lin Fan's heart surged like tumultuous waves, a torrent of indescribable wrath surging within him. That was the Qian Kuan mirror. His master had once proclaimed that this mirror was a fated opportunity of immense significance for him. If he could obtain the Qian Kuan mirror and unravel its secrets, his cultivation would soar to unprecedented heights, advancing by leaps and bounds. There was even a possibility that he could break through to a higher realm in one fell swoop. At that point, not only would Xiao Chen be beneath his notice, but the entire Taichu Holy Land would also pale in comparison. Yet now that this monumental opportunity had been seized by Xiao Chen, Lin Fan felt a rush of blood to his head, as if a flame was igniting within his chest, threatening to consume him whole. That he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, sending waves of agony coursing through him. His complexion grew ashen, veins bulged on his forehead, and a terrifying glint flickered in his eyes. "Xiao Chen, how dare you take my chance?" Lin Fan gritted his teeth, each syllable emerging as if forced through clenched jaws, brimming with boundless hatred. However, he quickly stifled the inferno of rage within him, inhaling deeply in an attempt to render his voice more composed. He turned to Lin Lang, mustering a strained smile, and reassured her, "Sister, it's all right. It's just a Qian Kuan mirror. After all, if it's lost, then so be it. It's not the end of the world. I believe that with your strength, you will surely reclaim it." Lin Fan's voice seemed lighthearted, yet anyone could discern the underlying fury and unwillingness concealed within. Lin Yuhan had been watching silently from the side. While he too felt irked by the loss of the Qian Kuan mirror, it was ultimately his own daughter who had lost it. Moreover, given Lin Fan's words, he felt no need to add anything further. Furthermore, with Lin Lung's capabilities, he believed it would not be long before she regained the Qian Kuan mirror from Xiao Chen. Lin Fan is right. A mere Qian Kuan mirror is not worth dwelling upon. Lin Yuhan stated calmly, his tone imbued with an air of undeniable authority. "Next time you encounter Xiao Chen, simply take it back." He waved his hand lightly, seemingly unwilling to linger on the matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Lung nodded gently and replied, "Yes, father." Her voice remained soft yet carried a hint of determination. Since she had already lost, she would simply win it back. Chapter 74. Never seen before. Lin Lung turned and departed, her steps light yet tinged with an imperceptible heaviness. She returned to her residence in silence. It was a chamber exquisitely adorned, fragrant incense wafting through the air, with beaded curtains hanging low, exuding a sense of warmth and tenderness befitting a young lady. Yet at this moment, Lin Lung felt none of that warmth within her heart. The chilling and resolute words of Xiao Chen echoed incessantly in her mind, each word like a sharp dagger, piercing her heart with relentless pain. Lin Lung approached the bronze mirror and slowly sat down. She raised her head to regard her reflection. The image that stared back was one of breathtaking beauty. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisitely delicate, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her lips alluringly red. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, adding an extra touch of allure and charm. But what captivated the eye most were her clear and luminous eyes, which held both the softness of a woman and the commanding spirit of a warrior. These two contrasting qualities harmoniously coalesced within her. creating a unique allure. Such beauty could easily captivate any man. Not to mention those lofty nobility and royals, it was fair to say that she was the object of desire for every man, the one they yearned to conquer. Lin Long gazed at her reflection, a complex array of emotions swelling within her. There was pride, there was a sense of fulfillment, yet more than anything, there was a profound sense of defeat and resentment. She had never imagined that a man would reject her so outrightly, and with such ease and lack of compassion. She, Lin Long, the foremost female general of the Yan kingdom, commanding thousands in battle, had never faced such humiliation. Furthermore, she had taken the initiative to offer herself as Xiao Chen's personal maid. This was simply. Lin Long could hardly bear to think it. She felt her face flush, as if she had just been dealt a harsh slap. This was even more humiliating than a defeat on the battlefield. Xiao Chen. Lin Long bit her crimson lip, nearly drawing blood with her sharp teeth. She whispered his name, her tone rife with complicated emotion, rage, resentment, and a hint of a loss she could scarcely recognize. Yet what she found most intolerable was Xiao Chen's assessment of her as a flat-chested girl. Lin Long slammed her palm onto the table, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. She, Lin Long, was statuesque and curvaceous, with all the right proportions. How could she be described as flat-chested? This was nothing short of a blatant insult. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her chest heaving violently. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, but the fire of indignation within her refused to be extinguished. Xiao Chen. Just you wait. Lin Long gritted her teeth, her eyes glinting with cold fury. She slowly rose to her feet and walked to the bedside. Then, she extended her delicate hand, gently resting it on her sash. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately pulled it gently. The sash slid away, her outer robe following suit. One by one, her garments fell away, revealing a flawless form fully exposed to the air. Her figure was tall and slender. Each inch of her skin as delicate and smooth as the finest white jade, emitting a subtle sheen. Her chest. Lin Lang instinctively glanced down. It was bound tightly, yet even so, it could not conceal the astonishing curves beneath. It was as if two magnificent peaks were being forcibly suppressed, yet still struggling to break free. The edges of the binding left deep imprints, revealing the grandeur of her form. Humph! Lin Long bit her silver teeth, letting out a cold huff in her heart. This scoundrel, Xiao Chen, must be blind. How could he say I'm flat-chested? He has never even seen me. What does he know? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, unable to suppress her frustration. She, Lin Long, who had faced countless storms on the battlefield, had never been so incensed. Yet Xiao Chen's mere words drove her to the brink of fury. If only he could witness. The bold thought suddenly emerged in Lin Long's mind. What if he experienced the reality of Lin Long's true form? Would he still say such things? Would he still refuse my offer to be his personal maid? She couldn't believe that he, Xiao Chen, could resist. A flame ignited within Lin Long's heart, one of defiance and unwillingness to submit. She, Lin Long, would ensure that Xiao Chen understood what true grandeur was. With this thought, Lin Long, almost involuntarily, extended her hands. Slowly, she cradled her hands before her chest. The weight that was substantial, the fullness beneath her touch flushed her cheeks a deep crimson. What am I thinking? Lin Long jolted back to reality. As if struck by lightning, retracting her hands, her heart raced like a startled deer, pounding fiercely as if it would leap from her throat. Lin Long, you are the foremost female general of the Yan kingdom. How could you entertain such thoughts? She scolded herself fiercely within her mind. But why? Why did such shameful thoughts suddenly arise? Could it be? Lin Long's mind conjured the image of Xiao Chen's cold yet resolute face. Is it because of him? Because he is the only man who has ever defeated her in battle? Because he is the only one who dared to say no to her? Because of that unique, domineering, and aloof aura he possesses? Lin Long's heart was a tangled mess, and she was utterly at a loss. Lin Long exhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. No, I must not dwell on this any longer. Lin Long, you must be clear-headed. The most important thing now is revenge. She slowly began to don her garments once more, concealing her body that could drive any man to madness. Her gaze gradually regained its clarity and determination. Xiao Chen. Lin Long murmured his name once more, but this time, there was no trace of confusion or wavering in her tone. Next time we meet, I will surely reclaim the Qian Kuan mirror. I will make you pay for your arrogance. Chapter 75. Is it sweet? Meanwhile, at the Taichu Holy Land, within a delicate pavilion enveloped in mist, it resembled a celestial realm. Exotic flowers and rare herbs vied for attention. Spiritual butterflies danced gracefully, and the sound of trickling springs formed a stunning tableau. Xiao Chen reclined against a jade stone bench, holding a cup of clear tea, gently swirling it. However, his gaze did not linger on the exquisite scenery before him, but was instead captivated by the beauty before him. Lin Yuhan, clad in a flowing lavender gown, accentuated her graceful figure to perfection. Her long, dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with a few playful strands framing her face, adding an extra touch of allure. She held a plate of fresh, succulent spiritual fruits, feeding them one by one to Xiao Chen. The spirit fruit glistened with a translucent sheen, exuding an alluring fragrance that immediately suggested its extraordinary nature. However, it was evident that Xiao Chen's attention was not fixated on the fruit. The taste was indeed delightful as he gently chewed. A subtle smile of amusement graced his lips. Yet, he shifted his focus. His gaze intensely fixated on Lin Yuhan's tantalizingly luscious red lips. This holy son preferred imports. Lin Yuhan's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach, vibrant and tempting, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. She understood all too well the implication behind Xiao Chen's words. His gaze, laced with a mix of jest and seduction, sent her heart racing, her breath quickening. Husband, Lin Yuhan's voice emerged as a mere whisper, tinged with bashfulness and a hint of reproach. Yet, her eyes betrayed no sign of retreat. Rather, they sparkled with a blend of submission and anticipation. Upon returning to the Taichu sacred ground, Lin Yuhan's emotions had been a whirlwind. Yet, she could not deny the unique charm that emanated from Xiao Chen. His aura, one of sovereign confidence that looked down upon the world, instilled both fear and fascination within her, especially after witnessing his formidable strength and the manner in which he effortlessly dominated Linlong. An inexplicable affection bloomed within her heart, an affection she herself could scarcely articulate. What's the matter? Unwilling, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, teasing her deliberately, or perhaps that he paused, his tone laced with playful intrigue. Do you prefer me to take the initiative? Lin Yuhan's cheeks reddened further. She bit her lip gently, a flicker of inner conflict flashing in her eyes. Ultimately, she chose to heed her heart's desire. Husband, she softly called out, slowly rising to perch atop Xiao Chen's lap. This action was both bold and enticing, and she could distinctly feel his body stiffen momentarily. Xiao Chen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he sensed a warm, soft touch from her presence, radiating through him like a wave. Lin Yuhan's form was supple and delicate, akin to the finest silk, rendering her utterly irresistible. The subtle fragrance that enveloped her was intoxicating, stirring his senses profoundly. This girl, Xiao Chen sighed inwardly, acknowledging her allure. It was undeniable that Lin Yuhan's beauty rivaled that of Liu Ruyan. In fact, her unique, ethereal demeanor only heightened her appeal, were it not for Xiao Chen's prior knowledge of her role as a mere supporting character in a novel. He might have found it difficult to resist her charms. Seated upon Xiao Chen's lap, Lin Yuhan leaned slightly forward, delicately bringing a spirit fruit to her lips, gently biting into it. Then, she lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes shimmering as they met his. Her expression was a blend of shyness, tension, and something else altogether, something akin to reverence, as if what she was about to do transcended mere feeding. Becoming a sacred ritual, her luscious lips inched closer to Xiao Chen's, drawing nearer and nearer. Both their breaths quickened, thickening the air with a palpable tension. Just as their lips were about to touch, Lin Yuhan abruptly halted. A glint of mischief flashed in her eyes. Husband, she murmured, her voice tinged with playful provocation. Is this fruit sweet? Xiao Chen paused, taken aback by her unexpected jest at such a moment. Yet, he found it delightful. Sweet or not, he smirked, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Why not find out for yourself? With that, he swiftly pulled Lin Yuhan into his embrace. She gasped, losing her balance. Instinctively, she braced herself against his chest. Their bodies pressing together, Lin Yuhan could distinctly feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat and the searing warmth radiating from him, quickening her own pulse in response. Husband, her voice trembled slightly. Please don't. What about me? Xiao Chen's voice was deep and husky, imbued with a magnetic allure. His warm breath caressed Lin Yuhan's ear, sending shivers down her spine, that I merely wished to taste the flavor of this fruit. As he spoke, he leaned closer, but his target was not the spirit fruit in her mouth. It was her enticingly red lips. Lin Yuhan's body trembled slightly. She wished to evade, yet found herself trapped with no escape. Xiao Chen's embrace felt like a cage, holding her captive. She closed her eyes, bracing for what was to come. However, just as Xiao Chen's lips were about to meet hers, he suddenly halted. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yuhan's. You are still not proactive enough. Lin Yuhan's eyes flew open, confusion and disbelief swirling within them. Husband, what do you mean? My meaning is, Xiao Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. Feeding me the fruit is not done in this manner. Then, how should it be done? Lin Yuhan instinctively inquired. Of course. Xiao Chen deliberately elongated his words, a teasing lilt to his voice. With your lips, in an instant. Lin Yuhan's cheeks flared crimson. She comprehended his implication all too well. To feed with one's lips was to, husband, you're incorrigible, she scolded playfully, burying her face into his embrace, too shy to meet his gaze. Ha! Xiao Chen erupted into laughter, finding immense joy in teasing this aloof beauty. All right, I won't tease you any longer. He gently patted Lin Yuhan's back, his voice softening. Now, please feed me. I'm nearly starving. Lin Yuhan lifted her head, casting a glance at Xiao Chen. Her eyes held a blend of melancholy, resignation, and sweetness. She delicately bit into the spirit fruit, gradually bringing it to Xiao Chen's lips. This time, she hesitated no more, her resolve firm. With determination, she pressed her red lips against his tongue. Chapter 76. Do you desire it? Xiao Chen's body tensed slightly. He felt a soft, sweet sensation enveloping his lips, radiating warmth throughout his being. Lin Yuhan's lips were like jelly, bouncy and irresistible. The lingering essence of the spirit fruit mingled with her own fragrance, creating an exquisite flavor that was utterly enchanting. This flavor left Xiao Chen feeling euphoric. Unable to resist, he gently bit down on him. Lin Yuhan emitted a soft sigh, her body quivering as she clung tightly to Xiao Chen's neck. As if fearing she might fall, his reaction filled her with a delightful blend of shyness, tension, and exhilaration. She could feel her heartbeat racing uncontrollably, even hearing the rush of blood coursing through her veins. This sensation was entirely new to her. Husband, her voice emerged, husky and dreamy. This fruit. Sweet. Xiao Chen's voice lowered, thick with emotion. Sweeter than any fruit I have ever tasted. As he spoke, he gradually drew the spirit fruit from Lin Yuhan's mouth. Savoring its delectable flavor, the juices mingled between them, intensifying the sweetness of the moment. Their heartbeats quickened, resonating in tandem. Husband, Lin Yuhan whispered, her voice devoid of its usual chill, replaced by a soft, alluring warmth. She felt herself melting into his embrace. Xiao Chen responded softly, his gaze deepening with fervor. He could sense the transformation in Lin Yuhan. This once aloof beauty had completely opened her heart to him. Lin Yuhan remained silent, burying her face deeper into his chest. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed from the heat. She felt as if she were about to ignite. Xiao Chen gently lifted her chin, gazing at her luscious lips, unable to resist any longer. This time, there was no hesitation. He boldly claimed her mouth, parting her soft lips with his own. Lin Yuhan moaned softly, her body quaking slightly. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen's neck, clinging to him as if her very life depended on it. Her response to his kiss was clumsy and inexperienced, yet it bore an irresistible allure that captivated Xiao Chen. The flames of desire within him roared to life that he yearned for more, ever more. He tightly embraced Lin Yuhan's slender waist, pulling her entire being into his warm embrace, as if he wished to merge her essence with his very blood and bones. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Both of them were left breathless, their faces flushed with a rosy hue. Lin Yuhan's eyes were already clouded with a dreamy gaze, rippling with boundless springtime allure. She breathed softly, her expression a blend of desire, shyness, and a hint of anticipation. She craved more. She longed for a deeper connection. She wished to become one with the man before her. Yet, a thread of fear and nervousness lingered within her. All she could do was gaze at Xiao Chen with her glistening eyes. Awaiting his next move, Xiao Chen, captivated by Lin Yuhan's bashful and enchanting demeanor, felt a rush of heat within him. He understood perfectly what this ethereal beauty was contemplating at that moment. What is it? he inquired, a devilish smile playing on his lips. Little Huaner, do you desire it? His voice was low and husky, laced with a dangerous allure. Do you wish for your husband to tease you mercilessly? In an instant, Lin Yuhan's cheeks flamed even more. She remained silent, merely biting her rosy lip. Her gaze flickered away, unwilling to meet Xiao Chen's eyes. Yet, her body betrayed her honesty. She subtly nodded, indicating her acquiescence. Witnessing this, Xiao Chen's heart swelled with triumph. He knew he had completely conquered this once cold beauty. Without a trace of hesitation, he exclaimed, "Ha! Splendid! Since my beloved has commanded, how could I possibly refuse?" Before his words had fully settled, he swept Lin Yuhan into his arms. Lifting her effortlessly, "Dada!" she gasped, her body trembling in surprise. She had not anticipated Xiao Chen's directness, his overwhelming boldness. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, fearing she might fall. Her heart raced wildly, as if she were about to take flight. The sensation was exhilarating, yet it left her dizzy with excitement. Xiao Chen carried Lin Yuhan at a brisk pace towards the palace beyond the pavilion. His strides were confident and steady, his gaze burning with intensity. He could distinctly feel the tremors of the beauty in his arms, aware of her nervousness and anticipation. This realization thrilled him, igniting a primal urge within him to possess her completely. Lin Yuhan felt as if the world were spinning around her. Burying her face deep in Xiao Chen's chest, unwilling to glance at the scenery around them, all she could hear was the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat resonated like a war drum. Quickening her own pulse, her body grew increasingly warm and pliant, as if she had entirely melted into his embrace. Clinging to his neck, she was filled with anticipation, anxiety, and a profound sense of shyness. She understood what was about to unfold. She was ready to embrace whatever was to come. Even if it were a tempest, she would welcome it with open arms. Chapter 77. Contemplation. Xiao Chen leaned down once more, capturing Lin Yuhan's luscious lips with his own. It must be said, they remained as sweet and soft as ever, akin to the most delectable jelly, irresistibly drawing one into its embrace. Lin Yuhan's body quivered suddenly, as if electrified, a wave of tingling sensations radiating from her very soul. She involuntarily murmured, a soft sound escaping her lips, akin to a kitten's gentle mekwit. Was a melodic blend of pleasure and pain that stirred the heart, evoking an overwhelming desire to cherish her profoundly. Xiao Chen's breath grew ragged, the flames of passion within him intensifying. He felt on the verge of losing control, yet he fought to suppress the urgent desires threatening to erupt. Slowly, he withdrew from Lin Yuhan. Gazing at her stunning visage, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes burned with a deep longing, as if he wished to consume her whole. Little Huaner, are you not enjoying this? His voice was husky and teasing, laced with a hint of provocation. Do you not enjoy being so thoroughly indulged by your husband? He deliberately emphasized the word indulged, as if it carried a deeper significance. Lin Yuhan's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripened apple. She was acutely aware of the implications of his words. She remained silent, her teeth biting into her delicate lips, nearly drawing blood. Her gaze darted away. Unwilling to meet his, her bashful demeanor was heart-wrenching, and she felt an urge to sink into the ground in embarrassment. Yet, her body remained painfully honest. She could not deny that she reveled in this sensation, the feeling of being claimed and playfully dominated by Xiao Chen. It left her dizzy, entranced. In truth, she found herself yearning for him to be even more audacious. Hubby, Lin Yuhan's voice was but a whisper, scarcely audible. Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze to Xiao Chen. Her eyes were glazed, alluring, imbued with a plea and longing. Little Huaner wishes for your love. Her voice trembled, fragmented. At last, she uttered the most shameful words, albeit hesitantly and unclearly. Yet, Xiao Chen heard every syllable. Crystal clear. He understood that Lin Yuhan was extending an invitation to him. A surge of elation coursed through Xiao Chen. He could no longer contain himself. He felt like a volcano on the brink of eruption, ready to unleash a cataclysmic force that he was determined to completely conquer the ethereal beauty before him. To claim her entirely, that he wished to witness her bloom in the most resplendent manner beneath him. Chapter 78. A little more, and a soft moan escaped Lin Yuhan's throat, filled with longing, like a plaintive wail. Akin to a gentle caress against the heart, stirring the very essence of desire. This sound penetrated deep within, igniting a fervor in Xiao Chen's chest. sending his blood racing to a that moment. Lin Yuhan's gaze was mesmerizing. Her innocent cheeks adorned with an enchanting allure that was simply irresistible. He felt an insatiable urge to seize this captivating beauty immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host. Lin Yuhan's affection level has increased. Current affection level, 90. Host has successfully conquered Lin Yuhan. Receiving reward. Divine Bloodline. Chaos Demon Bloodline. The system's voice echoed suddenly in Xiao Chen's mind. Mechanical, cold, yet tinged with excitement. Chaos Demon Bloodline? Xiao Chen was taken aback. What? A divine bloodline. That sounds utterly extraordinary. Chaos Demon Bloodline. The first beings born from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, the embodiment of the chaos demons. Chaos demons possess innate mastery over the laws of the universe, wielding unparalleled power to shape existence and recreate the chaos. By merging with the chaos demon bloodline, the host's physical body, spirit, comprehension, and aptitude will be enhanced across the board. The host will gain the chaos demon physique, impervious to all laws, repelling all evils. The host's cultivation speed will increase 1,000-fold. Any technique or divine ability will be mastered at a glance. The host may awaken the chaos demon divine abilities, possessing the power to annihilate heaven and earth. The system's voice resonated continuously within Xiao Chen's mind, elaborating on the formidable nature of the chaos demon bloodline. His heart surged with excitement. His blood boiling. This was nothing short of a cheat, an overwhelmingly powerful cheat. Ding. Detected that Lin Yuhan is the reincarnation of the ancient 19 Empress. The host previously cultivated with the 19 Empress, activating the hidden 9-in sacred body within her. Congratulations, host. Successfully activated the 9-in sacred body. Receiving reward. Divine Sword Bone. 9 Tribulations, Sword Bone. The system's notification chimed once more, delivering even more shocking news. Lin Yuhan, that was actually the reincarnation of the 9-in Empress? 9 Tribulations Sword Bone. One of the strongest sword bones in existence, infused with the power of 9 tribulations. With each tribulation overcome, the sword bone's might multiplies, and swordsmanship advances by leaps and bounds. Completing the 9 tribulations will unlock the ultimate sword path, allowing the wielder to slice through the heavens and shatter the void. By merging with the 9 tribulations sword bone, the host's swordsmanship talent will reach its pinnacle. The host may comprehend the 9 tribulations sword intent, gaining the ability to annihilate all. The host's cultivation of any sword technique or divine ability will progress at an astonishing rate. The sound of the system resonated once more, elaborating in detail on the extraordinary attributes of the 9 calamities sword bone. Xiao Chen listened, utterly astounded. What a treasure! These rewards are increasingly extraordinary. First, the Chaos Divine Demon Bloodline, and now the 9 Calamity Sword Bone. This female supporting character is truly a treasure trove. No, she is a treasure empress. Xiao Chen's heart swelled with uncontainable joy. This waved a tremendous profit. His gaze towards Lin Yuhan grew ever more fervent. This is no mere supporting character. She is undoubtedly his exclusive cheat. This supporting character is simply irresistible. Xiao Chen could not help but marvel internally. His affection for Lin Yuhan was growing by the moment. Not only was she as beautiful as a celestial being, but she also came with various buffs. She was nothing short of the perfect companion. Lin Yuhan sensed Xiao Chen's intense gaze fixed upon her. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Those originally cool orbs now appeared shimmering with a watery allure, as if they could spill over with tears. Moments ago, under Xiao Chen's overwhelming advance, she had nearly lost herself. That bone-deep, soul-consuming sensation ensnared her, intoxicating her, leaving her unable to extricate herself. She even felt a flicker of fear that she might entirely succumb to Xiao Chen's embrace, never to escape again. Husband. Lin Yuhan's voice trembled slightly. Laced with a hint of shyness, she extended her delicate, jade-like hand and gently wrapped it around Xiao Chen's neck, pressing her entire figure against him. Feeling the strength of his robust arms and the heat of his chest, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She tilted her head slightly, gazing up at Xiao Chen's stunningly handsome visage, her eyes filled with a dreamy, seductive charm. Husband. Lin Yuhan lightly bit her crimson lip, her voice dripping with allure. Please to give. Yuhan. A little more. All right. Chapter 79. Not this question. Lin Yuhan felt a shiver run through her, as though struck by a bolt of electricity. She gently nibbled on her red lip, producing soft, enticing sounds that were akin to a cat's gentle purring, stirring emotions that made one's heart flutter and pulse race. The sound was melodious and lingering, imbued with a tinge of pain, a hint of pleasure, but above all, it exuded endless seduction, like flowers blooming in spring, dripping with dew, or a clear spring in summer, sweet and refreshing. Lin Yuhan felt as if she were a lone boat adrift in a vast ocean, tossed by tumultuous waves, perilously close to capsizing. She tightly shut her eyes, her consciousness gradually blurring, her spirit in disarray, almost lost in this boundless abyss. Time passed, and the storm began to settle. Lin Yuhan clung to Xiao Chen as if he were the last lifeline for a drowning person, terrified that if she let go, she would plummet into an unfathomable abyss. She gasped for air, her chest rising and falling dramatically, outlining a breathtaking curve. Sweat soaked her garments, clinging to her form, revealing her exquisite silhouette without reservation. Xiao Chen lowered his head, locking eyes with Lin Yuhan. It must be said, her beauty was truly unparalleled. Even in this moment, drenched in sweat and with disheveled hair, her allure remained unblemished. Instead, it added a touch of fragility and seductiveness, making one yearn to embrace and cherish her tenderly. Her delicate features seemed like a dream, as if crafted by the divine. Her skin, fair as jade, shimmered with an enticing glow. Her eyes, glistening and expressive, seemed to possess a soul of their own, captivating all who gazed into them. Even Xiao Chen, who had seen countless beauties, could not deny that Lin Yuhan's beauty was a knockout. Even the so-called heroine of the tales, Liu Ruyan, paled in comparison. Xiao Chen reached out, gently pinching Lin Yuhan's smooth cheek, the warmth of her skin igniting his affection. Yuhan, how do you feel?" His voice was deep and hoarse, laced with teasing tenderness. He deliberately emphasized the word feel, his tone steeped in innuendo to his words. Lin Yuhan's delicate frame trembled slightly. Her already flushed cheeks turned a deeper crimson, as if they might bleed. She bit her lip gently, her pearly teeth parting, yet she found herself at a loss for words. How could she utter such embarrassing phrases? However, this was Xiao Chen, her husband, the only man in her life. What could she not say to him? Lin Yuhan's heart was a tempest of conflict and struggle. Ultimately, she summoned her courage and spoke. Husband. Her voice was a mere whisper, almost imperceptible. Husband that possesses extraordinary talent, skilled, unparalleled. Yuhan. The more Lin Yuhan spoke, the more incoherent she became. Until she no longer knew what she was saying, her cheeks burned fiercely, as if they might ignite. She wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in, never to be seen again. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, a hint of helplessness in his smile that he reached out to gently pat Lin Yuhan's forehead, his touch tender and infused with affection. Really? That silly girl, that is not what I meant to ask. His voice was as gentle as flowing water, capable of melting anything. What I meant to ask was, Xiao Chen paused, deliberately leaving her in suspense. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan's charming face flushed anew. She realized she had misunderstood Xiao Chen's intent. It turned out her husband was not inquiring about that. But what was he asking? Lin Yuhan's heart brimmed with curiosity. She lifted her gaze to his strikingly handsome face, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Those large, glistening eyes blinked innocently, as if to ask, what was it? Her adorable and naive demeanor made Xiao Chen yearn to pull her into his embrace once more, to cherish her fervently. He resisted the impulse that surged within him and spoke slowly. That I meant to ask, have you felt any changes within yourself? Xiao Chen's voice was soothing, like a spring breeze nourishing Lin Yuhan's heart. Lin Yuhan paused, then suddenly realized, yes, she had been so preoccupied with shyness that she had forgotten the matter at hand. She quickly collected her thoughts and began to circulate the energy within her body. As she did so, Lin Yuhan's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. This is, she exclaimed, her voice filled with shock and delight. She sensed that within her, there seemed to be something indescribably profound. That essence was warm and powerful, illuminating her limbs like sunlight, and nourishing her inner organs like spring rain. It infused her entire being with an unprecedented vitality, the energy transmitted by my husband. My dantian seems to have expanded, she thought incredulously. The dantian is the place where cultivators store spiritual energy. The size of the dantian directly determines the total amount of spiritual energy a cultivator can store, which in turn dictates their strength. Generally, a cultivator's dantian size is innate and difficult to change, unless one encounters a tremendous opportunity or consumes exceptionally rare treasures. Yet now, Lin Yuhan's dantian had effortlessly expanded with Xiao Chen's assistance. This was nothing short of a miracle. A tidal wave of emotions surged within Lin Yuhan. She understood what this meant. It meant her cultivation talent would experience a significant enhancement. Her cultivation speed would increase several times, even dozens of times compared to before. Her future would be filled with limitless possibilities, and all of this was due to Xiao Chen, due to the man standing before her. Her eyes brimmed with gratitude and affection. She realized that her greatest fortune in this life was meeting Xiao Chen. Moreover, Lin Yuhan continued, her voice tinged with a slight tremor, I feel that several bloodlines within me have also been unblocked. She was so excited she could barely articulate her thoughts. Bloodlines are fundamental to cultivators. The strength of one's bloodline determines their potential. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the potential of the cultivator, and the higher their future achievements. Unblocking bloodlines is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Typically, only exceptionally gifted cultivators might achieve this during their practice, or it could require powerful techniques or special elixirs. Yet now, Lin Yuhan's bloodlines had been effortlessly unblocked with Xiao Chen's assistance. This was simply unbelievable. Lin Yuhan's heart swelled with amazement. She understood what this signified, that it meant her potential would experience a tremendous enhancement. And all this was because of Xiao Chen, because of this man before her. Her eyes sparkled with admiration and reverence. She knew that her greatest pride in this life was to become Xiao Chen's woman. She lifted her gaze, looking at his stunningly handsome face, her exquisite cheeks unable to hide her joy. Her large, luminescent eyes sparkled with brilliant light, dazzling like the stars above. She gently nodded, affirming Xiao Chen's intuition. Yes, husband. Lin Yuhan's voice was as gentle as a stream, capable of melting all barriers. My dantian has indeed expanded. And it has also opened up several meridians that she articulated, each word imbued with joy and gratitude. The realm that has also begun to loosen, she added, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. The loosening of her realm signifies that she is one step closer to a breakthrough. She firmly believes that it will not be long before she ascends to the next level. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was also slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Yuhan's progress would be so remarkable. Oh, such an effect exists. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Expressing his interest, it seems that the Nine sacred body truly deserves its reputation as one of the most exceptional physiques. Chapter 80, Still Wanting. He could not help but marvel. The Nine sacred body is an exceedingly rare constitution. A woman possessing this physique is inherently endowed with immense talent for cultivation. Her speed of advancement far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The potential is boundless. The future is limitless. Lin Yuhan is indeed a woman endowed with the Nine sacred body. This is also why Xiao Chen chose her as his partner. He valued not only Lin Yuhan's beauty, but also her potential. He believes that as long as he nurtures her well, her future will undoubtedly surpass that of her past life. In fact, she may even become stronger. It seems that this time, I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. The corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curled, however. She could not help but voice her thoughts, for they were the most genuine reflections of her heart. After the earlier tumult, she had completely fallen in love with this feeling. She cherished the warmth of Xiao Chen's embrace, relished his kisses, and even found a strange delight in his playful torment. She yearned to become one with Xiao Chen, to lose herself in the boundless joy they shared. She found herself utterly unable to part from him. Without his teasing, she truly wondered how she could continue to live. Lin Yuhan gently bit her crimson lips, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Oh my lord, next time, you must continue to tease me like this. She mustered her courage and spoke once more. Her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Very well. You little kitten, the spring night is fleeting, and the sun rises high. Henceforth, the sovereign shall not attend court early. Chapter 82. The Plan. Meanwhile, in the Lin residence. Within a guest room adorned with a certain elegance, the air was suffused with a subtle fragrance of sandalwood. On the bed, Liu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes. Before her lay unfamiliar rafters and strange gauzy curtains. For a moment, she felt bewildered, her gaze vacant as if she had lost her focus. Where is this? She gently stirred, only to find her body ached and felt utterly weak, as if crushed by a boulder. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Liu Ruyan's complexion turned as pale as paper in an instant. She recalled the harrowing scenes of her nightmare. The Liu family had been reduced to rubble. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses lay strewn about. The once prosperous family now lay in ruins, and she, once the esteemed daughter of the Liu family, had fallen to this state. Like a stray dog, she fled in every direction. Indeed, she was even worse off than the beggars on the street. At least the beggars had their freedom. Yet she felt like a caged canary, stripped of all dignity and hope. Whose doing was this? Liu Ruyan bit her lips, her pearly teeth nearly breaking through the skin. Her eyes were filled with boundless hatred. Xiao Chen, it was all that man, that cold-hearted, ruthless man. She had merely been traveling the world with Lin Fan on her wedding day. Did he have to be so vicious to annihilate the entire Liu family? Those were hundreds of vibrant lives. They were her kin, her people. How utterly innocent they were. Liu Ruyan's heart bled. She wished to see Xiao Chen suffer 1,000 deaths, to grind his bones to dust. Yet, she knew she lacked the power to do so. Xiao Chen was far too powerful enough to instill despair within her. Even more despairing was the fact that he had no intention of killing her. That day, he stood before her, looking down with disdain and mockery in his eyes. His icy voice, like a devil's whisper, echoed in her ears. Liu Ruyan, to kill you? That would be too merciful. That I intend to keep you alive, to endure endless pain and regret. I want you to witness how you plummet from the heavens into the depths of hell. I will make your life a living torment. Each of Xiao Chen's words pierced her heart like a sharp blade, leaving her in exquisite agony. Liu Ruyan's body trembled uncontrollably. She bit down hard on her silver teeth, her nails digging deep into her palm, blood oozing profusely. She refused to accept it. She would not allow Xiao Chen to trample her underfoot with impunity. She sought vengeance. She would undoubtedly seek vengeance. No matter the cost, she would ensure that Xiao Chen paid in blood for his transgressions. Creak at that moment. The door swung open and a tall figure stepped inside. It was Lin Long, dressed in a fitted outfit that accentuated her graceful form. She exuded an air of confidence. She approached the bedside, her gaze landing on Liu Ruyan. That look was as cold and sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through one's very soul. Liu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, she recoiled, her eyes filled with wariness and suspicion. Who is this woman? What does she want here? Lin Long did not immediately speak, instead observing Liu Ruyan in silence. After a moment, a faint smile graced her lips, a smile laden with meaning. It seemed I have found a commendable tool. Lin Lang thought to herself. She had devised a plan, one to deal with Xiao Chen, and Liu Ruyan was the most crucial part of this scheme. Lin Long approached the bed, casually pulling up a chair and sitting down, her long, elegant legs crossed, the hem of her skirt revealing glimpses of her allure. Though she appeared unconcerned, her gaze remained fixed upon Liu Ruyan's face. Who are you? Liu Ruyan could no longer contain her curiosity. Her voice was hoarse and trembled slightly. Who I am is of little importance. Lin Long replied coolly. What matters is that I know who you are. She paused, her tone growing frigid. You are Xiao Chen's fiancée, are you not? Liu Ruyan nodded gently at the inquiry. Her mind raced. Could this woman be contemplating using her life to threaten Xiao Chen? Absurd. Did she not realize that the Liu family had been destroyed by Xiao Chen's own hands? On what grounds did she believe she held any value to him? However, Liu Ruyan, astute as she was, sensed a peculiar blend of venomous hatred and inexplicable shyness in Lin Long's voice when she mentioned Xiao Chen's name. What could this mean? Liu Ruyan's heart brimmed with confusion. She could not fathom what Xiao Chen had done to this woman to elicit such a complex array of emotions. But for now, that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that since the other party sought to utilize her, why could she not turn the tables and exploit that opportunity herself? Indeed, I am Xiao Chen's fiancé. Liu Ruyan raised her head, meeting Lin Long's gaze with a hint of pride and defiance. Moreover, Xiao Chen holds me in high regard. She deliberately emphasized the significance of those words. Observing Lin Long's reaction, he would go to great lengths for me. Now that I have gone missing, he is likely searching for my whereabouts with reckless abandon. Liu Ruyan spoke, a covert smirk dancing on her lips. She intended to create an illusion for Lin Long, making her believe she was Xiao Chen's Achilles heel, his most prized possession. Thus, Lin Long would place greater importance on her and refrain from acting rashly. Therefore, I advise you to release me. Liu Ruyan's tone grew assertive. Otherwise, when Xiao Chen comes looking for me, you might find yourself regretting it. Her words dripped with menace, as if she were the one wielding control over the situation. Lin Long's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a playful smile. Just as I anticipated, This woman truly believes that Xiao Chen is deeply devoted to her, loves her to the core. How naive. Utterly laughable. Lin Lung slowly rose to her feet, standing tall before the bed. She looked down upon Liu Ruyan with an air of superiority, her gaze akin to that of a predator surveying its prey. Regret? Lin Lung chuckled derisively, her tone laced with scorn. Liu Ruyan, have you overestimated yourself? She paused again, her tone chilling further. Oh, you think I fear Xiao Chen? To be frank, not only do I not fear him, but I also intend to make him pay a painful price. Lin Ling's voice was as frigid as ice, chilling to the bone. Hatred flickered in her eyes. As for you, Lin Lang leaned closer to Liu Ruyan's face, enunciating each word. I will ensure you are well fed and pampered. She reached out, gently caressing Liu Ruyan's cheek, her fingertips cold as ice. And then, you will wait for Xiao Chen to come and claim you. Lin Lung's voice softened, reminiscent of a lover's whisper, yet the chilling undertone sent shivers down one's spine. However, should he wish to take you away, it will not be so simple. He must pay a sufficient price. A glimmer of cunning danced in Lin Lung's eyes. She had already devised a method to utilize Liu Ruyan to torment Xiao Chen mercilessly, to make him wish he were dead. She would make Xiao Chen experience the bitter taste of losing everything. She would make him kneel before her, weeping and wailing, regretting his past decisions. Chapter 83. The remnant soul of a wretch in the Taichu sacred land. Within a secluded chamber for cultivation, the surroundings were adorned with luminous pearls that emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the space as bright as day. The air was suffused with a faint aura of spiritual energy, invigorating the spirit. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged upon a mat, cradling an ancient mirror in his hands. The mirror's surface was profound, seemingly connecting to another realm. This was the Qian Kuan mirror he had won from Lin Lung. The mirror was intricately etched with elaborate patterns, ancient and mysterious, exuding a subtle yet unsettling aura. System, what is the origin of this Qian Kuan mirror? Xiao Chen inquired within his mind. Beep, responding to the host. The Qian Kuan mirror is an imperial-grade weapon, containing the essence of the universe, forming its own realm. The system's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Currently, the Qian Kuan mirror is in an unactivated state and cannot unleash its true power. Would the host like to activate the Qian Kuan mirror? An imperial-grade weapon? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the realm of fantastical narratives, the hierarchy of weapons was stringent. At imperial grade was a legendary existence. To his astonishment, this seemingly inconspicuous Qian Kuan mirror harbored such profound significance. Activate, Xiao Chen declared without hesitation, eager to uncover the mysteries concealed within this imperial-grade weapon. As soon as his words left his lips, the Qian Kuan mirror erupted in a dazzling radiance, enveloping Xiao Chen in an enigmatic force. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he felt as though the very world was spinning around him. In the next instant, his consciousness was drawn into an unfamiliar realm. What lay before him was a dim and foreboding world. Cold and eerie, the air was thick with a putrid stench that made one gag. Surrounding him was an utter silence, devoid of any life, as if this place were a forbidden zone for existence itself. Xiao Chen's consciousness transformed into a spectral figure. Hovering in midair, he surveyed his surroundings warily, his mind swirling with questions. Was this truly the interior of the Qian Kuan mirror? How could it appear in such a ghastly form? After countless eons, suddenly, a detached voice resonated within this space, ethereal and seemingly emanating from all directions, rendering its source indistinguishable. At last, someone has arrived. The voice carried a hint of melancholy and nostalgia, as if recounting an ancient tale. Xiao Chen's heart raced. Someone? Was there indeed another presence within the Qian Kuan mirror? Who could it be? He held his breath, steeling himself for whatever lay ahead. Hee. The voice echoed once more, now laced with a playful mirth. Do not be alarmed, Junior. I harbor no ill will towards you. Before the words had fully dissipated, a tall figure emerged slowly from the shadows, clad in a flowing black robe, with long hair cascading over his shoulders. His countenance was striking yet pale, bearing an almost sickly hue. His gaze fell upon Xiao Chen, eyes piercing as if they could penetrate the very depths of the soul. Indeed, the figure appraised Xiao Chen, a faint smile gracing his lips. This vessel that I find it quite satisfactory that a vessel. Xiao Chen's brows knitted in confusion. What did this individual mean? A sense of foreboding began to creep into his thoughts. The figure seemed to perceive Xiao Chen's unease, offering a knowing smile. Fear not, little one, that I shall not bring you harm. Rather, I owe you my gratitude. You have gifted me the hope of rebirth. He paused. his tone growing fervent. For countless eons, I have awaited this moment. At long last, I have found out a perfect vessel. His eyes gleamed with fervor, as if beholding a rare treasure. Who are you? Xiao Chen asked, his voice steady yet laced with suspicion. He was certain that the being before him harbored ulterior motives. Who am I? The figure threw his head back in laughter, a sound rife with arrogance and hubris. Listen well, Junior. I am the once great emperor, Zhu Tiandadi. Zhu Tiandadi. Xiao Chen's heart raced with shocked. An emperor, a being who had once stood at the pinnacle of this world. With a mere thought, he could obliterate the heavens and extinguish the stars. Who could have imagined that such a powerful remnant soul was sealed within the Qianquan mirror? Alas, Zhu Tiandadi sighed, a note of desolation creeping into his voice. That I in the battle of your. I was gravely injured, my physical form annihilated, leaving only this remnant soul to languish. Were it not for the Qianquan mirror's protection, I would have long since perished. He gazed once more at Xiao Chen, his eyes rekindling with hope. But now, everything has changed. With you, I shall reconstruct my body and reclaim my former glory. Junior, you are fortunate indeed. To become my vessel is an unparalleled honor. He regarded Xiao Chen with a tone of persuasion. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unjustly. Once I have restored my physical form, I will impart to you unparalleled techniques, guiding you on your path of cultivation, enabling you to become the most powerful being in existence. He painted a vision of a glorious future, attempting to sway Xiao Chen's resolve. However, Xiao Chen merely chuckled coldly. A destined encounter after countless years? I see it more as an attempt at possession. He had laid bare Zhu Tiandadi's true intentions. Possession? The emperor's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Xiao Chen would be so astute, unearthing his thoughts with such ease. Yet, he did not deny it. Indeed, it is possession, he sneered, his tone growing assertive. And what of it? Young one, to be possessed by me is your great fortune. Do you comprehend how many have sought this opportunity in vain? He regarded Xiao Chen with disdain. In my presence, you are but an ant. For me to possess you would be a trivial endeavor. If you are wise, relinquish your consciousness and cease your resistance. You may suffer less that way. Otherwise, his tone turned sinister. When I forcibly take possession, you shall wish for a death that will evade you. He threatened Xiao Chen, attempting to instill fear. Yet, Xiao Chen's cold laughter echoed once more to a death worse than life. You think a mere remnant soul dares to be arrogant before me? Do you truly believe I was raised in fear? A mere remnant soul? Zhu Tiandadi's fury ignited. How could an insignificant youth dare to label him thus? It was an affront of the highest order. Humph! Junior, you seek death. He roared, unleashing a formidable aura that caused the very space around them to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. I shall show you what it means to wish for a death that is worse than life. Chapter 84. Refinement. He gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He had resolved to make Xiao Chen pay a painful price. A shadow darted forth, like a specter from the Qianquan mirror, hurtling toward Xiao Chen. It was none other than the remnant soul of Zhu Tiandadi. He had anticipated that Xiao Chen would panic and resist with all his might. However, contrary to his expectations, Xiao Chen stood frozen in place, as if rendered dumbfounded. Humph! Useless! Zhu Tiandadi scoffed inwardly, his disdain deepening in his eyes. Xiao Chen was nothing more than a trivial insect. With a swift motion, the remnant soul pierced into Xiao Chen's brow, entering his spiritual sea. The moment Zhu Tiandadi entered Xiao Chen's spiritual sea, he was taken aback. What did he behold? How could this be possible? Before him stretched an unfathomable ocean, waves crashing tumultuously, a vast expanse beyond comprehension. This spiritual sea was manifold broader than it had been during his heyday. No, this could not merely be termed a spiritual sea. It was a genuine, boundless ocean. Is this truly the spiritual sea of a mere saint? Zhu Tiandadi was utterly astonished, doubting his own senses. Yet, what shocked him further lay ahead. He discovered that within this spiritual sea wafted tendrils of chaotic energy. Chaotic energy, the most primal and pure essence from the dawn of creation. Only those born as chaotic entities could possess such energy. Such beings were exceedingly rare, each one a force of nature. This boy.is he truly a chaotic entity? Zhu Tiandadi's voice quivered with disbelief. He had never dreamed he would encounter a chaotic entity. This was an immense stroke of fortune. If he could possess this body, Reclaiming his former glory would be within reach. Surpassing it even might not be impossible. A raging fire ignited within Zhu Tianda's heart. Yet, in the next moment, he stumbled upon another shocking revelation. At the center of this spiritual sea floated a sword entirely black, radiating an endless sharpness. Its blade was etched with mysterious patterns, seemingly containing the ultimate truths of the universe. This is the sword bone? Zhu Tianda exclaimed in astonishment. The sword bone was the hallmark of a natural sword cultivator. Those possessing a sword bone were born to be favored by the sword path. Their innate talent unmatched, a chaotic entity. A sword bone. This boy possesses both these extraordinary qualities. Zhu Tianda had completely lost his composure, feeling as though he were suffocating. This was a divine gift from the heavens. He could no longer contain his laughter, throwing his head back in joyous mirth. Heaven has not forsaken me. It has not forsaken me. Junior, you have been most considerate. You have willingly opened your spiritual sea for my entry. Now, everything you possess shall be mine. His gaze fell greedily upon Xiao Chen's primordial spirit. Fear not. I shall grant you a swift and painless demise. After all, you have provided me with such a splendid vessel. I will make good use of your body to reclaim my peak and exact revenge upon my foes. Your family, I shall look after. Your beloved, I shall enjoy. Rest easy, for I shall take your place. Zhu Tianda spoke with a sense of triumph, as if everything was already within his grasp. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Chen's primordial spirit suddenly spoke. That so? Xiao Chen's voice was calm and indifferent. Do you truly believe I allowed you entry out of fear? He gazed at the Supreme Emperor, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Emperor furrowed his brow. Sensing an inkling of something amiss. What do you mean, you brat? He asked in a deep voice. My meaning is quite simple. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. I allowed you to enter solely for a fish in a barrel. He enunciated, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. A fish in a barrel. The Supreme Emperor was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. You foolish child, do you think this is where you can toy with me? This is your spiritual sea. Within your spiritual sea, you are the master. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? He regarded Xiao Chen with a look of utter disdain. That so? Xiao Chen retorted with a cold chuckle. System, commence his refinement. He commanded inwardly. Ding. Host command received. Commencing refinement. The system's voice echoed within Xiao Chen's mind. In the next instant, a sudden transformation occurred. A colossal hand materialized in Xiao Chen's spiritual sea. Blotting out the sun, as if it could shatter the very stars, it radiated an overwhelming pressure, reaching for the remnants of the Supreme Emperor's soul. What is this? The Supreme Emperor was instantly filled with terror. Sensing a breath of death, the hand brought him an unprecedented sense of oppression. He attempted to flee, but found himself utterly immobilized. He sought to unleash his divine powers, yet discovered that his strength was as insignificant as that of an ant before this hand. No, impossible. How can you possess such immense power within your own spiritual sea? The Supreme Emperor roared in madness, his eyes filled with despair. He could not comprehend why Xiao Chen was so powerful. It defied all logic. However, there was no time for contemplation. The giant hand had already seized him. No, let go of me. Xiao Chen, you cannot kill me. I am the Supreme Emperor. I am an emperor. If you slay me, you will regret it. The Supreme Emperor struggled desperately, howling. Yet, it was all in vain. The colossal hand remained unmoved, slowly tightening its grip, causing the remnants of the Supreme Emperor's soul to twist and contort. Brother, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I am willing to submit to you. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Just spare me, and I will promise you anything. The Supreme Emperor began to plead for mercy. He did not wish to die. There were many things he had yet to accomplish. He had not yet avenged himself. He had not yet returned to his peak. He could not die here. Xiao Chen, I can reveal a secret to you. A secret about becoming an emperor. If you spare me, I will divulge this secret. This secret can enable you to become an emperor in the shortest time possible. Do you not wish to be the most powerful existence in this world? I can help you. I truly can. In a desperate bid for survival, the Supreme Emperor laid bare all the secrets he knew, hoping to sway Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen merely scoffed at a secret to becoming an emperor. Apologies, but I have no need for it, he said dismissively. System, refine him. He commanded once more. No. The Supreme Emperor let out a piercing scream as his remnants were utterly crushed by the giant hand, transforming into a pure energy that merged into Xiao Chen's spiritual sea. Thus, the Supreme Emperor was completely erased from existence. This former emperor could never have imagined that he would meet his end in such a manner, nor that he would perish at the hands of an ant he had once scorned. Xiao Chen's primordial spirit slowly opened its eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within, having devoured the remnants of an emperor. My spiritual sea has grown considerably stronger. Chapter 85. Investment. Xiao Chen gradually withdrew his consciousness, his gaze falling upon the Qianquan mirror in his hand. This ancient copper mirror now emanated a faint glow. As the aura swirled, Xiao Chen could faintly perceive a hazy world taking shape within the mirror. He was momentarily taken aback, a spark of astonishment flickering in his eyes that he attempted to probe his consciousness into it. In the next moment, he found himself amidst a chaotic void. There was no heaven or earth, no sun or moon, only endless chaotic energy swirling around him. Yet, at the center of this chaos, a continent's embryonic form was slowly coalescing. Mountains, rivers, plains. Everything appeared so primordial, so ancient. This Qianquan mirrored it was nurturing a miniature world. Xiao Chen's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had never heard of a treasure capable of giving birth to a world. This completely overturned his understanding. Just then, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully refining the remnants of the Supreme Emperor. Ding! Congratulations, host, on establishing dominance over the Qianquan mirror, becoming the sovereign of the Qianquan miniature world. Ding! Detected that the Qianquan miniature world is still in its embryonic stage. Host will receive exclusive fortune as World Master. World Master Fortune Enhancement. Within the Qianquan miniature world, the host will receive an all-encompassing attribute boost, including but not limited to cultivation speed, comprehension, defense, attack power, and more. World Master Fortune Enhancement. Within the Qianquan miniature world, the host will experience a significant increase in luck attributes, making it easier to acquire rare treasures and opportunities. World Master Fortune Enhancement. Within the Qianquan miniature world, the host will receive partial authority from the heavenly path, allowing manipulation of certain rules within the miniature world. That a series of prompts left Xiao Chen momentarily dazed. He took a deep breath, calming his exhilarated heart. World Master, he murmured. Feeling the surging power within him, he could distinctly sense a mysterious connection forming between himself, the Qianquan mirror, and the miniature world within it. It was as if he were the sovereign of this realm. With a mere thought, the scenes within the Qianquan miniature world vividly appeared in his mind that he could even manipulate the winds and clouds, shifting mountains and rivers at will. This sensation was truly marvelous. No wonder the Qianquan mirror was hailed as a supreme treasure. Xiao Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. Now he comprehended why the system regarded the Qianquan mirror as a treasure of unparalleled worth. It was, simply put, a divine artifact. Possessing it was akin to owning a world that he could carry with him. Moreover, this world was continually growing. Just how far could it develop in the future? Xiao Chen could hardly fathom. All he knew was that he had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time, and this was merely the beginning. Excitement sparkled in his eyes with the continuous growth of the Qianquan miniature world. My strength will soar as well. At that time, all destined protagonists and children of fortune shall be trampled beneath my feet. He clenched his fists, his heart brimming with grand ambitions. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully plundering the fortune of the destined protagonist Lin Fan. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the destiny level technique. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique. A destiny level technique. Divided into 6 layers, corresponding to the 6 paths of reincarnation. First layer. Human path. Refining the body, tempering the flesh, strength surpassing mountains, and aura overshadowing the world. Second layer. Azura path. Refining the soul, honing the divine consciousness to depths as profound as the abyss. Third layer. Animal path. Refining beasts, capable of controlling myriad beasts for one's own use. Fourth layer. Hungry ghost path. Refining chi, devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, turning it into one's own power. Boundless magical prowess. Fifth layer. Hell path. Refining hell, mastering the powers of the underworld, suppressing all beings. Sixth layer. Heavenly path. refining the heavens, transcending the six paths, mastering reincarnation, achieving immortality. Cultivating six paths of reincarnation technique allows one to merge the powers of the six paths into one, unleashing earth-shattering might. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, one can reverse life and death, controlling the cycle of reincarnation. The system's introduction left Xiao Chen in astonishment once more. The six paths of reincarnation technique. The name sounded immensely formidable. A fervent light danced in his eyes. This technique could cultivate the powers of the six paths. Moreover, each path corresponded to a form of potent power. It felt as if this was tailor-made for him. Xiao Chen was brimming with excitement. As a chaotic body, he possessed infinite potential, and the six paths of reincarnation technique was precisely what he needed to unleash that potential to its fullest. By cultivating it, my strength will experience a qualitative leap. Without hesitation, he made his decision. System, begin cultivating six paths of reincarnation technique immediately. He commanded inwardly. Ding, host command received. Commencing cultivation of six paths of reincarnation technique. The system's voice resonated in Xiao Chen's mind. In the next moment, a torrent of immense information flooded into his consciousness. This was the cultivation method for the six paths of reincarnation technique. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, beginning to comprehend that a soft glow began to emanate from his body. The radiance continuously shifts, at times manifesting in golden hues, at others in shades of black, and occasionally in vibrant reds. Six distinct illuminations flicker in alternation, as if unraveling the mysteries of the six realms of reincarnation. Time flows slowly. Xiao Chen is utterly immersed in his cultivation, unaware of how much time has elapsed. When he finally opens his eyes again, a profound transformation has occurred within him. His physique has become remarkably robust, resembling an indomitable war deity. His soul has grown denser, akin to a resplendent full moon illuminating his spiritual ocean. Within him flows six diverse powers, interwoven and fused, culminating in a force of unparalleled strength. This power makes Xiao Chen feel as if he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. Is this the might of the six realms reincarnation technique? Indeed, it is formidable. Clenching his fist, he revels in the surging power within, unable to suppress a long, exultant howl. His voice resonates like the roar of dragons and tigers, reverberating through the skies. At that moment, the notification sound from the system rings out once more. Ding! Host successfully cultivated the first layer of the six realms reincarnation technique. Ding! New task issued. Invest in the female supporting character Lin Yuhan, assisting her in breaking through to the 9th level of the Divine Passage realm. Task reward. Supreme Tao Bone. Supreme Tao Bone. A supreme divine bone containing the principles of the Tao, significantly enhancing the host's comprehension of the heavenly Tao. With the supreme Tao Bone, the host will find it easier to grasp various divine abilities and principles. With the supreme Tao Bone, the host will experience an accelerated breakthrough in realms and a substantial increase in cultivation speed. With the supreme Tao Bone, the host will acquire the attribute of Tao affinity, making it easier to gain the recognition of heaven and earth and receive fortuitous blessings. Supreme Tao Bone. Upon hearing this reward, Xiao Chen's eyes instantly gleam with excitement. This is indeed a treasure. Without hesitation, he accepts the task. Lin Yuhan, since you are destined to be my woman, I shall lend you a hand. A glimmer of determination flashes in Xiao Chen's eyes. He rises to his feet and steps out of the secret chamber. He must seek out Lin Yuhan, but he is determined to aid her in enhancing her strength. Simultaneously, he wishes to fulfill the task and obtain that crucial supreme Tao Bone. This time, Xiao Chen has achieved remarkable gains. Not only has he refined the remnant soul of the Supreme Emperor, strengthening his spiritual ocean, but he has also acquired the Qian Kuan mirror, becoming the master of the Qian Kuan miniature world. Moreover, he has obtained the Six Realms Reincarnation Technique, a destiny-grade skill. Now, with a new task and a new reward at hand, he chuckles. One day, he shall stand at the pinnacle of this world, overlooking all beings, commanding everything. Chapter 86. Her impatience swish, swish, at the Taichu sacred land. In the martial arts arena, sword chi crisscrosses, glimmering with icy brilliance that a breathtaking figure dances gracefully within. Her form is enchanting, her steps light, and in her hand, the long sword moves like a swimming dragon. Each swing conjures a sharp gust of sword wind. The sword intent pervades, enveloping the surroundings, as if it seeks to cleave the heavens asunder. This woman is none other than Lin Yuhan. At this moment, she resembles a celestial sword fairy, radiating unparalleled grace, evoking awe and admiration. Truly deserving of being the reincarnation of an empress, her talent is nothing short of extraordinary. Xiao Chen stands on the edge of the martial arts arena. Quietly observing this scene, his eyes filled with appreciation, he does not interrupt, merely watching in silence. Lin Yuhan's swordsmanship has already reached a considerable level of proficiency. Each move contains formidable power. Moreover, her sword intent is exceptionally pure, hinting at the demeanor of a sword master. Given time, she is destined to become one of the most elite sword cultivators in the world. Xiao Chen muses. He is filled with anticipation for this woman he has chosen. After a while, Lin Yuhan sheaths her sword and stands still. She exhales a breath of turbid air, a fine sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Evidently, her recent training has taken a toll on her stamina. Suddenly, Lin Yuhan seems to sense something. She abruptly turns to face Xiao Chen's direction. Husband. Upon recognizing him, she gasps in surprise, a delighted smile spreading across her face. However, this smile soon takes on a hint of shyness. Her cheeks flush slightly, resembling ripe apples, irresistibly alluring. She strides towards Xiao Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling, caught between words. Husband, when did you arrive? Lin Yuhan lowers her head, softly inquiring. Her voice is sultry and delicate, tinged with a slight tremor. Just arrived not long ago. Xiao Chen smiles gently, his heart softening at the sight of this bashful maiden that he reaches out, tenderly caressing Lin Yuhan's cheek. The touch is smooth and delicate, akin to the finest jade. Utterly captivating. What? Not welcoming my arrival? Xiao Chen teases. Not at all. Lin Yuhan quickly shakes her head, her voice dropping even lower. Her head nearly buries itself in her chest. Husband, you came and didn't even say a word. She pouts, her tone laced with a hint of playful grievance. Hee. Xiao Chen chuckles lightly. He extends his finger, gently pinching Lin Yuhan's cheek. Oh. Lin Yuhan exclaims, hastily dodging. However, her speed pales in comparison to Xiao Chen's. His finger still accurately finds its mark. Truly bouncy. Xiao Chen remarks with a smile. Husband. Lin Yuhan pouts, her face growing even redder. She looks up and shoots Xiao Chen a glare. That gaze is enchanting and captivating. Almost mesmerizing. Ahem. Xiao Chen clears his throat, quickly withdrawing his hand. He nearly fell under the spell of this little girl. I witnessed your swordplay just now. Xiao Chen shifts the topic. Lin Yuhan nods gently. Quite impressive, significant progress. Xiao Chen praises. However, there are still some areas needing improvement. He shifts the conversation again. Lin Yuhan's interest peaks at his words. She widens her eyes, gazing at Xiao Chen, asking, Husband, please tell me. Where do I fall short? She is quite confident in her swordsmanship, yet she acknowledges that Xiao Chen's strength far surpasses hers. Thus, she is eager to hear his insights. Your swordplay is overly focused on techniques, neglecting the essence of sword intent. Xiao Chen explains slowly. Sword intent is the core of swordsmanship. Only by integrating sword intent into techniques can the true power of the sword be unleashed. That last strike, while appearing fierce, lacked a sense of momentum. A momentum that is relentless, capable of cleaving through all. As Xiao Chen speaks, he illustrates with gestures. Lin Yuhan nods repeatedly, seeming to grasp the concept. Thank you for your guidance. Husband. She expresses her gratitude. Xiao Chen nods. He observes Lin Yuhan, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. He notices that this little girl occasionally brushes her ample bosom against his arm. Moreover, her gaze has grown somewhat dreamy. This little girl, could it be that she desires? Xiao Chen's heart stirs. He suddenly recalls something. A playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yuhan. He deliberately elongates the syllables. Lin Yuhan lifts her head, gazing at him in confusion. Are you perhaps wishing to be teased by your husband? Xiao Chen whispers close to her ear, his voice rich with magnetism and allured. Lin Yuhan gasps, her face instantly turning crimson to the roots of her neck. She had not anticipated Xiao Chen's directness. She stammers, unable to articulate her thoughts. Xiao Chen, amused by her flustered, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as radiant as the peach blossoms of March, while her enchanting eyes shimmered with a mesmerizing allure. As her gaze flickered, it was laden with an unspoken tenderness that could melt a heart. Inwardly, Xiao Chen felt a swell of pride. Indeed, the back mountain was a most delightful place. He mused that he must return often. Not only was the scenery enchanting, but it also rejuvenated the spirit, An ineffable J-O-Y-A-T this moment. Lin Yuhan was equally exhilarated. The unprecedented thrill she had just experienced lingered in her mind, a sensation akin to floating upon clouds, light, yet brimming with vitality. More importantly, she sensed that she had grazed the edge of a breakthrough. This realization deepened her affection for Xiao Chen. This man, not only formidable and domineering, was also irresistibly captivating. Unable to restrain herself, she gently tugged at the sleeve of his garment. Xiao Chen, lost in his own thoughts, was startled when he felt the pull on his sleeve that he turned, his expression a mix of curiosity and surprise as he looked at Lin Yuhan. "What is it?" he inquired, his voice laced with a hint of languor. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated Lin Yuhan, highlighting her tall and graceful form. The curves and contours of her figure were flawless, igniting a passionate fervor within him. His gaze inevitably roamed over her, and Lin Yuhan, feeling the weight of his stare, lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Her cheeks flushed deeper, resembling ripe apples, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. She stammered, at a loss for words. Such sentiments were difficult for a young woman to articulate. Yet, silence could lead to misunderstandings, especially since she had been the one to initiate their earlier encounter. Her internal conflict intensified. Observing her hesitance, Xiao Chen's curiosity only grew. What could this little lady be attempting to express? He patiently awaited her response. Finally, Lin Yuhan mustered her courage. She lifted her head to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. Then, on tiptoe, leaned closer to whisper in his ear that a delicate fragrance wafted into Xiao Chen's senses, fresh and elegant. With a hint of sweetness that invigorated his spirit, he felt an electric thrill course through him. As warmth surged from his abdomen, unable to contain himself, he inhaled deeply. This girl's scent was truly intoxicating. Lin Yuhan's soft lips brushed against his ear as she spoke. Her breath his aura surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Fierce and formidable, the surrounding air crackled and boomed under the immense pressure, resonating with a thunderous roar. The entire Holy Sun Hall began to tremble ever so slightly, as if an ancient behemoth were awakening from its slumber. After a prolonged moment, this violent energy gradually subsided. Xiao Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. The Nineteen sacred body indeed defies the heavens. He could not help but exclaim. Ever since he began dual cultivating with Lin Yuhan, his cultivation progress could be described as astronomical. In a mere span of time, he not only solidified his mastery of the divine ability realm, but also subtly grazed the threshold of the next level. Such a pace of cultivation was astonishing. Should outsiders learn of this, they would likely be left agape. For ordinary cultivators, breaking through a minor realm typically demands several years, if not decades, of dedicated effort. Yet for Xiao Chen, it was as effortless as partaking in a meal. The disparity was unfathomable. Of course, Lin Yuhan also reaped tremendous benefits. With Xiao Chen's assistance, she not only successfully expanded her dantian and acquired the heavenly devouring technique, but also elevated her cultivation to the 9th level of the divine ability realm. Just one step away from transcending to the next major realm, it could be said that the two were in a true win-win situation. That moment, a guard entered the grand hall. Clad in the standard robe of the Taichu sacred land, with a sword at his waist, he approached with a respectful demeanor. Kneeling before Xiao Chen, he presented a letter, raised high above his head with both hands. "I report to the Holy Sun. This is a letter from the Lin family directed to you." His voice was clear and resonant, echoing through the hall. The Lin family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He had no amicable ties with the Lin family. In retaliation against Liu Ruyan, he had once reduced the entire Liu family to ruins. "Bring it forth," Xiao Chen said indifferently. He was keen to uncover what schemes the Lin family was concocting. The guard promptly rose and handed the letter to Xiao Chen. He accepted it and casually tore it open. A swift glance allowed him to quickly peruse the contents within. Then a cold chuckle escaped his lips. His gaze turned icy and sharp, akin to two unsheathed blades. The letter's message was straightforward. It was penned by Lin Long. That it stated that Liu Ruyan was currently in their custody. If Xiao Chen wished to exchange for her, he must present the Qiankuan mirror along with a substantial array of rare treasures. Moreover, a deadline was imposed, urging Xiao Chen to make a swift decision, lest he bear the consequences. That foolish woman. Xiao Chen crumpled the letter into a ball and waved his hand dismissively. Whoosh! A flame materialized from thin air, instantly reducing the letter to ashes. Did they truly believe I would care for that wretched woman? He scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Liu Ruyan, that traitorous woman, had long been relegated to the recesses of his mind. Had it not been for this letter, he might have almost forgotten her existence. The reason he had spared Liu Ruyan was simply due to his reluctance to soil his hands. In his view, a person of her caliber was not even worthy of carrying his shoes, let alone the fact that he had rendered her utterly powerless. However, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. How did Liu Ruyan end up in Lin Lung's hands? He stroked his chin, deep in thought. This was somewhat unexpected. According to the original narrative, Liu Ruyan was supposed to be wandering the world alongside Lin Fan. How had she suddenly ended up with the Lin family, and captured by Lin Lung at that? Something must have transpired that he was unaware of. How intriguing that a smirk crept onto Xiao Chen's lips, revealing a hint of amusement. It appeared that this plot was becoming increasingly fascinating. He now found himself intrigued by this development. And what was Lin Lung scheming? How dare he use Liu Ruyan to threaten me? Truly foolish. Chapter 89. On standby, quite urgent in the rear courtyard of the Lin residence, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. The sound of flowing water and the fragrance of blooming flowers filled the ambience. In a spacious pool, steam rose, scattered with petals of various hues. Lin Fan lay beside the pool, his upper body bare, arms spread wide at his sides. His head rested upon a soft cushion, the air around him infused with a delicate fragrance. Two maidens, draped in sheer veils, nestled beside him, one on each side. They were tall and statuesque, their curves exquisite, skin as flawless as snow. Beneath the thin fabric, tantalizing glimpses of alluring beauty could be discerned. One maiden was alluring as a fox, while the other radiated purity akin to a lotus. Each possessing their own unique charm. This moment, they were gently massaging Lin Fan's shoulders and arms, with every intentional or unintentional brush of their ample fronts against Lin Fan's arms. He felt a delightful tingling sensation. Comfortably closing his eyes, a satisfied smile graced his lips. "Young master, last night, you truly wore us out," the alluring maiden cooed, her voice a playful blend of reproach and flirtation. As she spoke, her fingers traced circles upon Lin Fan's chest. "Indeed, young master, I can barely walk now," the pure maiden chimed in, her face flushed as she echoed softly. Her voice, as melodious as a lark, carried a hint of shyness that stirred the heart. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, abruptly opened his eyes, a spark of pride, excitement, and a hint of wickedness dancing within them. "Oh, is that so?" His hand reached out, gripping the chin of the alluring maiden, lifting it gently. "How about I indulge you both once more later?" He emphasized the word indulge, his gaze roving over the two maidens with an intensity akin to a wolf eyeing its prey. Brimming with desire, the maidens felt their bodies weaken under his gaze. Their cheeks flushed with crimson. They remained silent, merely lowering their heads and nodding gently. Their bashful demeanor ignited a fire within Lin Fan's heart. "Ha ha!" Unable to contain himself, Lin Fan burst into hearty laughter, his voice overflowing with triumph and exhilaration. Once, he had been a mere wretch, groveling before Liu Ruyan for cultivation resources, but now, he had transformed into the young master of the Lin family. Power, status, beauty, all lay within his grasp. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. How he had once endured humiliation, begging like a dog for a paltry amount of cultivation resources. For 3 long years, he had borne the weight of disgrace and suffered endless indignities. Thankfully, Liu Ruyan, that foolish woman, had offended Xiao Chen. The Liu family was annihilated, and he, by sheer chance, had become the young master of the Lin family. But all of that was in the past. From this day forth, I, Lin Fan, shall no longer bow to anyone. I shall make it known that I, Lin Fan, am the true favored child of destiny. Humph, Xiao Chen, just wait. Lin Fan's gaze grew sinister, his fists clenching tightly. Just then, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. It carried a hint of resignation, disappointment, and a touch of exasperation. Fanner, have you forgotten how your legs were broken? This voice emanated from an ancient ring upon Lin Fan's finger, harboring the remnant soul of a mysterious powerful being. This being, a revered alchemist from ancient times, was known as Yao Lao. It was he who, during Lin Fan's most desolate moments, offered him hope and guided him to his current standing. In many ways, Yao Lao was Lin Fan's greatest support and most trusted ally. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Of course, he had not forgotten how his legs were shattered. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. He would never forget the scene of being trampled underfoot by Xiao Chen in the Taichu sacred land. Humiliated like a dead dog. He would never forget how his legs were mercilessly shattered. The excruciating pain, the overwhelming despair, the deep-seated hatred he would never forget. Even though, with Lin Long's aid, his legs had healed, the memories still haunted him during the quiet of night. It was not merely physical pain, but a torment of the spirit. Umph, Lin Fan scoffed dismissively. Yao Lao, fear not. How could I possibly forget? I merely what? Yao Lao's tone grew stern. I merely feel that now I am the young master of the Lin family. What is wrong with enjoying myself? Lin Fan stated candidly. After all, have I endured so much suffering, only to continue to suffer? Yao Lao, you have seen it. I now have everything I desire. Why must I still push myself so hard? Moreover, Lin Fan paused before continuing. With my sister and father dealing with Xiao Chen, is it not an easy task? Why must I exert myself so desperately? Would you not agree? Yao Lao fell silent. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply and said, Fanner, you have greatly disappointed me. Do you truly believe that the Lin family can aid you in avenging your grievances? Do you think that Xiao Chen is as simple as you imagine? You are far too naive. If you persist in this manner, one day you will regret it. Lin Fan merely curled his lip, remaining silent. In his heart, he held little regard for Yao Lao's words, viewing him as a worrywart. Never mind. Is it possible to exchange for another disciple online? I await your response, as time is of the essence. The resigned sigh emanated from within the ring. Chapter 90, Cast Away. Is it you? Lin Fan. Suddenly, a voice filled with joy, tinged with a hint of allure and urgency, rang out. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan turned to its source, momentarily taken aback. The person approaching was none other than Liu Ruyan. Clad in simple attire, her hair disheveled and her face displaying signs of weariness, she bore little resemblance to the Lin family's renowned beauty. Yet, even in her current state, her visage remained stunning, albeit now marked by anxiety and longing. She hurried forward, eager to close the distance with Lin Fan. Stop! How dare you? Two guards swiftly emerged, positioning themselves in front of Liu Ruyan and sternly reprimanding her. These guards were carefully selected protectors of the Lin family. Possessing formidable strength and unwavering loyalty, they paid no heed to Liu Ruyan's status. Anyone who approached Lin Fan without permission would be halted. Liu Ruyan was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Momentarily stunned, she clearly did not anticipate being obstructed by two mere guards. In the past, she had been the pampered daughter of the Liu family, receiving adoration wherever she went. Not even the elders of the Taichu sacred land would dare to treat her with anything less than respect. When had it come to the point where these lowly servants dared to speak to her in such a manner? A surge of indignation welled up within Liu Ruyan. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand and struck one of the guards across the face. She put all her strength into this slap, convinced that it would send the insolent guard flying. However, reality proved to be a harsh contrast to her expectations. Liu Ruyan, having lost her cultivation, was now nothing more than a powerless woman. How could she possibly contend with the guard? The guard merely scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. He did not even bother to evade. Instead, he raised his leg and kicked her behind the knee. Liu Ruyan cried out in pain, stumbling forward and collapsing at Lin Fan's feet. The sound of her knee striking the ground was particularly resounding. A sharp pain radiated from her knee, nearly bringing her to tears. Gritting her teeth and breaking into a cold sweat, she struggled to endure the pain and raised her gaze to Lin Fan. Her eyes were filled with rage, grievance, and a hint of disbelief. Lin Fan, you can just stand there and watch these two dogs treat me this way. Liu Ruyan's voice trembled with emotion. She could hardly believe she was subjected to such treatment. They were showing such disrespect to the future mistress. Shouldn't you punish them? Liu Ruyan nearly shouted. In her mind, Lin Fan, regardless of his changes, should still harbor some feelings for her. After all, he had gone to great lengths to pursue her in the past. Mistress, at her words, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, then could not suppress a scoff filled with disdain and mockery. Rising slowly, he looked down at the kneeling Liu Ruyan, his eyes devoid of any compassion. Only endless indifference. Liu Ruyan, have you lost your mind? Do you genuinely believe I hold any affection for you? You ought to take a good look in the mirror, in your current state. Do you think you are worthy of me, Lin Fan? His voice was frigid, each word cutting into Liu Ruyan's heart like a sharp blade. Her complexion instantly turned as pale as a sheet. She stared at him, wide-eyed, in disbelief, as if meeting him for the first time. Was this man truly the same Lin Fan who had once been so obedient to her every whim? I truly do not understand what goes through your mind. You foolish woman, you genuinely believe yourself to be a celestial being, adored by all. Let me be frank. I, Lin Fan, have never held any affection for you. My previous kindness was merely treating you as a tool, a means to an end. Now, you hold no value for me. So, Lin Fan pointed towards the door, coldly declaring, "Get out. Do not appear before me again. Otherwise, do not blame me for my harshness." He was unwilling to waste another word on her. Though he was unsure how Liu Ruyan had entered the Lin residence, he had no desire to entangle himself with her any further. "Someone," Lin Fan bellowed, "at your service." The two guards responded immediately. "Throw this woman out." "Yes, young master." The guards complied without hesitation, advancing to seize Liu Ruyan's arms. "You don't let go of me. Lin Fan, you cannot treat me this way. Have you forgotten? You once vowed eternal love and protection for me." Ensuring I would face no harm, Liu Ruyan struggled desperately, her voice hoarse from shouting, attempting to awaken any lingering feelings in Lin Fan's heart. Yet, her efforts were destined to be in vain. Vows of eternal love? Lin Fan laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest joke. "Liu Ruyan, you are truly naive. You actually believed such words meant for fools. Let me tell you, the woman I despise most in this world is someone like you. Self-righteous and conceited. Now, right this moment, get out." Lin Fan's patience had run its course. All he wished was to rid himself of this woman, never to see her again. The guards hesitated no longer, hoisting Liu Ruyan and making their way outside. "Wait!" Liu Ruyan, grasping at the last straw, lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Lin Fan with clenched teeth. "Lin Fan, I know you hate me, and I hate you too. But we share a common enemy, Xiao Chen." Her eyes sparkled with a frenzied light, her voice sharp and piercing, as though she intended to unleash all her hatred. "Xiao Chen." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement crossing his features. He gestured for the guards to pause. "Oh, pray tell." Lin Fan crossed his arms, intrigued by what this woman might concoct next. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ruyan suppressed her humiliation and rage, striving to maintain a semblance of calm in her voice. "Lin Fan, do not forget, I am Xiao Chen's betrothed in name. Although he currently detests me to the core, wishing for my demise." She shifted her tone, a hint of inexplicable confidence emerging. "As long as I employ a few tactics, I am certain Xiao Chen will surely come to love me again." She lifted her chin, her gaze burning with determination, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. After all, back in the Taichu sacred land, Xiao Chen had been so obedient to her every desire. He would even risk his life for her. As a peculiar smile crept across Liu Ruyan's face, she seemed to envision Xiao Chen once again falling under her spell, as long as I make a slight effort to rekindle his affection. Then, with your assistance from within, we can utterly eradicate Xiao Chen, ensuring he never ascends again. Liu Ruyan's voice grew increasingly sinister, nearly hissing through clenched teeth. Her fists were tightly balled, her nails digging into her palms, drawing blood, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. Listening to Liu Ruyan's words, Lin Fan's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. He could hardly restrain a smirk, observing the almost deranged woman before him. This woman, surely, she must be losing her sanity. She truly believed that a mere flick of her wrist could win Xiao Chen's heart anew? Who did she think she was? A celestial maiden descending to earth? Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words, perplexed as to why I can no longer bear to gaze upon that mad woman. Upon hearing this, two guards immediately stepped forward, seizing Liu Ruyan's arms once more. Chapter 91. Regret. Bang! With a dull thud, Liu Ruyan's body was flung out of the Lin residence like a kite with a severed string. She crashed heavily onto the cold stone pathway, letting out a muffled groan of agony. Alas! Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, Liu Ruyan scrambled to her feet, but stumbled, nearly falling once again. She awkwardly steadied herself, her long hair in disarray, her magnificent gown now soiled with dust, and her once exquisite makeup now a mere shadow of its former glory, resembling a madwoman. Where was the semblance of a refined young lady from the Liu family? Bah! Liu Ruyan spat on the ground in a fit of rage. A futile attempt to vent her fury. She turned around, her gaze fixed intently upon the closed crimson door, her eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. "Lin Fan, you ungrateful wretch," she gritted her teeth, her voice hoarse, as if it was being forced from the depths of her throat. "When you were at your lowest, who was it that showed you warmth and concern? Who risked exposure to Xiao Chen, secretly delivering you elixirs and weapons? It was I, Liu Ruyan. I bared my soul to you, and this is how you repay me." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice growing sharper as she pointed angrily at the Lin residence's door, unleashing a torrent of invective. "You professed your love for me, vowed to marry me, promised to whisk me away to a life of freedom. Were these all lies? You deceiver! You great deceiver!" she shouted hoarsely, as if trying to expel all the grievances and anger festering within her, reflecting on the sweet words and solemn pledges Lin Fan had once bestowed upon her in the Taichu sacred land. Liu Ruyan felt as if her heart were being sliced by a knife. "How foolish I was to believe you, to betray Xiao Chen, to forsake my entire family for you. And what have I received in return?" Liu Ruyan's tears could no longer be contained, spilling forth uncontrollably. She felt like the greatest of jesters. For a nebulous promise, for a man who never loved her, she had sacrificed everything, ending up with a broken home and being shunned by all. "Lin Fan, just you wait. I curse you. I curse you to meet a wretched end. I curse you to forever be denied the things you desire. I curse you to live in perpetual pain and regret for all eternity." Liu Ruyan's voice was chilling and desperate, echoing hauntingly through the empty streets. As she wept and raged, she appeared utterly deranged. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind that it was Xiao Chen, the one who once catered to her every whim, who obeyed her every command, the one who would sacrifice everything for her. If only I had not left with Lin Fan. If only I had obediently remained by Xiao Chen's side. Would everything have been different? Liu Ruyan murmured to herself, a glimmer of confusion and regret crossing her eyes. She recalled the day of their wedding, when Xiao Chen had eagerly awaited her, hoping to be united as partners. Yet what had she done? She had eloped with Lin Fan. He must have been heartbroken at that moment, must have been filled with fury, right? A wave of intense guilt surged within Liu Ruyan. She could almost feel the anguish and despair of being betrayed by his beloved. If I had not left, Xiao Chen would never have treated me this way. He would have continued to cherish and love me as before. The Liu family would not have been annihilated. I would not have met such a tragic fate. The more Liu Ruyan thought, the deeper her regret and pain grew. She covered her face, crouching on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Tears streamed through her fingers, splattering onto the cold stone path, creating tiny droplets. The profound sense of regret washed over her like a tidal wave, drowning her entirely. She regretted it. She truly regretted it. She regretted her impulsiveness, her folly, her blindness. If only heaven would grant her another chance, she would never choose Lin Fan again. She would firmly grasp Xiao Chen's hand and never let go. But alas, there are no ifs in this world. Everything is already too late. She could never return. Alone, she could only endure endless pain and regret in this cold world. This was the price she paid for betraying Xiao Chen. This was her self-inflicted retribution. At that moment, Liu Ruyan resembled an orphan abandoned by the world, forlorn, helpless, and in despair. Cough, cough. Liu Ruyan clutched her abdomen, struggling to rise from the ground, each movement tugging at the excruciating pain in her dantian, causing her to involuntarily gasp. Xiao Chen had truly rendered her cultivation null. This was more painful than death itself. With her dantian shattered and spiritual power depleted, she was now nothing but a useless shell, even inferior to an ordinary person. All those days and nights spent in training, all the sweat and effort dedicated to improving her strength, had turned to naught. No, she could not die. She did not wish to perish. She, Liu Ruyan, with her beauty, how could she die in such a place? She still had countless youthful years ahead to enjoy, many endeavors yet to pursue. She must not resign herself to fate. A flicker of defiance and bitterness shone in Liu Ruyan's eyes. She gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, moving forward step by step with great difficulty. Her hatred for Lin Fan had long since eclipsed that for Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen had always been her adversary. But Lin Fan, he was the one who had thrust her into the depths of despair. Lin Fan, you despicable cur. Even if I become a ghost, I will not spare you. She muttered curses under her breath, her voice hoarse and weak. Yet the venom in her tone was palpable, etched deeply within her. As long as she could survive, as long as she could exact revenge, she would do anything. Thoughts raced through Liu Ruyan's mind. She was strategizing, planning, searching for every possible opportunity. She had to live. She had to avenge herself, and she would make those who had wronged her pay a terrible price. Having her Dantian destroyed was not entirely irreparable. As long as she could find a sufficiently powerful ally. With my beauty, it should not be difficult to ensnare a wealthy suitor. Liu Ruyan mused to herself, a glint of calculation flashing in her eyes. She held absolute confidence in her looks that it was this very beauty that had once captivated Xiao Chen, rendering him utterly devoted to her. Now, though her powers were gone, her appearance remained, with a little cunning. She could certainly rise again. Yes, that's it. First, find a powerful man to help me restore my Dantian. Then use him to take revenge on Lin Fan. On Xiao Chen. I want to make them wish they were dead. A manic glimmer danced in Liu Ruyan's eyes. She had completely succumbed to darkness, utterly fallen. For the sake of vengeance, she would stop at nothing, willing to sacrifice everything. Names and faces began to emerge in her mind. The young master of Tianyang sect seems to have taken an interest in me. And that saint from Xianyan sect, rumored to be quite the libertine to him. And which young master from a prominent family? Liu Ruyan's mind raced with images of potential targets. Weighing and comparing each one, selecting the most suitable candidates. She needed to find someone who was powerful, influential, and easily manipulable. Only then could she execute her revenge plan. Humph. Just you wait. Lin Fan, Xiao Chen. Both of you. Wait for me. I, Liu Ruyan, will certainly return. I will make you pay dearly. Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred and madness. At that moment, a tall figure appeared before her. The figure was slender and upright, with legs as straight as if chiseled from stone, exuding an air of strength. The newcomer was clad in tight-fitting attire that accentuated her perfect figure. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, almost suffocatingly so. But unlike ordinary women, there was a heroic spirit in her brow, an air of confidence and competence that rivaled that of men. Lin Ling. It was Lin Ling. Liu Ruyan's pupils constricted suddenly. What was she doing here? Could it be that a sense of foreboding surged within Liu Ruyan? Lin Lung approached, looking down at Liu Ruyan from a height. Her exquisite features were now twisted in anger and disdain. Liu Ruyan. Lin Lung's voice was cold and piercing. What are you doing here? Liu Ruyan forced herself to remain calm, her tone harsh yet feeble. Smack. The response was a resounding slap to her face. Lin Lung raised her hand and struck Liu Ruyan with great force, sending her crashing to the ground. Wretched creature. Chapter 92. Worse than death. Lin Lung exclaimed in fury, her eyes ablaze with anger and murderous intent. She stepped forward and placed a foot on Liu Ruyan's abdomen. Liu Ruyan let out a cry of despair, her body curling into a tight ball, convulsing in agony. What are you doing? She struggled to rise, but Lin Lung's foot pressed down mercilessly, rendering her immobile. What am I doing? Lin Lung sneered, her eyes brimming with contempt and derision. Liu Ruyan, you wretched creature, how dare you deceive me? Did you not claim that Xiao Chen held you in deep affection? That he loved you to the point of obsession? Did you not say that if I assisted you in dealing with Lin Fan, he would obediently hand over the Qingquan mirror? And yet, what is the outcome? Are you toying with me? As Lin Lung's anger escalated, so too did the force of her foot. I did not. Liu Ruyan moaned in pain, desperately attempting to explain. Did not. Lin Lung scoffed, kicking her aside. You still dare to argue? Do you have any idea how much I have lost because of your despicable lies? Do you understand the price I paid to help you? And now you tell me that Xiao Chen does not even care for you, that he would rather see you dead. Lin Ling's voice was laced with fury and resentment. She felt like a fool, utterly manipulated by Liu Ruyan, and now suffering significant losses because of it. You vile creature, how dare you deceive me? You must truly be tired of living. Lin Lung roared, charging forward once more, striking Liu Ruyan with fists and feet. Please, no more, don't hit me. Liu Ruyan's cries echoed, but she was powerless to resist. Having lost all her powers, she was no more than a mere mortal, utterly no match for Lin Lung. She could only endure the beating as Lin Lung vented her pent-up rage. That I will beat you to death, you wretched being, for your deceit, for the harm you caused me. Lin Lung cursed as she struck, showing no mercy. Liu Ruyan's body soon bore the marks of her torment, bloodied and bruised. She lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, her cries growing weaker. Xiao Chen, he truly does not care for you. His fiancée, he wishes for your suffering. And yet that you dared to deceive me, tell me. That Xiao Chen cares for you, the point of desperation. Lin Lung's voice faltered, filled with bitterness and resentment. With each word, she delivered a harsh kick to Liu Ruyan, as if only through this could she express her anger and hatred, breathing heavily. She paused, her chest heaving, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet the fire in her eyes showed no sign of abating. You lot, come here, Lin Lung shouted at the guards nearby. Continue the beating. Make her plead for mercy. They surged forward, raining blows upon Liu Ruyan. Please, no more. I was wrong. Liu Ruyan's cries grew more pitiful, more anguished. She curled up on the ground like an injured beast, trembling uncontrollably. Her body was a canvas of bruises, blood staining her garments and the ground beneath her. Her hair lay in disarray, resembling a tangle of dry grass. The once enchanting visage had become grotesquely swollen. Her eyes narrowed to slits, nearly blind. Her nose askew, blood streaming from it. Her mouth swelled like a sausage, blood frothing at the corners. The entirety of her face was unrecognizable, utterly deformed. She appeared utterly wretched. Profoundly tragic. Humph. Liu Ruyan's cries gradually transformed into pitiful whimpers. She lacked even the strength to scream, reduced to weak moans, akin to a dying beast. Lin Lung watched this scene unfold, her heart devoid of any compassion. Instead, she felt a perverse sense of satisfaction and vindication. Stop, Lin Lung finally commanded, waving her hand to signal the guards to cease their assault. If this continues, she will die. Lin Lung spoke coldly. She had no desire for Liu Ruyan to perish so easily. For Liu Ruyan had dared to deceive her. Such an offense was utterly unforgivable. Drag her away, Lin Lung ordered, pointing at Liu Ruyan on the ground. Throw her in the dungeon. Find a doctor to tend to her wounds properly. Do not let her die. Several guards hurried forward, dragging Liu Ruyan up as if she were a lifeless dog, hauling her toward the dungeon. Remember, once she is healed, make her a servant. Let her scrub toilets and clean latrines for the rest of her life. I want her to experience a fate worse than death. Lin Lung's voice dripped with animosity and hatred. She intended for Liu Ruyan to grasp the meaning of true despair. Liu Ruyan lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. Devoid of strength to struggle or speak, she could only allow the guards to drag her away. Chapter 93. Not yet at the Taichu sacred land. Under the moonlight like flowing water, the night descended. Adorned with countless stars, within a pavilion, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, resembling a drifting dragon that he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of white mist that dissipated into the air. With a sigh, having expelled the murky energy, Xiao Chen felt refreshed and invigorated. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully invested in the future empress. Reward obtained. Qinglian fire. System? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, a playful smile forming at the corners of his lips. This system truly arrived at the perfect moment. Qinglian fire? He murmured, curiosity blooming within him. The system's voice soon followed, elaborating on the origin and wondrous applications of Qinglian fire. Qinglian fire, ranked 19th on the list of heavenly flames, was an innate spiritual fire birthed from the chaos Qinglian, possessing the formidable might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. It could incinerate all things, refine the soul, and significantly enhance cultivation speed. With boundless uses, the system's voice was filled with temptation. Would you like to choose fusion? Fusion. Is that even a question? Only a fool would refuse. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen silently commanded, fusion. As the words left his lips, a blazing energy materialized within his dantian, blossoming like a lotus flower. The petals were composed of flames, dancing gracefully, exuding an overwhelming heat. This heat instantly enveloped Xiao Chen's entire being, making him feel as if he were trapped in a furnace, every drop of blood within him boiling, every inch of skin, every bone, was being seared by the flames. Yet, strangely, Xiao Chen felt no pain. Instead, an indescribable sense of euphoria washed over him. It was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, or dry wood meeting a fierce blaze. This sensation was simply exquisite. Xiao Chen couldn't help but close his eyes, fully immersing himself in this ultimate pleasure. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. After what felt like an eternity, the exhilarating sensation gradually subsided. Xiao Chen opened his eyes once more, a flicker of flame dancing within them. Vanishing as quickly as it appeared, he sensed an immense power awakening within him, merging seamlessly with his very being, as if he could wield it at will. Is this the power of Qinglian fire? Xiao Chen mused softly, his heart filled with awe. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. A ball of flame appeared out of thin air, quietly burning above his palm. The temperature of the flames was so high that the surrounding air began to warp. With a mere thought, the flame extinguished instantly. He turned his gaze toward the nearby lotus pond, where a lush array of lotus flowers once thrived. The lotus leaves were abundant, and the flowers stood gracefully. A sight to behold. With a gentle wave of his hand, a stream of fire shot forth from his palm, plunging into the lotus pond. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, and the entire pond erupted in a frenzy. Steam billowed, and white mist enveloped the area. In the blink of an eye, the once serene lotus pond had been completely evaporated. The previously rippling water surface transformed into a barren pool bed. The beautiful lotuses, along with their leaves, were reduced to ashes, leaving behind a stark, desolate bottom still emitting wisps of hiss. Xiao Chen inhaled sharply, stunned by the scene before him. This was astonishing. The power of Qinglian fire exceeded his wildest imagination. With just a casual flick, he had obliterated the entire lotus pond. If this were to be used in battle, what would become of his foes? Xiao Chen marveled inwardly, gaining a deeper understanding of the might of Qinglian fire. Not bad, not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with this reward. With Qinglian fire at his disposal, his strength had ascended to a whole new level. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps, like pearls falling onto a plate, shattered the tranquility of the moment. Xiao Chen's brows twitched slightly as he turned to face the source of the sound. Beneath the moonlight, a graceful figure approached, her silhouette tall and slender, her waist as soft as willow. Each step imbued with captivating charm. As the figure drew closer, Xiao Chen finally discerned her features: skin whiter than snow, exquisite brows and eyes, a delicate nose, and luscious red lips. It was none other than Lin Yuhan. At this moment, Lin Yuhan appeared to have undergone meticulous preparation. Her already stunning beauty was accentuated with an added allure. She wore a flowing gown, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with each step, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace. In her delicate grasp, she held an exquisite wooden food box, emanating a subtle fragrance of wood that was utterly refreshing. Lin Yuhan glided gracefully to Xiao Chen's side, offering a gentle bow. "Husband, the night has grown deep. I have prepared a midnight snack for you." She spoke softly, her voice as melodious as the song of a lark, crisp and delightful. As she spoke, she playfully shook the food box in her hand, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a warm spring breeze, heartwarming and inviting, akin to a garden in full bloom. Xiao Chen's heart stirred slightly at the sight. This little lady had become increasingly adept at winning hearts. He nodded gently, a soft smile gracing his face. "Thank you, Hana." Upon receiving Xiao Chen's response, Lin Yuhan's smile blossomed further. She carefully placed the food box on the stone table and slowly opened it. A rich aroma wafting through the air. Inside the box lay several exquisitely crafted pastries, each piece a work of art. Some resembled blossoming petals, while others mimicked crescent moons, vivid and lifelike, a feast for the eyes. The pastries exuded a delicate sweetness, mingling with the ethereal essence in the air, making one's mouth water. "Husband, do try these. They are all made by my own hands," Lin Yuhan said softly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She picked up a petal-shaped pastry and offered it to Xiao Chen. The pastry shimmered, as if it were a precious artifact, too beautiful to consume. Xiao Chen responded lightly, preparing to take a bite. However, Lin Yuhan suddenly twisted her wrist, retracting the pastry playfully. With a teasing glance, her enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief. "Husband, allow me to feed you." Before her words could fully settle, she audaciously perched herself upon Xiao Chen's lap. This unexpected intimacy caught Xiao Chen off guard, as he felt the soft warmth of her presence against his thigh, complemented by the faint, alluring fragrance she carried. It was intoxicating. Stirring his senses, he looked down at the charming Lin Yuhan in his embrace, his heart racing. This little lady had truly become bolder. Ever since he had teased her before, she seemed to have shed her former shyness, now embracing a more proactive and passionate demeanor. This transformation left Xiao Chen both surprised and delighted. Lin Yuhan reclined slightly against Xiao Chen, her curves pressed intimately against his chest. She tilted her head back, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with a depth of emotion that seemed to overflow. Her gaze was so tender, it felt as if it could melt the heart. "Husband, do taste this. How does it fare?" she urged again, bringing the pastry to his lips with a voice that dripped with seduction. It was a sound imbued with an irresistible charm, rendering rejection impossible. Xiao Chen, entranced by the sight of Lin Yuhan's luscious lips and the pastry so tantalizingly close, felt his throat tighten with no further hesitation. He opened his mouth and took a delicate bite of the pastry. Instantly, the soft, sweet flavor enveloped his palate, a delightful symphony of taste that was neither cloying nor mundane. Perfectly balanced and utterly unforgettable. Quite delectable, he nodded appreciatively. Genuinely impressed that it was evident that Lin Yuhan possessed a remarkable talent for culinary arts. "How wonderful that you like it." Lin Yuhan beamed, her smile radiant as flowers in bloom. Her heart swelled with sweetness and joy. Receiving Xiao Chen's approval was the greatest reward for her. Like a languid Persian cat, she shifted to find a more comfortable position, her delicate arm wrapping around Xiao Chen's neck. Her fingertips grazed his throat, sending shivers of delight coursing through him. Husband Lin Yuhan's lips parted slightly, her breath fragrant as orchids, her voice enticingly melodic. "You may be full, but I am still hungry." She tilted her head slightly, her enchanting eyes shimmering with mischief and desire. "Husband, do you think it is time to satisfy my cravings?" The last word lingered in the air, dripping with allure, like a teasing hook drawing the heart in. Xiao Chen's heart raced at her words. This little lady truly was dangerously captivating. He swallowed hard, feeling a surge of warmth rise within him. In less than a day, this little enchantress had sought his affection over 20 Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. A playful smile curling at the corners of his lips stood. "Oh, the Tianyuan secret realm? System. Will the fated child Lin Fan also be attending?" His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable air of authority. Returning to the host, "The fated child Lin Fan will certainly proceed to the Tianyuan secret realm," the system replied in a mechanical tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "If the host can suppress the fated child during the trials, substantial rewards may be obtained," the system added, its voice seemingly laced with a hint of temptation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded lightly, suppressing the fated child, intriguing that a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Akin to a hunter envisioning its prey. System, display the panel. With a mere thought, a faint blue light curtain materialized before him, revealing a plethora of data. His gaze settled upon the points value section, where an astonishing number was boldly displayed. "All these points shall be allocated to my realm," Xiao Chen declared without hesitation, his tone resolute. "Ding, points value is now being consumed, the host's realm is being elevated." The system's notifications rang incessantly, echoing like a death knell. Yet, Xiao Chen savored the sensation. He could distinctly feel torrents of immense power surging within him. A transformation of points into true energy. The nine sacred body was operating at full capacity, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The raging true energy radiated outward from Xiao Chen, enveloping everything in its wake. Above the Taichu sacred land, the skies darkened and lightning flashed ominously. A series of celestial phenomena manifested. Purple chi surged eastward for 30,000 miles. Golden lotuses bloomed in the void. Divine dragons spiraled. Phoenixes soared. Cheilants presented auspicious signs, and white tigers roared. These extraordinary manifestations intermingled, illuminating the entire Taichu sacred land, as if it were a realm of immortals. What on earth is happening? The saintly child has broken through again. This is far too rapid. It defies all expectations. We have trained for decades, yet cannot compare to the saintly child's mere days of cultivation. The disparity is infuriating. The disciples of the Taichu sacred land gazed skyward, their eyes brimming with astonishment and envy. They were utterly astonished by the sudden celestial phenomena, their mouths agape, large enough to fit an egg. The saintly child peak is trembling again. Good heavens, the commotion is too great. The barrier is on the verge of collapse. Saintly child, please take it easy. At this rate, you will dismantle the saintly child peak. The disciples near the saintly child peak felt the ground beneath them quake violently. Their faces turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably, dreading that the next moment, the peak would collapse and bury them alive. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound erupted. Akin to a clap of thunder, that a massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the entire Taichu sacred land. Then, all phenomena vanished without a trace, and tranquility returned to the world. Within the saintly child peak, Xiao Chen slowly reopened his eyes. Two beams of brilliance erupted from them, as if they were tangible. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Chen savored the surging power within him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. First layer of the transformation realm. Second layer of the transformation realm. Ninth layer of the transformation realm. First layer of the divine fire realm. In a mere blink, his realm skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, surging from the first layer of the transformation realm to the first layer of the divine fire realm. Such an astonishing speed of cultivation, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly astonish the entire mystical continent. So this is the power of the divine fire realm. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, feeling an earth-shattering potency within him. Filled with newfound confidence, he sensed that with a mere gesture, he could annihilate worlds, rendering him omnipotent. Moreover, his mastery of sword and martial arts had reached unprecedented heights. That it was as if he had touched the very essence of the Tao. Everything around him became strikingly clear, and he could even perceive the subtle fluctuations of profound laws in the air. This was a sensation beyond words. System, is this the secret of the divine fire realm? Xiao Chen pondered inwardly, returning to the host. The divine fire realm is the state of igniting the divine soul's flame and communicating with the laws of the universe. Once a cultivator steps into the divine fire realm, they can initially grasp the power of the laws, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. The divine fire realm is divided into 9 layers, each representing a degree of mastery over the laws. Currently, the host is merely at the first layer of the divine fire realm, with only a rudimentary understanding of the law's power. However, even so, it is sufficient to crush transformation realm cultivators. The system elucidated patiently, its voice brimming with pride, as if it took great delight in Xiao Chen's accomplishments. Now I understand. Xiao Chen nodded thoughtfully. He had gained a deeper understanding of the divine fire realm. It seems I must absolutely venture to the Tianyuan secret realm. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself that he could hardly wait to confront the fated child Lin Fan. His legs should be well by now. He chuckled softly. Chapter 95. Disappointment. Lin Manor, back courtyard. Within a newly constructed training chamber, the air was thick with spiritual energy, palpable as if it were a tangible substance. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth like unsheathed swords. Boom! He unleashed a punch, causing the air to explode and produce a deafening sonic boom. The force of his fist howled, shattering the flagstones beneath him into countless cracks. What overwhelming power! Lin Fan reveled in the surging true energy within him, a look of ecstatic joy illuminating his face. Since departing from the Taichu sacred land, my cultivation speed has accelerated tremendously. Could this be the legendary freedom of soaring birds and leaping fish? Unable to contain himself, he let out a triumphant roar, his voice brimming with pride and exhilaration. Master, what is happening? Why do I feel that my fortune has improved since leaving Xiao Chen? Calming his exhilaration, Lin Fan inquired within his mind to the elder residing in his ring. The ring trembled slightly, and an ancient voice resonated in Lin Fan's mind. Perhaps that Xiao Chen is truly your nemesis. Distance from him, and your fortune will naturally flourish. However, my dear, do not let your guard down. With your current strength, you are far from being Xiao Chen's match. Revenge must be planned carefully. Do not act impulsively. The elder advised earnestly. Master, you underestimate me. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, a dismissive expression crossing his face. I admit that I was no match for Xiao Chen before, but now, I have undergone a significant transformation. My cultivation has reached the 5th layer of the transformation realm. Furthermore, I have practiced the 7 revolutions mysterious art you imparted, dramatically enhancing my combat prowess. Even against Xiao Chen, I might not necessarily lose, he proclaimed proudly, filled with unwavering confidence. Master, just wait and see. After I cultivate for a while longer and further improve my strength, I will surely storm the Taichu sacred land and tear Xiao Chen to shreds. I will make him kneel before me, begging for mercy. I will ensure he regrets how he once treated me. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with hatred. Sigh. Within the ring, the elder let out a resigned sigh. He had sensed Xiao Chen's terrifying talent, which was utterly astonishing. Such an individual was beyond comparison. In contrast, Lin Fan's achievements seemed trivial. Yet, Observing Lin Fan's proud demeanor, the elder felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Lin Fan, when will you truly mature? Continuing down this path, you will inevitably suffer great losses, the elder mused silently. However, he refrained from expressing these thoughts, knowing that with Lin Fan's current disposition, he would never heed such counsel. Let it be. We shall take it one step at a time that I hope he awakens to reality soon. The elder sighed once more, falling silent. Unaware of the elder's thoughts, Lin Fan was lost in his own world, fantasizing about how to exact revenge on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, just you wait. One day, I will make you wish you were never born. You will realize that crossing me, Lin Fan, is the gravest mistake of your life. He clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with madness, as if envisioning the scene of Xiao Chen trembling beneath his feet. Just then, the ring in Lin Fan's hand suddenly vibrated gently. Lin Fan, the ancient voice resonated once more in his mind. The Tianyuan secret realm is about to open. The elder spoke slowly. Prepare yourself well. Lin Fan was taken aback. The Tianyuan secret realm? What is that place? He asked, puzzled. The Tianyuan secret realm is an ancient secret realm, filled with countless opportunities. The elder explained, if you can seize this chance to find a few treasures within the realm and obtain some inheritances, then surpassing Xiao Chen will be within your grasp. The elder's tone carried a hint of temptation. Surpass Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Those 4 words held an irresistible allure for him. He had long dreamt of surpassing Xiao Chen. In dreams, one fervently yearns to trample upon Xiao Chen, to ruthlessly ravage him. After all, it was that scoundrel Xiao Chen who rendered his legs useless, though he is now healed. Every midnight reverie, or dreary rainy day brings forth a dull ache in Lin Fan's legs, a pain that penetrates to the very marrow, a hatred so profound it is etched into his soul, compelling him to loathe Xiao Chen to the core. Master, Lin Fan urgently inquired, what treasures lie within the Tianyuan secret realm? Pray, enlighten me. His impatience was palpable. Within the ring, the old man emitted a chuckle of satisfaction, as if he had anticipated Lin Fan's reaction. My dear Fan, do you comprehend the significance of the Tianyuan secret realm? The old man's voice took on an ethereal quality, as if lost in reminiscence that it is said that this realm was crafted by a superlative being from ancient times. A formidable power who reached the Emperor realm. Within this secret domain, countless treasures and his legacy have been left behind. What? The legacy of an Emperor realm powerhouse? Lin Fan exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The Emperor realm is a legendary state, the ultimate aspiration of innumerable cultivators, to obtain the legacy of such a being that would not elevate him to unimaginable heights. The mere thought sent shivers of exhilaration through him. Indeed, the old man affirmed, besides the Emperor's legacy, this realm harbors a multitude of heavenly materials, miraculous elixirs, and even an ancient artifact. A hint of barely concealed excitement colored the old man's tone. An ancient artifact? Lin Fan was once more taken aback. An ancient artifact. Such treasures are said to possess the power to obliterate worlds. Just one could incite fierce battles among countless formidable beings. Should he acquire an ancient artifact, would he not become a force to be reckoned with? A mere Xiao Chen would be but a trivial obstacle. With this thought, Lin Fan's breath quickened, and his eyes glimmered with avarice. Master, is this truly the case? You mustn't deceive me. Lin Fan still found it hard to believe. The opportunity seemed too extraordinary, akin to a pie falling from the sky. The old man snorted dismissively. When have I ever deceived you? The Tianyuan secret realm is indeed filled with opportunities, yet they are not easily attained. Each time the realm opens, countless forces swarm to seize the chances, including prodigious disciples from powerful sects. To snatch opportunities from their grasp is no simple feat. The old man cautioned. Fear not, master, Lin Fan declared with confidence. Thumping his chest, I shall strive diligently to enhance my strength. When the time comes, whoever dares to contest me for the opportunities shall meet their demise. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Good, your determination brings me solace, the old man replied, satisfied. However, Fan, remember to remain vigilant. The Tianyuan secret realm is fraught with peril, not only from rival factions, but also from formidable beasts. You must tread carefully, advancing step by step, and never act recklessly. Preserving your life must be paramount. The old man reiterated his warning. Understood, Master, Lin Fan responded, yet inwardly, he dismissed the caution. He believed himself to be exceedingly powerful, at the 5th level of the transformation realm. Having cultivated the 7-turn mysterious art, ordinary adversaries posed no threat to him. As for those beasts, humph, the more that come, the more he shall slay, Lin Fan declared with unwavering confidence. When the time comes, I shall make it known to all that I, Lin Fan, am the true child of destiny, and Xiao Chen is merely a jester. He clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with determination, as if envisioning the moment he would stand triumphant over Xiao Chen.